Chapter 1 of A Poor Wise Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. Chapter 1. The city turned its dreariest aspect toward the railway on blackened walls, irregular and ill-paved streets, gloomy warehouses, and over all a gray, smoke-laden atmosphere which gave it mystery and often beauty. Sometimes the softened towers of the great steel bridges rose above the river mist like fairy towers suspended between heaven and earth. And again the sun tipped the surrounding hills with gold, while the city lay buried in its smoke shroud, and white ghosts of riverboats moved spectrally along. Sometimes it was ugly, sometimes beautiful, but always the city was powerful, significant, important. It was a vast melting pot. Through its gates came alike the hopeful and the hopeless, the dreamers and those who would destroy those dreams. From all over the world there came men who sought a chance to labor. They came in groups, anxious and dumb, carrying with them their pathetic bundles, and shepherded by men with cunning eyes. Raw material for the crucible of the city, as potentially powerful as the iron ore which entered the city by the same gate. The city took them in, gave them sanctuary, and forgot them. But the shepherds with the cunning eyes remembered. Lily Cardew, standing in the train shed one morning early in March, watched such a line go by. She watched it with interest. She had developed a new interest in people during the year she had been away. She had seen, in the army camp, similar shuffling lines of men, transformed in a few hours into ranks of uniformed soldiers, beginning already to be actuated by the same motive. These aliens going by would become citizens. Very soon now they would appear on the streets in new American clothes of extraordinary cut and color, their hair cut with clippers almost to the crown, and surmounted by derby hats always a size too small. Lily smiled and looked out for her mother. She was suddenly, unaccountably glad to be back again. She liked the smoke and the noise, the movement, the sense of things doing. And the sight of her mother, small, faultlessly tailored, wearing a great bunch of violets, and incongruous in that workaday atmosphere, set her smiling again. How familiar it all was! And heavens, how young she looked! The limousine was at the curb, and a footman as immaculately turned out as her mother stood with a folded rug over his arm. On the seat inside lay a purple box. Lily had known it would be there. They would be ostensibly from her father, because he had not been able to meet her, but she knew quite well that Grace Cardew had stopped at the florist's on her way downtown and bought them. A little surge of affection for her mother warmed the girl's eyes. The small attentions which in the Cardew household took the place of loving demonstrations had always touched her. As a family, the Cardews were rather loosely knitted together, but there was something very lovable about her mother. Grace Cardew kissed her, and then held her off and looked at her. "Mercy, Lily," she said, "you look as old as I do." "Older, I hope," Lily retorted. "What a marvel you are, Grace dear." Now and then she called her mother Grace. It was by way of being a small joke between them, but limited to their moments alone. Once old Anthony, her grandfather, had overheard her, and there had been rather a row about it. "I feel horribly old, but I didn't think I looked it." They got into the car, and Grace held out the box to her. "From your father, dear. He wanted so to come, but things are dreadful at the mill. I suppose you've seen the papers." Lily opened the box and smiled at her mother. "Yes, I know. But why the subterfuge about the flowers, mother dear? Honestly, did he send them, or did you get them? But never mind about that. I know he's worried, and you're sweet to do it. Have you broken the news to grandfather that the last of the Cardews is coming home?" "He sent you all sorts of messages, and he'll see you at dinner." Lily laughed out at that. "You darling," she said. "You know perfectly well that I am nothing in grandfather's young life, but the Cardew women all have what he likes to call savoir faire. What would they do, father and grandfather, if you didn't go through life smoothing things for them?" Grace looked rather stiffly ahead. This young daughter of hers, with her directness and her smiling ignoring of the small subterfuges of life, rather frightened her. The terrible honesty of youth. All these years of ironing the wrinkles out of life, of smoothing the difficulties between old Anthony and Howard, and now a third generation to contend with. A pitilessly frank and unconsciously cruel generation. She turned and eyed Lily uneasily. "You look tired," she said, "and you need attention. I wish you had let me send Castle to you." But she thought that Lily was even lovelier than she had remembered her. Lovely rather than beautiful, perhaps. Her face was less childish than when she had gone away. There was, in certain of her expressions, an almost alarming maturity. But perhaps that was fatigue. "I couldn't have had Castle, Mother. I didn't need anything. I've been very happy, really, and very busy." "You have been very vague lately about your work." Lily faced her mother squarely. "I didn't think you'd much like having me do it, and I thought it would drive Grandfather crazy." "I thought you were in a canteen." "Not lately. I've been looking after girls who had followed soldiers to camps. Some of them were going to have babies, too. It was rather awful. We married quite a lot of them, however." The curious reserve that so often exists between mother and daughter held Grace Cardew dumb. She nodded, but her eyes had slightly hardened. So this was what war had done to her. She had had no son, and had thanked God for it during the war, although old Anthony had hated her all her married life for it. But she had given her daughter, her clear-eyed daughter, and they had shown her the dregs of life. Her thoughts went back over the years. To Lily as a child, with Mademoiselle always at her elbow, and life painted as a thing of beauty. Love, marriage, and birth were divine accidents. Death was a quiet sleep, with heaven just beyond, a sleep which came only to age, which had wearied and would rest. Then she remembered the day when Eleanor Cardew, poor unhappy Eleanor, had fled back to Anthony's roof to have a baby, and after a few rapturous weeks for Lily, the baby had died. "But the baby isn't old," Lily had persisted, standing in front of her mother with angry, accusing eyes. Grace was not an imaginative woman, but she turned it rather neatly, as she told Howard later. "It was such a nice baby," she said, feeling for an idea. "I think probably God was lonely without it, and sent an angel for it again." "But it is still upstairs," Lily had insisted. She had had a curious instinct for truth, even then. But there Grace's imagination had failed her, and she sent for Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle was a good Catholic, and very clear in her own mind, but what she left in Lily's brain was a confused conviction that every person was two persons, a body and a soul. Death was simply a split-up, then. One part of you, the part that bathed every morning, and had its toenails cut, and went to dancing school in a white frock, and thin black silk stockings, and carriage boots over pumps, that part was buried, and would only come up again at the resurrection. But the other part was all the time very happy and mostly singing. Lily did not like to sing. Then there were the matter of tears. People only cried when they hurt themselves. She had been told that again and again when she threatened tears over her music lesson. But when Aunt Eleanor had gone away she had found Mademoiselle, the deadly antagonist of tears, weeping. And here again Grace remembered the child's wide, insistent eyes. "Why?" "She is sorry for Aunt Eleanor." "Because her baby's gone to God? She ought to be glad, oughtn't she?" "Not that," said Grace, and had brought a box of chocolates and given her one, although they were not permitted save one after each meal. Then Lily had gone away to school. How carefully the school had been selected. When she came back, however, there had been no more questions, and Grace had sighed with relief. The bad time was over, anyhow. But Lily was rather difficult those days. She seemed, in some vague way, resentful. Her mother found her, now and then, in a frowning, half-defiant mood. And once, when Mademoiselle had ventured some jesting remark about young Alston Denslow, she was stupefied to see the girl march out of the room, her chin high, not to be seen again for hours. Grace's mind was subconsciously remembering those things even when she spoke. "I didn't know you were having to learn about that side of life," she said, after a brief silence. "That side of life is life, Mother," Lily said gravely. But Grace did not reply to that. It was characteristic of her to follow her own line of thought. "I wish you wouldn't tell your grandfather. You know he feels strongly about some things. And he hasn't forgiven me yet for letting you go." Rather diffidently, Lily put her hand on her mother's. She gave her rare caresses shyly, with averted eyes, and she was always more diffident with her mother than with her father. Such spontaneous bursts of affection as she sometimes showed had been lavished on Mademoiselle. It was Mademoiselle she had hugged rapturously on her small feast days, Mademoiselle who never demanded affection, and so received it. "Poor mother," she said. "I have made it hard for you, haven't I? Is he as bad as ever?" She had not pinned on the violets, but sat holding them in her hands, now and then taking a luxurious sniff. She did not seem to expect a reply. Between Grace and herself it was quite understood that old Anthony Cardew was always as bad as could be. "There is some sort of trouble at the mill. Your father is worried." And this time it was Lily who did not reply. She said inconsequentially, "We're saved, and it's all over. But sometimes I wonder if we were worth saving. It all seems such a mess, doesn't it?" She glanced out. They were drawing up before the house, and she looked at her mother whimsically. "The last of the Cardews returning from the wars," she said. "Only she is unfortunately a she, and she hasn't been any nearer the war than the state of Ohio." Her voice was gay enough, but she had a quick vision of the grim old house, had she been the son they had wanted to carry on the name, returning from France. The Cardews had fighting traditions. They had fought in every war from the Revolution on. There had been a Cardew in Mexico in '48, and in that upper suite of rooms to which her grandfather had retired in wrath on his son's marriage, she remembered her sense of awe as a child on seeing on the wall the sword he had worn in the Civil War. He was a small man, and the scabbard was badly worn at the end, mute testimony to the long, forced marches of his youth. Her father had gone to Cuba in '98, and had almost died of typhoid fever there, contracted in the marshes of Florida. Yes, they had been a fighting family. And now her mother was determinedly gay. There were flowers in the dark old hall, and Grayson, the butler, evidently waiting inside the door, greeted her with the familiarity of the old servant who had slipped her sweets from the pantry after dinner parties in her little girl years. "Welcome home, Miss Lily," he said. Mademoiselle was lurking on the stairway, in a new lace collar over her old black dress. Lily recognized in the collar a great occasion, for Mademoiselle was French and thrifty. Suddenly a wave of warmth and gladness flooded her. This was home. Dear, familiar home. She had come back. She was the only young thing in the house. She would bring them gladness and youth. She would try to make them happy. Always before she had taken, but now she meant to give. Not that she formulated such a thought. It was an emotion, rather. She ran up the stairs and hugged Mademoiselle wildly. "You darling old thing," she cried. She lapsed into French. "I saw the collar at once. And think, it is over. It is finished. And all your nice French relatives are sitting on the boulevards in the sun, and sipping their little glasses of wine, and rising and bowing when a pretty girl passes. Is it not so?" "It is so. God and the saints be praised," said Mademoiselle huskily. Grace Cardew followed them up the staircase. Her French was negligible, and she felt again, as in days gone by, shut from the little world of two which held her daughter and the governess. Old Anthony's doing that. He had never forgiven his son his plebeian marriage, and an early conversation returned to her. It was on Lily's first birthday, and he had made one of his rare visits to the nursery. He had brought with him a pearl in a velvet case. "All our women have their own pearls," he had said. "She will have her grandmother's also when she marries. I shall give her one the first year, two the second, and so on." He had stood looking down at the child critically. "She's a Cardew," he said at last. "Which means that she will be obstinate and self-willed." He had paused there, but Grace had not refuted the statement. He had grinned. "As you know," he added. "Is she talking yet?" "A word or two," Grace had said, with no more warmth in her tone than was in his. "Very well. Get her a French governess. She ought to speak French before she does English. It is one of the accomplishments of a lady. Get a good woman, and for heaven's sake arrange to serve her breakfast in her room. I don't want to have to be pleasant to any chattering French woman at 8 in the morning." "No, you wouldn't," Grace had said. Anthony had stamped out, but in the hall he smiled grimly. He did not like Howard's wife, but she was not afraid of him. He respected her for that. He took good care to see that the Frenchwoman was found, and at dinner, the only meal he took with the family, he would now and then send for the governess and Lily to come in for dessert. That, of course, was later on, when the child was nearly 10. Then would follow a three-cornered conversation in rapid French, Howard and Anthony and Lily, with Mademoiselle joining in timidly, and with Grace at the side of the table, pretending to eat and feeling cut off in a middle-class world of her own, at the side of the table. Anthony Cardew had retained the head of his table, and he had never asked her to take his dead wife's place. After a time Grace realized the consummate cruelty of those hours, the fact that Lily was sent for not only because the old man cared to see her, but to make Grace feel the outsider that she was. She made desperate efforts to conquer the hated language, but her accent was atrocious. Anthony would correct her suavely, and Lily would laugh in childish, unthinking mirth. She gave it up at last. She never told Howard about it. He had his own difficulties with his father, and she would not add to them. She managed the house, checked over the bills and sent them to the office, put up a cheerful and courageous front, and after a time sheathed herself in an armor of smiling indifference. But she thanked heaven when the time came to send Lily away to school. The effort of concealing the armed neutrality between Anthony and herself was growing more wearing. The girl was observant, and Anthony had been right, she was a Cardew. She would have fought her grandfather out on it, defied him, accused him, hated him. And Grace wanted peace. Once again, as she followed Lily and Mademoiselle up the stairs, she felt the barrier of language, and back of it the Cardew pride and traditions that somehow cut her off. But in Lily's rooms she was her sane and cheerful self again. Inside the doorway the girl was standing, her eyes traveling over her little domain ecstatically. "How lovely of you not to change a thing, Mother," she said. "I was so afraid. I know how you hate my stuff. But I might have known you wouldn't. All the time I've been away, sleeping in a dormitory, and taking turns at the bath, I have thought of my own little place." She wandered around, touching her familiar possessions with caressing hands. "I've a good notion," she declared, "to go to bed immediately, just for the pleasure of lying in linen sheets again." Suddenly she turned to her mother. "I'm afraid you'll find I've made some queer friends, Mother." "What do you mean by queer?" "People no proper Cardew would care to know," she smiled. "Where's Ellen? I want to tell her I met somebody she knows out there, the nicest sort of a boy." She went to the doorway and called lustily, "Ellen! Ellen!" The rustling of starched skirts answered her from down the corridor. "I wish you wouldn't call, dear." Grace looked anxious. "You know how your grandfather. There's a bell for Ellen." "What we need around here," said Lily cheerfully, "is a little more calling. And if grandfather thinks it is unbefitting the family dignity, he can put cotton in his ears. Come in, Ellen. Ellen, do you know that I met Willie Cameron in the camp?" "Willie?" squealed Ellen. "You met Willie? Isn't he a fine boy, Miss Lily?" "He's wonderful," said Lily. "I went to the movies with him every Friday night." She turned to her mother. "You would like him, Mother. He couldn't get into the army. He is a little bit lame. And," she surveyed Grace with amused eyes, "you needn't think what you are thinking. He is tall and thin, and not at all good looking. Is he, Ellen?" "He is a very fine young man," Ellen said rather stiffly. "He's very highly thought of in the town I come from. His father was a doctor, and his buggy used to go around day and night. When he found they wouldn't take him as a soldier he was like to break his heart." "Lame?" Grace repeated, ignoring Ellen. "Just a little. You forget all about it when you know him. Don't you, Ellen?" But at Grace's tone Ellen had remembered. She stiffened and became again a housemaid in the Anthony Cardew house, a self-effacing, rubber-heeled, pink-uniformed lower servant. She glanced at Mrs. Cardew, whose eyebrows were slightly raised. "Thank you, miss," she said, and went out, leaving Lily rather chilled and openly perplexed. "Well," she said. Then she glanced at her mother. "I do believe you are a little shocked, Mother, because Ellen and I have a mutual friend in Mr. William Wallace Cameron. Well, if you want the exact truth, he hadn't an atom of use for me until he heard about Ellen." She put an arm around Grace's shoulders. "Brace up, dear," she said smilingly. "Don't you cry. I'll be a Cardew by and by." "Did you really go to the moving pictures with him?" Grace asked, rather unhappily. She had never been inside a moving picture theater. To her they meant something a step above the corner saloon and a degree below the burlesque houses. They were constituted of bad air and unchaperoned young women accompanied by youths who dangled cigarettes from a lower lip, all obviously of the lower class, including the cigarette, and of other women, sometimes drab, dragged of breast, and carrying children who should have been in bed hours before. Or still others, wandering in pairs, young, painted, and predatory. She was not imaginative, or she could not have lived so long in Anthony Cardew's house. She never saw in the long line waiting outside even the meanest of the little theaters that had invaded the once sacred vicinity of the Cardew house, the cry of every human heart for escape from the sordid, the lure of romance, the call of adventure and the open road. "I can't believe it," she added. Lily made a little gesture of half-amused despair. "Dearest," she said, "I did. And I liked it. Mother, things have changed a lot in 20 years. Sometimes I think that here, in this house, you don't realize that," she struggled for a phrase, "that things have changed," she ended lamely. "The social order and that sort of thing, you know, caste." She hesitated. She was young and inarticulate, and when she saw Grace's face, somewhat frightened. But she was not old Anthony's granddaughter for nothing. "This idea of being a Cardew," she went on, "that's ridiculous, you know. I'm only half Cardew anyhow. The rest is you, dear, and it's got being a Cardew beaten by quite a lot." Mademoiselle was deftly opening the girl's dressing case, but she paused now and turned. It was to Grace that she spoke, however. "They come home like that, all of them," she said. "In France also. But in time they see the wisdom of the old order, and return. It is one of the fruits of war." Grace hardly heard her. "Lily," she asked, "you are not in love with this Cameron person, are you?" But Lily's easy laugh reassured her. "No, indeed," she said, "I am not. I shall probably marry beneath me, as you would call it, but not William Wallace Cameron. For one thing, he wouldn't have grandfather in his family." Some time later Mademoiselle tapped at Grace's door, and entered. Grace was reclining on a chaise longue, towels tucked about her neck and over her pillows, while Castle, her elderly English maid, was applying ice in a soft cloth to her face. Grace sat up. The towel, pinned around her hair like a coif, gave a placid, almost nun-like appearance to her still lovely face. "Well?" she demanded. "Go out for a minute, Castle." Mademoiselle waited until the maid had gone. "I have spoken to Ellen," she said, her voice cautious. "A young man who does not care for women, a clerk in a country pharmacy. What is that, Mrs. Cardew?" "It would be so dreadful, Mademoiselle. Her grandfather." "But not handsome," insisted Mademoiselle. "And lame. Also, I know the child. She is not in love. When that comes to her, we shall know it." Grace lay back, relieved, but not entirely comforted. "She is changed, isn't she, Mademoiselle?" Mademoiselle shrugged her shoulders. "A phase," she said. She had got the word from old Anthony, who regarded any mental attitude that did not conform with his own as a condition that would pass. "A phase only. Now that she is back among familiar things, she will become again a daughter of the house." "Then you think this talk about marrying beneath her?" "She has had liberty," said Mademoiselle, who sometimes lost an aspirate. "It is like wine to the young. It intoxicates. But it too passes. In my country." But Grace had for a number of years heard a great deal of Mademoiselle's country. She settled herself on her pillows. "Call Castle, please," she said, "and do warn her not to voice those ideas of hers to her grandfather. In a country pharmacy, you say?" "And lame, and not fond of women," corroborated Mademoiselle. "Ça ne pourrait pas être mieux, n'est-ce pas?" End of chapter 1. Chapters 2 and 3 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Shortly after the Civil War, Anthony Cardew had left Pittsburgh and spent a year in finding a location for the investment of his small capital. That was in the very beginning of the epoch of steel. The iron business had already laid the foundations of its future greatness, but steel was still in its infancy. Anthony's father had been an ironmaster in a small way, with a monthly payroll of a few $100s, and an abiding faith in the future of iron. But he had never dreamed of steel. But '65 saw the first steel rail rolled in America, and Anthony Cardew began to dream. He went to Chicago first, and from there to Michigan, to see the first successful Bessemer converter. When he started east again, he knew what he was to make his life work. He was very young, and his capital was small. But he had an abiding faith in the new industry. Not that he had dreamed then of floating steel battleships. But he did foresee steel in new and various uses. Later on, he was experimenting with steel cable at the very time Roebling made it a commercial possibility, and with it the modern suspension bridge and the elevator. He never quite forgave Roebling. That failure of his, the difference only of a month or so, was one of the few disappointments of his prosperous, self-centered, orderly life. That and Howard's marriage. And at the height of his prosperity, the realization that Howard's middle-class wife would never bear a son. The city he chose was a small city then, yet it already showed signs of approaching greatness. On the east side, across the river, he built his first plant, a small one, with the blast heated by passing through cast-iron pipes, with the furnace man testing the temperature with strips of lead and zinc, and the skip hoist a patient mule. He had ore within easy hauling distance, and he had fuel, and he had, as time went on, a rapidly increasing market. Labor was cheap and plentiful, too, and being American-born, was willing and intelligent. Perhaps Anthony Cardew's sins of later years were due to a vast impatience that the labor of the early '70s was no longer to be had. The Cardew fortune began in the '70s. Up to that time there was a struggle, but in the '70s Anthony did two things. He went to England to see the furnaces there, and brought home a wife, a timid, tall Englishwoman of irreproachable birth, who remained always an alien in the crude, busy new city. And he built himself a house, a brick house in Lower East Avenue, a house rather like his tall, quiet wife, and run on English lines. He soon became the leading citizen. He was one of the committee to welcome the Prince of Wales to the city, and from the very beginning he took his place in the social life. He found it very raw at times, crude and new. He himself lived with dignity and elegant simplicity. He gave now and then lengthy, ponderous dinners, making out the lists himself, and handing them over to his timid English wife, in much of the manner in which he gave the wine list and the key to the wine cellar to the butler. And at the head of his table he let other men talk, and listened. They talked, those industrial pioneers, especially after the women had gone. They saw the city the center of great business and great railroads. They talked of its coal, its river, and the great oil fields not far away which were then in their infancy. All of them dreamed a dream, saw a vision. But not all of them lived to see their dream come true. Old Anthony lived to see it. In the late '80s, his wife having been by that time decorously interred in one of the first great mausoleums west of the mountains, Anthony Cardew found himself already wealthy. He owned oil wells and coal mines. His mines supplied his coke ovens with coal, and his own river boats, as well as railroads in which he was a director, carried his steel. He labored ably and well, and not for wealth alone. He was one of a group of big-visioned men who saw that a nation was only as great as its industries. It was only in his later years that he loved power for the sake of power, and when, having outlived his generation, he had developed a rigidity of mind that made him view the forced compromises of the new regime as pusillanimous. He considered his son Howard's quiet strength weakness. "You have no stamina," he would say. "You have no moral fiber. For God's sake, make a stand, you fellows, and stick to it." He had not mellowed with age. He viewed with endless bitterness the passing of his own day and generation, and the rise to power of younger men. with their shilly-shallying, he would say. He was an aristocrat, an autocrat, and a survival. He tied Howard's hands in the management of the now vast mills, and then blamed him for the results. But he had been a great man. He had had 2 children, a boy and a girl. The girl had been the tragedy of his middle years, and Howard had been his hope. On the heights outside the city, and overlooking the river, he owned a farm, and now and then, on Sunday afternoons in the 80s, he drove out there with Howard sitting beside him, a rangy boy in his teens, in the Victoria which Anthony considered the proper vehicle for Sunday afternoons. The farmhouse was in a hollow, but always on those excursions Anthony, fastidiously dressed, picking his way half irritably through briars and cornfields, would go to the edge of the cliffs and stand there, looking down. Below was the muddy river, sluggish always, but a thing of terror in spring freshets. And across the east side, already a sordid place, its steel mills belching black smoke that killed the green of the hillsides, its furnaces dwarfed by distance and height, its rows of unpainted wooden structures which housed the mill laborers. Howard would go with him, but Howard dreamed no dreams. He was a sturdy, dependable, unimaginative boy, watching the squirrels or flinging stones over the palisades. Life for Howard was already a thing determined. He would go to college, and then he would come back and go into the mill offices. In time he would take his father's place. He meant to do it well and honestly. He had but to follow. Anthony had broken the trail, only by that time it was no longer a trail, but a broad and easy way. Only once or twice did Anthony Cardew give voice to his dreams. Once he said, "I'll build a house out here some of these days. Good location. Growth of the city is bound to be in this direction." What he did not say was that to be there on that hill overlooking his activities, his very own, the things he had builded with such labor, gave him a sense of power. "This below," he felt with more of pride than elegance, "this is mine. I have done it. I, Anthony Cardew." He felt, looking down, the pride of an artist in his picture, of a sculptor who, secure from curious eyes, draws the sheet from the still moist clay of his modeling, and now from this angle, now from that, studies, criticizes, and exults. But Anthony Cardew never built his house on the cliff. Time was to come when great houses stood there, like vast forts, overlooking, almost menacing, the valley beneath. For until the 90s, although the city distended in all directions, huge, ugly, powerful, infinitely rich, and while in the direction of Anthony's farm the growth was real and rapid, it was the plain people who lined its rapidly extending avenues with their 2-story brick houses. Little homes of infinite tenderness and quiet along tree-lined streets, where the children played on the cobblestones, and at night the horse cars, and later the cable system, brought home tired clerks and storekeepers to small havens, already growing dingy from the smoke of the distant mills. Anthony Cardew did not like the plain people. Yet in the end, it was the plain people, those who neither labored with their hands nor lived by the labor of others, it was the plain people who vanquished him. Vanquished him and tried to protect him, but could not. A smallish man, hard and wiry, he neither saved himself nor saved others. He had one fetish, power, and one pride, his line. The Cardews were iron masters. Howard would be an iron master, and Howard's son. But Howard never had a son. Chapter 3. All through her teens, Lily had wondered about the mystery concerning her Aunt Eleanor. There was an oil portrait of her in the library, and one of the first things she had been taught was not to speak of it. Now and then, at intervals of years, Aunt Eleanor came back. Her mother and father would look worried, and Aunt Eleanor herself would stay in her rooms and seldom appeared at meals. Never at dinner. As a child, Lily used to think she had 2 Aunt Eleanors, one the young girl in the gilt frame, and the other the quiet, soft-spoken person who slipped around the upper corridors like a ghost. But she was not to speak of either of them to her grandfather. Lily was not born in the house on Lower East Avenue. In the late 80s, Anthony built himself a home, not on the farm, but in a new residence portion of the city. The old common, grazing ground of family cows, dump and general eyesore, had become a park by that time, still only a potentially beautiful thing, with the trees that were to be its later glory only thin young shoots, and on the streets that faced it, the wealthy of the city built their homes, brick houses of square solidity, flush with brick pavements, which were carefully reddened on Saturday mornings. Beyond the pavements were cobblestone streets. Anthony Cardew was the first man in the city to have a rubber-tired carriage. The story of Anthony Cardew's new home is the story of Eleanor's tragedy. Nor did it stop there. It carried on to the third generation, to Lily Cardew, and in the end it involved the city itself. Because of the ruin of one small home, all homes were threatened. One small house, and one undying hatred. Yet the matter was small in itself. An Irishman named Doyle owned the site Anthony coveted. After years of struggle, his small grocery had begun to put him on his feet, and now the new development of the neighborhood added to his prosperity. He was a dried-up, sentimental little man with two loves, his wife's memory and his wife's garden, which he still tended religiously between customers, and one ambition, his son. With the change from common to park, and the improvement in the neighborhood, he began to flourish, and he too, like Anthony, dreamed a dream. He would make his son a gentleman, and he would get a shop assistant and a horse and wagon. Poverty was still his lot, but there were good times coming. He saved carefully and sent Jim Doyle away to college. He would not sell to Anthony. When he said he could not sell his wife's garden, Anthony's agents reported him either mad or deeply scheming. They kept after him, offering much more than the land was worth. Doyle began by being pugnacious, but in the end he took to brooding. "He'll get me yet," he would mutter, standing among the white phlox of his little back garden. "He'll get me. He never quits." Anthony Cardew waited a year. Then he had the frame building condemned as unsafe, and Doyle gave in. Anthony built his house. He put a brick stable where the garden had been, and the night watchman for the property complained that a little man with wild eyes often spent half the night standing across the street, quite still, staring over. If Anthony gave Doyle a thought, it was that progress and growth had their inevitable victims. But on the first night of Anthony's occupancy of his new house, Doyle shot himself beside the stable, where a few stalks of white phlox had survived the building operations. It never reached the newspapers, nor did a stable boy's story of hearing the dying man curse Anthony and all his works. But, nevertheless, the story of the Doyle curse on Anthony Cardew spread. Anthony heard it and forgot it. But 2 days later he was dragged from his carriage by young Jim Doyle, returned from the older Doyle's funeral, and beaten insensible with the stick of his own carriage whip. Young Doyle did not run away. He stood by, a defiant figure full of hatred, watching Anthony on the cobbles, as though he wanted to see him revive and suffer. "I didn't do it to revenge my father," he said at the trial. "He was nothing to me. I did it to show old Cardew that he couldn't get away with it. I'd do it again, too." Any sentiment in his favor died at that, and he was given 5 years in the penitentiary. He was a demoralizing influence there, already a socialist with anarchical tendencies, and with the gift of influencing men. A fluent, sneering youth, who lashed the guards to fury with his unctuous, diabolical tongue. The penitentiary had not been moved then. It stood in the park, a grim gray thing of stone. Eleanor Cardew, a lonely girl always, used to stand in a window of the new house and watch the walls. Inside there were men who were shut away from all that greenery around them. Men who would look up at the sky or down at the ground, but never out and across, as she could. She was always hoping some of them would get away. She hated the sentries, rifle on shoulder, who walked their monotonous beats back and forward along the top of the wall. Anthony's house was square and substantial, with high ceilings. It was paneled with walnut and furnished in walnut in those days. Its tables and bureaus were of walnut, with cold white marble tops. And in the parlor was a square walnut piano, which Eleanor hated because she had to sit there 3 hours each day, slipping on the top of the horsehair-covered stool to practice. In cold weather, her German governess sat in the frigid room with a shawl and mittens, waiting until the onyx clock on the mantelpiece showed that the 3 hours were over. Elinor had never heard the story of old Michael Doyle or of his son Jim. But one night, she was 17 then, and Jim Doyle had served 3 years of his sentence, sitting at dinner with her father, she said, "Some convicts escaped from the penitentiary today, father." "Don't believe it," said Anthony Cardew. "Nothing about it in the newspapers." "Fraulein saw the whole." Elinor had an Alsatian governess. That was one reason why Elinor's niece had a French one. "Whole? What do you mean by whole?" Elinor shrank back a little. She had not minded dining with her father when Howard was at home, but Howard was at college. Howard had a way of good-naturedly ignoring his father's asperities, but Elinor was a suppressed, shy little thing, romantic, aloof, and filled with undesired affections. "She said a hole," she affirmed diffidently. "She says they dug a tunnel and got out, last night." "Very probably," said Anthony Cardew, and he repeated thoughtfully, "Very probably." He did not hear Elinor when she quietly pushed back her chair and said good night. He was sitting at the table, tapping on the cloth with fingertips that were slightly cold. That evening Anthony Cardew had a visit from the police, and considerable fiery talk took place in his library. As a result, there was a shake-up in city politics and a change in the penitentiary management, for Anthony Cardew had a heavy hand and a bitter memory. And a little cloud on his horizon grew and finally settled down over his life, turning it gray. Jim Doyle was among those who had escaped. For 3 months Anthony was followed wherever he went by detectives, and his house was watched at night. But he was a brave man, and the espionage grew hateful. Besides, each day added to his sense of security. There came a time when he impatiently dismissed the police and took up life again as before. Then one day he received a note in a plain white envelope. It said, "There are worse things than death," and it was signed J. Doyle. Doyle was not recaptured. Anthony had iron gratings put on the lower windows of his house after that, and he hired a special watchman. But nothing happened, and at last he began to forget. He was building the new furnaces up the river by that time. The era of structural steel for tall buildings was beginning, and he bought the rights of a process for making cement out of his furnace slag. He was achieving great wealth, although he did not change his scale of living. Now and then Fraulein braved the terrors of the library, small, neatly written lists in her hands. Miss Elinor needed this or that. He would check up the lists, sign his name to them, and Elinor and Fraulein would have a shopping excursion. He never gave Elinor money. On one of the lists one day he found the word, added in Elinor's hand, "horse." "Horse?" he said, scowling up at Fraulein. "There are 6 horses in the stable now." "Miss Elinor thought a riding horse." "Nonsense." Then he thought a moment. There came back to him a picture of those English gentlewomen from among whom he had selected his wife, quiet-voiced, hard-riding, high-colored girls who could hunt all day and dance all night. Elinor was a pale little thing. Besides, every gentlewoman should ride. "She can't ride around here." "Miss Elinor thought there are bridle paths near the riding academy." It was odd, but at that moment Anthony Cardew had an odd sort of vision. He saw the little grocer lying stark and huddled among the flocks by the stable, and the group of men that stooped over him. "I'll think about it," was his answer. But within a few days Elinor was the owner of a quiet mare stabled at the academy, and was riding each day in the tan bark ring between its whitewashed fences, while a mechanical piano gave an air of festivity to what was otherwise rather a solemn business. Within a week of that time the riding academy had a new instructor, a tall, thin young man, looking older than he was, with heavy dark hair, and a manner of repressed insolence. A man, the grooms said among themselves, of furious temper and cold eyes. And in less than 4 months Elinor Cardew ran away from home and was married to Jim Doyle. Anthony received 2 letters from a distant city, a long, ecstatic but terrified one from his daughter, and 1 line on a slip of paper from her husband. The 1 line read, "I always pay my debts." Anthony made a new will, leaving Howard everything, and had Elinor's rooms closed. Fraulein went away, weeping bitterly, and time went on. Now and then Anthony heard indirectly from Doyle. He taught in a boys' school for a time and was dismissed for his radical views. He did brilliant editorial work on a Chicago newspaper, but now and then he intruded his slant-eyed personal views, and in the end he lost his position. Then he joined the Socialist Party, and was making speeches containing radical statements that made the police of various cities watchful. But he managed to keep within the letter of the law. Howard Cardew married when Eleanor had been gone less than a year. Married the daughter of a small hotel keeper in his college town. A pretty, soft-voiced girl, intelligent and gentle, and because Howard was all old Anthony had left, he took her into his home. But for many years he did not forgive her. He had one hope, that she would give Howard a son to carry on the line. Perhaps the happiest months of Grace Cardew's married life were those before Lily was born, when her delicate health was safeguarded in every way by her grim father-in-law. But Grace bore a girl child, and very nearly died in the bearing. Anthony Cardew would never have a grandson. He was deeply resentful. The proud fabric of his own weaving would descend in the fullness of time to a woman. And Howard himself, old Anthony was pitilessly hard in his judgments. Howard was not a strong man. A good man. A good son, better than he deserved. But amiable, kindly, without force. Once the cloud had lifted, and only once. Eleanor had come home to have a child. She came at night, a shabby, worn young woman with great eyes and a chalk-white face, and Grayson had not recognized her at first. He got her some port from the dining room before he let her go into the library, and stood outside the door, his usually impassive face working during the interview which followed. Probably that was Grayson's big hour, for if Anthony turned her out he intended to go in himself, and fight for the woman he had petted as a child. But Anthony had not turned her out. He took one comprehensive glance at her thin face and distorted figure. Then he said, "So this is the way you come back." "He drove me out," she said dully. "He sent me here. He knew I had no place else to go. He knew you wouldn't want me. It's revenge, I suppose. I'm so tired, Father." Yes, it was revenge, surely. To send back to him this soiled and broken woman, bearing the mark he had put upon her, that was deviltry, thought out and shrewdly executed. During the next hour Anthony Cardew suffered, and made Eleanor suffer too. But at the end of that time he found himself confronting a curious situation. Eleanor, ashamed, humbled, was not contrite. It began to dawn on Anthony that Jim Doyle's revenge was not finished. For Eleanor loved the man. She both hated and loved him. And that leering Irish devil knew it. He sent for Grace, finally, and Eleanor was established in the house. Grace and little Lily's governess had themselves bathed her and put her to bed, and Mademoiselle had smuggled out of the house the garments Eleanor had worn into it. Grace had gone in the motor, one of the first in the city, and had sent back all sorts of lovely garments for Eleanor to wear, and quantities of fine materials to be made into tiny garments. Grace was a practical woman, and she disliked the brooding look in Eleanor's eyes. "Do you know," she said to Howard that night, "I believe she is quite mad about him still." "He ought to be drawn and quartered," said Howard savagely. Anthony Cardew gave Eleanor sanctuary, but he refused to see her again. Except once. "Then if it is a boy, you want me to leave him with you?" she asked, bending over her sewing. "Leave him with me? Do you mean that you intend to go back to that blackguard?" "He is my husband. He isn't always cruel." "Good God!" shouted Anthony. "How did I ever happen to have such a craven creature for a daughter?" "Anyhow," said Eleanor, "it will be his child, Father." "When he turned you out like any drab of the streets?" bellowed old Anthony. "He never cared for you. He married you to revenge himself on me. He sent you back here for the same reason. He'll take your child and break its spirit and ruin its body for the same reason. The man's a maniac." But again, as on the night she came, he found himself helpless against Eleanor's quiet impassivity. He knew that, let Jim Doyle so much as raise a beckoning finger, and she would go to him. He did not realize that Eleanor had inherited from her quiet mother the dog-like quality of love in spite of cruelty. To Howard he stormed. He considered Eleanor's infatuation indecent. She was not a Cardew. the Cardew woman had some pride. And Howard, his handsome figure draped negligently against the library mantel, would puzzle over it too. "I'm blessed if I understand it," he would say. Elinor's child had been a boy, and old Anthony found some balm in Gilead. Jim Doyle had not raised a finger to beckon, and if he knew of his son, he made no sign. Anthony still ignored Elinor, but he saw in her child the third generation of Cardews. Lily he had never counted. He took steps to give the child the Cardew name, and the fact was announced in the newspapers. Then one day Elinor went out, and did not come back. It was something that Anthony Cardew had not counted on, that a woman could love a man more than her child. "I simply had to do it, Father," she wrote. "You won't understand, of course. I love him, Father, terribly. And he loves me in his way, even when he is unfaithful to me. I know he has been that. Perhaps, if you had wanted me at home, it would have been different. But it kills me to leave the baby. The only reason I can bring myself to do that is that, the way things are, I cannot give him the things he ought to have. And Jim does not seem to want him. He has never seen him, for one thing. Besides, I am being honest, I don't think the atmosphere of the way we live would be good for a boy." There was a letter to Grace, too, a wild, hysterical document, filled with instructions for the baby's care. A wet nurse, for one thing. Grace read it with tears in her eyes, but Anthony saw in it only the ravings of a weak and unbalanced woman. He never forgave Elinor, and once more the little grocer's curse thwarted his ambitions. For, deprived of its mother's milk, the baby died. Old Anthony sometimes wondered if that, too, had been calculated, a part of the Doyle revenge. End of chapters 2 and 3. Chapters 4 and 5 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. While Grace rested that afternoon of Lily's return, Lily ranged over the house. In 20-odd years the neighborhood had changed, and only a handful of the old families remained. Many of the other large houses were prostituted to base uses. Dingy curtains hung at their windows, dingy because of the smoke from the great furnaces and railroads. The old Osgood residence nearby had been turned into apartments, with bottles of milk and paper bags on its fire escapes, and a pharmacy on the street floor. The Methodist church, following its congregation to the vicinity of old Anthony's farm, which was now cut up into city lots, had abandoned the building, and it had become a garage. The penitentiary had been moved outside the city limits, and near its old site was a small cement-lined lake, the cheerful rendezvous in summer of bathing children and thirsty dogs. Lily was idle for the first time in months. She wandered about, even penetrating to those upper rooms sacred to her grandfather, to which he had retired on Howard's marriage. How strangely commonplace they were now, in the full light of day, and yet, when he was in them, the doors closed and only Burton, his valet in attendance, how mysterious they became. Increasingly in later years, Lily had felt and resented the domination of the old man. She resented her father's acquiescence in that domination, her mother's good-humored tolerance of it. She herself had accepted it, although unwillingly, but she knew, rather vaguely, that the Lily Cardew who had gone away to the camp, and the Lily Cardew who stood that day before her grandfather's throne-like chair under its lamp, were two entirely different people. She was uneasy rather than defiant. She meant to keep the peace. She had been brought up to the theory that no price was too great to pay for peace. But she wondered, as she stood there, if that were entirely true. She remembered something Willie Cameron had said about that very thing. "What's wrong with your grandfather," he had said truculently and waving his pipe, "is that everybody gets down and lets him walk on them. If everybody lets a man use them as doormats, you can't blame him for wiping his feet on them. Tell him that sometime, and see what happens." "Tell him yourself," said Lily. He had smiled cheerfully. He had an engaging sort of smile. "Maybe I will," he said. "I am a rising young man, and my voice may some day be heard in the land. Sometimes I feel the elements of greatness in me, sweet child. You haven't happened to notice it yourself, have you?" He had gazed at her with solemn anxiety through the smoke of his pipe, and had grinned when she remained silent. Lily drew a long breath. All that delightful fooling was over. The hard work was over. The nights were gone when they would wander like children across the parade grounds, or past the bayonet school, with its rows of tripods upholding imitation enemies made of sacks stuffed with hay, and showing signs of mortal injury with their greasy entrails protruding. Gone, too, were the hours when Willie sank into the lowest abyss of depression over his failure to be a fighting man. "But you are doing your best for your country," she would say. "I'm not fighting for it, or getting smashed up for it. I don't want to be a hero, but I'd like to have one good bang at them before I quit." Once she had found him in the hut with his head on the table. He said he had a toothache. Well, that was all over. She was back in her grandfather's house, and "He'll get me too, probably," she reflected as she went down the stairs. "Just as he's got all the others." Mademoiselle was in Lily's small sitting room, while Castle was unpacking under her supervision. The sight of her uniforms made Lily suddenly restless. "How you could wear these things," cried Mademoiselle. "You who have always dressed like a princess." "I like them," said Lily briefly. "Mademoiselle, what am I going to do with myself now?" "Do?" Mademoiselle smiled. "Play as you deserve, chérie. Dance and meet nice young men. You are to make your debut this fall. Then a very charming young man, and marriage." "Oh," said Lily rather blankly. "I've got to come out, have I? I'd forgotten people did such things. Please run along and do something else, Castle. I'll unpack." "That is very bad for discipline," Mademoiselle objected when the maid had gone. "And it is not necessary for Mr. Anthony Cardew's granddaughter." "It's awfully necessary for her," Lily observed cheerfully. "I've been buttoning my own shoes for some time, and I haven't developed a spinal curvature yet." She kissed Mademoiselle's perplexed face lightly. "Don't get to worrying about me," she added. "I'll shake down in time and be just as useless as ever. But I wish you'd lend me your sewing basket." "Why?" asked Mademoiselle suspiciously. "Because I am possessed with a mad desire to sew on some buttons." A little later Lily looked up from her rather awkward but industrious labors with the needle, and fixed her keen eyes upon Mademoiselle. "Is there any news about Aunt Elinor?" she asked. "She is with him," said Mademoiselle shortly. "They are here now, in the city. How he dared to come back." "Does mother see her?" "No, certainly not." "Why certainly not? He is Aunt Elinor's husband. She isn't doing anything wicked." "A woman who would leave a home like this," said Mademoiselle, "and a distinguished family. Position. Wealth. For a brute who beats her. And desert her child also." "Does he really beat her? I don't quite believe that, Mademoiselle." "It is not a subject for a young girl." "Because really," Lily went on, "there is something awfully big about a woman who will stick to one man like that. I am quite sure I would bite a man who struck me. But suppose I loved him terribly." Her voice trailed off. "You see, dear, I have seen a lot of brutality lately. An army camp isn't a Sunday school picnic. And I like strong men, even if they are brutal sometimes." Mademoiselle carefully cut a thread. "This? You are speaking to Ellen of a young man. Is he, what you term brutal?" Suddenly Lily laughed. "You poor dear," she said. "And mother too, of course. You're afraid I'm in love with Willie Cameron. Don't you know that if I were, I'd probably never even mention his name?" "But he is brutal?" persisted Mademoiselle. "I'll tell you about him. He is a thin, blonde young man, tall and a bit lame. He has curly hair, and he puts pomade on it to take the curl out. He is frightfully sensitive about not getting in the army, and he is perfectly sweet and kind, and as brutal as a June breeze. You'd better tell mother. And you can tell her he isn't in love with me, or I with him. You see, I represent what he would call the moneyed aristocracy of America, and he has the most fearful ideas about us." "An anarchist, then?" asked Mademoiselle, extremely comforted. "Not at all. He says he belongs to the plain people. The people in between. He is rather oratorical about them. He calls them the backbone of the country." Mademoiselle relaxed. She had been too long in old Anthony's house to consider very seriously the plain people. Her world, like Anthony Cardew's, consisted of the financial aristocracy, which invested money in industries and drew out rich returns, while providing employment for the many; and of the employees of the magnates, who had recently shown strong tendencies toward upsetting the peace of the land, and had given old Anthony 1 or 2 attacks of irritability when it was better to go up a rear staircase if he were coming down the main one. "Wait a moment," said Lily suddenly. "I have a picture of him somewhere." She disappeared, and Mademoiselle heard her rummaging through the drawers of her dressing table. She came back with a small photograph in her hand. It showed a young man in a large apron over a Red Cross uniform, bending over a low field range with a long-handled fork in his hand. "Frying doughnuts," Lily explained. "I was in this hut at first, and I mixed them and cut them, and he fried them. We made thousands of them. We used to talk about opening a shop somewhere, Cardew and Cameron. He said my name would be fine for business. He'd fry them in the window and I'd sell them. And a coffee machine, coffee and doughnuts, you know. Not seriously?" At the expression on Mademoiselle's face, Lily laughed joyously. "Why not?" she demanded. "And you could be the cashier, like the ones in France, and sit behind a high desk and count money all day. I'd rather do that than come out," she added. "You are going to be a good girl, Lily, aren't you?" "If that means letting grandfather use me for a doormat, I don't know." "Lily?" "He's old, and I intend to be careful. But he doesn't own me, body and soul. And it may be hard to make him understand that." Many times in the next few months Mademoiselle was to remember that conversation and turn it over in her shrewd, troubled mind. Was there anything she could have done, outside of warning old Anthony himself? Suppose she had gone to Mr. Howard Cardew. "And how," said Mademoiselle, trying to smile, "do you propose to assert this new independence of spirit?" "I am going to see Aunt Elinor," observed Lily. "There, that's 11 buttons on, and I feel I've earned my dinner. And I'm going to ask Willie Cameron to come here to see me. To dinner. And as he is sure not to have any evening clothes, for one night in their lives the Cardew men are going to dine in mufti. Which is military, you dear old thing, for the everyday clothing that the plain people eat in, without apparent suffering." Mademoiselle got up. She felt that Grace should be warned at once. And there was a look in Lily's face when she mentioned this Cameron creature that made Mademoiselle nervous. "I thought he lived in the country." "Then prepare yourself for a blow," said Lily Cardew cheerfully. "He is here in the city, earning $25 a week in the Eagle Pharmacy, and serving the plain people perfectly preposterous patent potions, which is his own alliteration, and pretty good, I say." Mademoiselle went out into the hall. Over the house, always silent, there had come a death-like hush. In the lower hall the footman was hanging up his master's hat and overcoat. Anthony Cardew had come home for dinner. Chapter 5. Mr. William Wallace Cameron, that evening of Lily's return, took a walk. From his boarding house near the Eagle Pharmacy to the Cardew residence was a half-hour's walk. There were a number of things he had meant to do that evening, with a view to improving his mind, but instead he took a walk. He had made up a schedule for those evenings when he was off duty, thinking it out very carefully on the train to the city. And the schedule ran something like this: Monday, 8 to 11, read history. Wednesday, 8 to 11, read politics and economics. Friday, 8 to 9:30, travel. 9:30 to 11, French. Sunday, hear various prominent divines. He had cut down on the travel rather severely, because travel was with him an indulgence rather than a study. The longest journey he had ever taken in his life was to Washington. That was early in the war, when it did not seem possible that his country would not use him, a boy who could tramp incredible miles in spite of his lameness, and who could shoot a frightened rabbit at almost any distance, by allowing for a slight deflection to the right in the barrel of his old rifle. But they had refused him. "They won't use me, mother," he had said when he got home, home being a small, neat house on a tidy street of a little country town. "I tried every branch, but the only training I've had, well, some smart kid said they weren't planning to serve soda water to the army. They didn't want cripples, you see." "I wish you wouldn't, Willie." He had been frightfully sorry then, and had comforted her at some length, but the fact remained. "And you the very best they've ever had for mixing prescriptions," she had said at last, "and a graduate in chemistry." "Well," he said, "that's that, and we won't worry about it. There's more than one way of killing a cat." "What do you mean, Willie? More than one way?" There was no light of prophecy in William Wallace Cameron's gray eyes, however, when he replied, "More than one way of serving my country. Don't you worry. I'll find something." So he had, and he had come out of his Red Cross work in the camp with one or two things in his heart that had not been there before. One was a knowledge of men. He could not have put into words what he felt about men. It was something about the fundamental simplicity of them, for one thing. You got pretty close to them at night sometimes, especially when the homesick ones had gone to bed, and the phonograph was playing in a corner of the long dim room. There were some shamefaced tears hidden under army blankets those nights, and Willie Cameron did some blinking on his own account. Then, under all the blasphemy, the talk about women, the surface sordidness of their daily lives and thoughts, there was one instinct common to all, one love, one hidden purity. And the key word to those depths was home. "Home," he said one day to Lily Cardew. "Mostly it's the home they've left, and maybe they didn't think so much of it then. But they do now. And if it isn't that, it's the home they want to have some day." He looked at Lily. Sometimes she smiled at the things he said, and if she had not been grave he would not have gone on. "You know," he continued, "there's mostly a girl someplace. All this talk about the nation. Now," he settled himself on the edge of the pine table, where old Anthony Cardew's granddaughter had been figuring up her week's accounts, and lighted his pipe. "The nation's too big for us to understand. But what is the nation but a bunch of homes?" "Willie dear," said Lily Cardew, "did you take any money out of the cigar box for anything this week?" $1.65 for lard," replied Willie dear. "As I was saying, we've got to think of this country in terms of homes. Not palaces like yours." "Good gracious," said Lily. "I don't live in a palace. Get my pocketbook, will you? I'm out $3 somehow, and I'd rather make it up myself than add these figures over again. Go on and talk, Willie. I love hearing you." "Not palaces like yours," repeated Mr. Cameron, "and not hovels. But mostly self-respecting houses, the homes of the plain people. The middle class, Miss Cardew. My class. The people who never say anything, but are squeezed between capital, represented by your grandfather with its parasites, represented by you, and—" "You represent the people who never say anything," observed the slightly flushed parasite of capital, "about as adequately as I represent the idle rich." Yet not even old Anthony could have resented the actual relationship between them. Lily Cardew, working alone in her hut among hundreds of men, was as without sex consciousness as a child. Even then her flaming interest was in the private soldiers. The officers were able to amuse themselves. They had money and opportunity. It was the doughboys she loved and mothered. For them she organized her little entertainments. For them she played and sang in the evenings, when the field range in the kitchen was cold, and her blistered fingers stumbled sometimes over the keys of the jingling camp piano. Gradually, out of the chaos of her early impressions, she began to divide the men in the army into 3 parts. There were the American-born. They took the war and their part in it as a job to be done, with as few words as possible. And there were the foreigners to whom America was a religion, a dream come true, whose flaming love for their new mother inspired them to stuttering eloquence and awkward gestures. And then there was a 3rd division, small and mostly foreign-born, but with a certain percentage of native malcontents, who hated the war and sneered among themselves at the other dupes who believed that it was a war for freedom. It was a capitalist war. They considered the state as an instrument of oppression, as a bungling interference with liberty and labor. They felt that wealth inevitably brought depravity. They committed both open and overt acts against discipline, and found in their arrest and imprisonment renewed grievances, additional oppression, tyranny. And one day a handful of them, having learned Lily's identity, came into her hut and attempted to bait her. "Gentlemen," said one of them, "we have here an example of one of the idle rich, sacrificing herself to make us happy. Now, boys, be happy. Are we all happy?" He surveyed the group. "Here you," he addressed a sullen-eyed squat Hungarian. "Smile when I tell you. You're a slave in one of old Cardew's mills, aren't you?
Well, aren't you grateful to him? Here he goes and sends his granddaughter."
Willie Cameron had entered the room with a platter of doughnuts in his hand and stood watching, his face going pale. Quite suddenly there was a crash, and the gang leader went down in a welter of porcelain and fried pastry. Willie Cameron was badly beaten up in the end, and the beaters were court-martialed. But something of Lily's fine faith in humanity was gone. "But," she said to him, visiting him one day in the base hospital, where he was still an aching mass of bruises, "there must be something behind it. They didn't hate me. They only hated my family."
"My dear child," said Willie Cameron, feeling very old and experienced, and it must be confessed extremely happy, "of course there's something behind it. But the most that's behind it is a lot of fellows who want without working what the other fellows work to get." It was about that time that Lily was exchanged into the town near the camp, and Willie Cameron suddenly found life a stale thing, and ashes in the mouth. He finally decided that he had not been such a hopeless fool as to fall in love with her, but that it would be as well not to see her too much. "The thing to do," he reasoned to himself, "is first of all not to see her. Or only on Friday nights, because she likes the movies, and it would look queer to stop." Thus Willie Cameron speciously to himself, and deliberately ignoring the fact that some 20-odd officers stood ready to seize those Friday nights. "And then to work hard, so I'll sleep better and not lie awake making a fool of myself. And when I get a bit of idiocy in the daytime, I better just walk it off. Because I've got to live with myself a long time, probably, and I'm no love-sick Romeo." Which excellent practical advice had cost him considerable shoe leather at first. In a month or two, however, he considered himself quite cured, and pretended to himself that he was surprised to find it Friday again. But when, after retreat, the band marched back to his quarters, playing, for instance, "There's a Long, Long Trail," there was something inside him that insisted on seeing the years ahead as a long, long trail, and that the trail did not lead to the lands of his dreams. He got to know that very well indeed during the winter that followed the armistice. Because there was work to do, he stayed and finished up, as did Lily Cardew. But the hut was closed and she was working in the town, and although they kept up their Friday evenings, the old intimacy was gone. And one night she said, "Isn't it amazing, when you are busy, how soon Friday night comes along?" And on each day of the preceding week he had wakened and said to himself, "This is Monday," or whatever it might be, "and in 4 more days it will be Friday." In February he was sent home. Lily stayed on until the end of March. He went back to his little village of plain people, and took up life again as best he could. But sometimes it seemed to him that from behind every fire-lit window in the evenings he was still wearing out shoe leather, particularly at nights, somebody with a mandolin was wailing about the long, long trail. His mother watched him anxiously. He was thinner than ever, and oddly older, and there was a hollow look about his eyes that hurt her. "Why don't you bring home a bottle of tonic from the store, Willie?" she said one evening when he had been feverishly running through the city newspaper. He put the paper aside hastily. "Tonic?" he said. "Why, I'm all right, Mother. Anyhow, I wouldn't take any of that stuff." He caught her eye and looked away. "It takes a little time to get settled again, that's all, Mother." "The Young People's Society is having an entertainment at the church tonight, Willie." "Well, maybe I'll go." He agreed to her unspoken suggestion. "If you insist on making me a society man." But some time later he came downstairs with a book. "Thought I'd rather read," he explained. "Got a book here on the history of steel. Talk about romances. Let me read some of it to you. You sit there and close your eyes and just listen to this. The first Cardew furnace was built in 1868. At that time—" Some time later he glanced up. His mother was quietly sleeping, her hands folded in her lap. He closed the book and sat there, fighting again his patient battle with himself. The book on his knees seemed to symbolize the gulf between Lily Cardew and himself. But the real gulf, the unbridgeable chasm between Lily and himself, was neither social nor financial. As if that counted in America, he reflected scornfully. No, it was not that. The war had temporarily broken down the old social barriers.
Some of them would never be erected again, although it was the tendency of civilization for men to divide themselves, rather than to be divided into the high, the middle, and the low. But in his generation young Cameron knew that there would be no uncrossable bridge between old Anthony's granddaughter and himself, were it not for one thing. She did not love him. It hurt his pride to realize that she had never thought of him in any terms but that of a pleasant comradeship. Hardly even as a man. Men fought in wartime. They did not fry doughnuts and write letters home for the illiterate. Any one of those boys in the ranks was a better man than he was. All this talk about a man's soul being greater than his body, that was rot. A man was as good as the weakest part of him, and no more. His sensitive face in the lamplight was etched with lines of tragedy. He put the book on the table, and suddenly flinging his arms across it, dropped his head on them. The slight movement awakened his mother. "Why, Willie," she said. After a moment he looked up. "I was almost asleep," he explained, more to protect her than himself. I wish that fool Nelson kid would break his mandolin, or his neck," he said irritably. He kissed her and went upstairs. From across the quiet street there came thin, plaintive, occasionally inaccurate, the strains of the long, long trail. There was the blood of Covenanters in Willie Cameron's mother, a high courage of sacrifice, and an exceedingly shrewd brain. She lay awake that night, carefully planning, and when everything was arranged in orderly fashion in her mind, she lighted her lamp and carried it to the door of Willie's room. He lay diagonally across his golden oak bed, for he was very long, and sleep had rubbed away the tragic lines about his mouth. She closed his door and went back to her bed. "I've seen too much of it," she reflected without bitterness. She stared around the room. "Too much of it," she repeated, and crawled heavily back into bed, a determined little figure, rather chilled. The next morning she expressed a desire to spend a few months with her brother in California. "I coughed all last winter after I had the flu," she explained, "and James has been wanting me this long time. I don't want to leave you, that's all, Willie. If you were in the city it would be different." He was frankly bewildered and a little hurt, to tell the truth. He no more suspected her of design than of crime. "Of course you are going," he said heartily. "It's the very thing. But I like the way you desert your little son." "I've been thinking about that, too," she said, pouring his coffee. If you were in the city now, there would always be something to do." He shot her a suspicious glance, but her face was without evidence of guile. "What would I do in the city?" "They use chemists in the mills, don't they?" "A fat chance I'd have for that sort of job," he scoffed. "No city for me, mother." But she knew. She read his hesitation accurately, the incredulous pause of the bird whose cage door is suddenly opened. He would go. "I'd think about it anyhow, Willie." But for a long time after he had gone she sat quietly rocking in her rocking chair in the bay window of the sitting room. It was a familiar attitude of hers, homely, middle class, and in a way symbolic. Had old Anthony Cardew ever visualized so imaginative a thing as a nemesis, he would probably have summoned a vision of a huddled figure in his stable yard, dying and cursing him as he died. Had Jim Doyle, cunningly plotting the overthrow of law and order, been able in his arrogance to conceive of such a thing, it might have been Anthony Cardew he saw. Neither of them for a moment dreamed of it as an elderly Scotch Covenanter, a plain little womanly figure, rocking in a cane-seated rocking chair, and making the great sacrifice of her life. All of which simply explains how, on a March Wednesday evening of the great year of peace after much tribulation, Mr. William Wallace Cameron, now a clerk at the Eagle Pharmacy, after an hour of politics and no economics at all, happened to be taking a walk toward the Cardew house. Such pilgrimages has love taken for many years. Small, uncertain ramblings where the fancy leads the feet and far outstrips them, and where heart hunger hides under various flimsy pretexts: a fine night, a paper to be bought, a dog to be exercised. Not that Willie Cameron made any excuses to himself. He had a sort of idea that if he saw the magnificence that housed her, it would, through her sheer remoteness, kill the misery in him.
But he regarded himself with a sort of humorous pity, and having picked up a stray dog, he addressed it now and then. "Even a cat can look at a king," he said once. And again, following some vague train of thought on a crowded street, "The people's voice is a queer thing. It is, and it is not, the voice of God. The people's voice, old man. Only the ones that count haven't got a voice." There were, he felt, two Lily Cardews. One lived in an army camp, and wore plain clothes, and got a bath by means of calculation and persistency, and went to the movies on Friday nights, and was quite apt to eat peanuts at those times, carefully putting the shells in her pocket. And another one lived inside this great pile of brick. He was standing across from it by the park railing by that time, where motor cars drew up, and a footman with an umbrella against a light rain ushered to their limousines draped women and men in evening clothes, their strong blacks and whites revealed in the light of the street door. And this Lily Cardew lived in state, bowed to by flunkies in livery, dressed and undressed, his Scotch sense of decorum resented this, by serving women. This Lily Cardew would wear frivolous ball gowns, such things as he saw in the shop windows, considered money only as a thing of exchange, and had traveled all over Europe a number of times. He took his station against the park railings, and reflected that it was a good thing he had come after all. Because it was the first Lily whom he loved, and she was gone, with the camp and the rest, including war. What had he in common with those lighted windows, with their heavy laces and draperies? "Nothing at all, old man," he said cheerfully to the dog. "Nothing at all." But although the ache was gone when he turned homeward, the dog still at his heels, he felt strangely lonely without it. He considered that very definitely he had put love out of his life. Hereafter he would travel the trail alone. Or accompanied only by history, politics, economics, and various divines on Sunday evenings. End of chapters 4 and 5. Chapters 6 and 7 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. "Well, grandfather," said Lily Cardew, "the last of the Cardews is home from the wars."
"So I presume," observed old Anthony. "Owing, however, to your mother's determination to shroud this room in impenetrable gloom, I can only presume. I cannot see you."
His tone was less unpleasant than his words, however. He was in one of the rare moods of what passed with him for geniality. For one thing, he had won at the club that afternoon, where every day from 4 to 6 he played bridge with his own little group, reactionaries like himself, men who viewed the difficulties of the younger employers of labor with amused contempt. For another, he and Howard had had a difference of opinion, and he had, for a wonder, made Howard angry. "Well, Lily," he inquired, "how does it seem to be at home?" Lily eyed him almost warily. He was sometimes most dangerous in these moods. "I'm not sure, grandfather." "Not sure? About what?" "Well, I am glad to see everybody, of course, but what am I to do with myself?" "Tut!" He had an air of benignantly forgiving her. "You'll find plenty. What did you do before you went away?" "That was different, grandfather." "I'm blessed," said old Anthony truculently, "if I understand what has come over this country anyhow. What is different? We've had a war. We've had other wars, and we didn't think it necessary to change the Constitution after them. But everything that was right before this war is wrong after it. A lot of young idiots coming back and refusing to settle down. Set of young Bolshevists." He had always managed to arouse a controversial spirit in the girl. "Maybe if it isn't right now, it wasn't right before." Having said it, Lily immediately believed it. She felt suddenly fired with an intense dislike of anything that her grandfather advocated. "Meaning what?" He fixed her with cold but attentive eyes. "Oh, conditions," she said vaguely. She was not at all sure what she meant. And old Anthony realized it, and gave a sardonic chuckle. "I advise you to get a few arguments from your father, Lily. He is full of them. If he had his way, I'd have a board of my workmen running my mills while I played golf in Florida." Dinner was a relatively pleasant meal. In her gradual rehabilitation of the house, Grace had finally succeeded in doing over the dining room.
Over the old walnut paneling she had hung loose folds of faded blue Italian velvet, with old silver candle sconces at irregular intervals along the walls. The great table and high-backed chairs were likewise Italian, and the old-fashioned white marble fireplace had been given an overmantel, also white, enclosing an old tapestry. For warmth of color there were always flowers, and that night there were red roses. Lily liked the luxury of it. She liked the immaculate dinner dress of the two men. She liked her mother's beautiful neck and arms. She liked the quiet service once more. She even liked herself moderately in a light frock and slippers. But she watched it all with a new interest and a certain detachment. She felt strange and aloof, not entirely one of them. She felt very keenly that no one of them was vitally interested in this wonder year of hers. They asked her perfunctory questions, but Grace's watchful eyes were on the service, Anthony was engrossed with his food, and her father. Her father was changed. He looked older and careworn. For the first time she began to wonder about her father. What was he really, under that calm, fastidiously dressed, handsome exterior? Did he mind the little man with the sardonic smile and the swift unpleasant humor, whose glance reduced the men who served into terrified menials? Her big, blond father, with his rather slow speech, his honest eyes, his slight hesitation before he grasped some of the finer nuances of his father's wit. No, he was not brilliant, but he was real and kindly. Perhaps he was strong, too. He looked strong. With the same pitiless judgment she watched her mother. Either Grace was very big, or very indifferent to the sting of old Anthony's tongue. Sometimes women suffered much in silence, because they loved greatly. Like Aunt Elinor. Aunt Elinor had loved her husband more than she had loved her child. Quite calmly Lily decided that, as between her husband and herself, her mother loved her husband. Perhaps that was as it should be, but it added to her sense of aloofness. And she wondered, too, about these great loves that seemed to feed on sacrifice. Anthony, who had a most unpleasant faculty of remembering things, suddenly bent forward and observed to her across the table, "I should be interested to know, since you regard present conditions as wrong, and I inferred wrong because of my mishandling of them, just what you propose to do to right them." "But I didn't say they were wrong, did I?" "Don't answer a question with a question. It's a feminine form of evasion, because you have no answer and no remedy. Yet, heaven save the country, women are going to vote." He pushed his plate away and glanced at Grace. "Is that the new chef's work?" "Yes. Isn't it right?" "Right. The food is impossible." "He came from the club." "Send him back," ordered Anthony. And when Grace observed that it was difficult to get servants, he broke into a cold fury. What had come over the world, anyhow? Time was when a gentleman's servants stayed with the family until they became pensioners, and their children took their places. Now Grace said nothing. Her eyes sought Howard's, and seemed to find some comfort there. And Lily, sorry for her mother, said the first thing that came into her head. "The old days of caste are gone, grandfather. And service, in your sense of the word, went with them." "Really?" He eyed her. "Who said that? Because I dare say it is not original." "A man I knew at camp." "What man?" "His name was Willie Cameron." "Willie Cameron? Was this person qualified to speak? Does he know anything about what he chooses to call caste?" "He thinks a lot about things." "A little less thinking and more working wouldn't hurt the country any," observed old Anthony. He bent forward. "As my granddaughter and the last of the Cardews," he said, "I have a certain interest in the sources of your political opinions. They will probably, like your father's, differ from mine. You may not know that your father has not only opinions, but ambitions." She saw Grace stiffen, and Howard's warning glance at her. But she saw, too, the look in her mother's eyes, infinitely loving and compassionate. Dear little mother, she thought, he is her baby, really, not I. She felt a vague stirring of what married love at its best must be for a woman, its strange complex of passion and maternity. She wondered if it would ever come to her. She rather thought not. But she was also conscious of a new attitude among the three at the table, her mother's tense watchfulness, her father's slightly squared shoulders, and across from her, her grandfather, fingering the stem of his wineglass and faintly smiling. "It's time somebody went into city politics for some purpose other than graft," said Howard. "I am going to run for mayor, Lily. I probably won't get it." "You can see," said old Anthony, "why I am interested in your views, or perhaps I should say in Willie Cameron's. Does your father's passion for uplift, for instance, extend to you?" "Why won't you be elected, father?" "Partly because my name is Cardew." Old Anthony chuckled. "What!" he exclaimed. "After the bathhouse and gymnasium you have built at the mill? And the laundries for the women, which I believe they do not use? Surely, Howard, you would not accuse the dear people of ingratitude." "They are beginning to use them, sir." Howard, in his 40s, still addressed his father as sir. "Then you admit your defeat beforehand. You are rather a formidable antagonist." "Antagonist!" Anthony repeated in mock protest. "I am a quiet onlooker at the game. I am amused, naturally. You must understand," he said to Lily, "that this is a matter of a principle with your father. He believes that he should serve. My whole contention is that the people don't want to be served. They want to be bossed. They like it. It's all they know. And they're suspicious of a man who puts his hand into his own pocket instead of into theirs." He smiled and sipped his wine. "Good wine, this," he observed. "I'm buying all I can lay my hands on, against the approaching drought." Lily's old distrust of her grandfather revived. Why did people sharpen like that with age? Age should be mellow, like old wine. And what was she going to do with herself? Already the atmosphere of the house began to depress and worry her. She felt a new, almost violent impatience with it. It was so unnecessary. She went to the pipe organ which filled the space behind the staircase, and played a little, but she had never been very proficient, and her own awkwardness annoyed her. In the dining room she could hear the men talking, Howard quietly, his father in short staccato barks. She left the organ and wandered into her mother's morning room, behind the drawing room, where Grace sat with the coffee tray before her. "I'm afraid I'm going to be terribly on your hands, mother," she said. "I don't know what to do with myself, so how can you know what to do with me?" "It is going to be rather stupid for you at first, of course," Grace said. "Lent, and then so many of the men are not at home. Would you like to go south?" "Why, I've just come home." "We can have some luncheons, of course. Just informal ones. And there will be small dinners. You'll have to get some clothes. I saw Suzette yesterday. She has some adorable things." "I'd love them. Mother, why doesn't he want father to go into politics?" Grace hesitated. "He doesn't like change, for one thing. But I don't know anything about politics. Suzette says—" "Will he try to keep him from being elected?" "He won't support him. Of course I hardly think he would oppose him. I really don't understand about those things." "You mean you don't understand him? Well, I do, mother. He has run everything, including father, for so long. Lily!" "I must, mother. Why, out at the camp—" She checked herself. "All the papers say the city is badly governed, and that he is responsible. And now he is going to fight his own son. The more I think about it, the more I understand about Aunt Elinor. Mother, where do they live?" Grace looked apprehensively toward the door. "You are not allowed to visit her." "You do." "That's different, and I only go once or twice a year." "Just because she married a poor man, a man whose father—" "Not at all. That is all dead and buried. He is a very dangerous man. He is running a socialist newspaper, and now he is inciting the millmen to strike. He is preaching terrible things. I haven't been there for months." "What do you mean by terrible things, mother?" "Your father says it amounts to a revolution. I believe he calls it a general strike. I don't really know much about it." Lily pondered that. "Socialism isn't a revolution, mother, is it? But even then, is all this because grandfather drove his father to—" "I wish you wouldn't, Lily. Of course it is not that. I dare say he believes what he preaches. He ought to be put into jail. Why the country lets such men go around preaching sedition, I don't understand." Lily remembered something else Willie Cameron had said, and promptly repeated it. "We had a muzzled press during the war," she said. "And now we've got free speech. And one's as bad as the other. She must love him terribly, mother," she added. But Grace harked back to Suzette, and the last of the Cardews harked with her. Later on people dropped in, and Lily made a real attempt to get back into her old groove, but that night when she went upstairs to her bedroom, with its bright fire, its bed neatly turned down, her dressing gown and slippers laid out, the shaded lamps shining on the gold and ivory of her dressing table, she was conscious of a sudden homesickness. Homesickness for her bare little room in the camp barracks, for other young lives, noisy, chattering, often rather silly, occasionally unpleasant, but young. Radiantly, vitally young. The great house with its stillness and decorum oppressed her. There was no youth in it, save hers. She went to her window and looked out. Years ago, like Elinor, she had watched the penitentiary walls from that window, with their endlessly pacing sentries, and had grieved for those men who might look up at the sky, or down at the earth, but never out and across, to see the spring trees, for instance, or the children playing on the grass. She remembered the story about Jim Doyle's escape, too. He had dug a perilous way to freedom. Vaguely she wondered if he were not again digging a perilous way to freedom. Men seemed always to be wanting freedom, only they had so many different ideas of what freedom was. At the camp it had meant breaking bounds, balking the military police, doing forbidden things generally. Was that, after all, what freedom meant, to do the forbidden thing? Those people in Russia, for instance, who stole and burned and appropriated women in the name of freedom. Were law and order, then, irreconcilable with freedom? After she had undressed, she rang her bell, and Castle answered it. "Please find out if Ellen has gone to bed," she said. "If she has not, I would like to talk to her." The maid looked slightly surprised. "If it's your hair, Miss Lily, Mrs. Cardew has asked me to look after you until she has engaged a maid for you." "Not my hair," said Lily, cheerfully. "I rather like doing it myself. I just want to talk to Ellen." It was a bewildered and rather scandalized Castle who conveyed the message to Ellen. Chapter 7. "I wish you'd stop whistling that thing," said Miss Boyd irritably. "It makes me low in my mind." "Sorry," said Willie Cameron. "I do it because I'm low in my mind." "What are you low about?" Miss Boyd had turned toward the rear of the counter, where a mirror was pasted to a card above a box of chewing gum, and was carefully adjusting her hairnet. "Lady friend turned you down?" Willie Cameron glanced at her. "I'm low because I haven't got a lady friend, Miss Boyd." He held up a sheet of prescription paper and squinted at it. "Also because the medical profession writes with its feet, apparently. I've done everything to this except dip it in acid. I've had it pinned to the wall, and tried glancing at it as I went past. Sometimes you can surprise them that way. But it does no good. I'm going to take it home and dream on it, like bride's cake. They're awful, aren't they? When I get into the legislature," said Willie Cameron, "I'm going to have a bill passed compelling doctors to use typewriters. Take this, now. Read upside down, it's horse liniment. Read upside up, it's poison. And it's for internal use." "What do you mean you haven't got a lady friend?" "The exact and cruel truth." He smiled at her, and had Miss Boyd been more discerning she might have seen that the smile was slightly forced. Also that his eyes were somewhat sunken in his head. Which might, of course, have been due to too much political economy and history, and the eminent divines on Sunday evenings. Miss Boyd, however, was not discerning, and moreover she was summoning her courage to a certain point. "Why don't you ask me to go to the movies some night?" she said. "I like the movies, and I get sick of going alone." "My dear child," observed Willie Cameron, "if that young man in the sack suit who comes in to see you every day were 3 inches shorter and 20 pounds lighter, I'd ask you this minute." "Oh, him," said Miss Boyd, with a self-conscious smile. "I'm through with him. He's a Bolshevik." "He has the Bolshevist possessive eye," agreed Willie Cameron readily. "Does he know you are through with him?"
because that's important too. You may know it, and I may know it, but if he doesn't know it..."
"Why don't you say right out you don't want to take me?"
Willie Cameron's chivalrous soul was suddenly shocked. To his horror he saw tears in Miss Boyd's eyes. "I'm just a plain idiot, Miss Edith," he said. "I was only fooling. It will mean a lot to me to have a nice girl to go with to the movies, or anywhere else. We'll make it tonight, if that suits you, and I'll take a look through the neighborhood at noon and see what's worthwhile." The Eagle Pharmacy was a small one in a quiet neighborhood. During the entire day, and for 3 evenings a week, Mr. William Wallace Cameron ran it almost single-handed, having only the preoccupied assistance of Miss Boyd in the candy and fancy goods. At the noon and dinner hours, and 4 evenings a week, he was relieved by the owner, Mr. Davis, a tired little man with large projecting ears and worried childlike eyes, who was nursing an invalid wife at home. The pathetic little man, carrying home with unbounded faith day after day bottles of liquid foods and beef capsules, and making wistful comments on them when he returned. "She couldn't seem to keep that last stuff down, Mr. Cameron," he would say. "I'll try something else." And he would stand before his shelves, eyes upturned, searching, eliminating, choosing. Miss Boyd attended to the general merchandise, sold stationery and perfumes, candy and fancy soaps, and in the intervals surveyed the world that lay beyond the plate glass windows with shrewd, sophisticated young eyes. "The new doctor across the street is getting busier," she would say. Or, "The people in 42 have got a Ford. They haven't got room for a garage, either. Probably have to leave it out at nights." Her sophistication was kindly in the main. She combined it with an easy tolerance of weakness, and an invincible and cheery romanticism, as Willie Cameron discovered the night they first went to a moving picture theater together. She frankly wept and joyously laughed, and now and then, delighted at catching some film subtlety and fearful that he would miss it, she would nudge him with her elbow. "What do you think of that?" she would say. "Do you get it? He thinks he's getting her, Alice Joyce, you know, on the telephone, and it's a private wire to the gang." She was rather quiet after that particular speech. Then she added, "I know a place that's got a secret telephone." But he was absorbed in the picture, and made no comment on that. She seemed rather relieved. Once or twice she placed an excited hand on his knee. He was very uncomfortable until she removed it, because he had a helpless sort of impression that she was not so unconscious of it as she appeared. Time had been, and not so long ago, when he might have reciprocated her little advance in the spirit in which it was offered, might have taken the hand and held it, out of the sheer joy of youth and proximity. But there was nothing of the philanderer in the Willie Cameron who sat beside Edith Boyd that night in body, while in spirit he was in another state, walking with his slight limp over crisp snow and sodden mud, but through magic lands, to the little moving picture theater at the camp. Would he ever see her again? Ever again? And if he did, what good would it be? He roused himself when they started toward her home. The girl was chattering happily. She adored Douglas Fairbanks. She knew a girl who had written for his picture, but who didn't get one. She wouldn't do a thing like that. "Did they really say things when they moved their lips?" "I think they do," said Willie Cameron. "When that chap was talking over the telephone, I could tell what he was saying by... Look here, what did you mean when you said you knew of a place that has a secret telephone?" "I was only talking." "No house has any business with a secret telephone," he said virtuously. "Oh, forget it. I say a lot of things I don't mean." He was a little puzzled, and rather curious, but not at all disturbed. "Well, how did you get to know about it?" "I tell you, I was only talking." He let it drop at that. The street crowds held and interested him. He liked to speculate about them, what life meant to them, in work and love and play, to what they were going on such hurrying feet. A country boy, the haste of the city impressed him. "Why do they hurry so?" he demanded, almost irritably. "Hurrying home, most of them, because they've got to get up in the morning and go to work." "Do you ever wonder about the homes they are hurrying to?" "Me? I don't wonder. I know. Most of them have to move fast to keep up with the rent." "I don't mean houses," he explained patiently. "I mean, a house isn't a home." "You bet it isn't." It's the families I'm talking about. In a small town you know all about people, who they live with, and all that. He was laboriously talking down to her. But here... He saw that she was not interested. Something he had said started an unpleasant train of thought in her mind. She was walking faster, and frowning slightly. To cheer her, he said, "I am keeping an eye out for the large young man in the sack suit, you know. If he jumps me, just yell for the police, will you? Because I'll probably not be able to." "I wish you'd let me forget him." "I will. The question is, will he?" But he saw that the subject was unpleasant. "We'll have to do this again. It's been mighty nice of you to come." "You'll have to ask me the next time." "I certainly will. But I think I'd better let your family look me over first, just so they'll know that I don't customarily steal the silver spoons when I'm asked out to dinner. Or anything like that. We're just folks." "So am I, awfully. Folks. And pretty lonely folks at that. Something like that pup that has adopted me, only worse. He's got me, but I haven't anybody." "You'll not be lonely long." She glanced up at him. "That's cheering. Why?" "Well, you are the sort that makes friends," she said rather vaguely. "That crowd that drops into the shop on the evenings you're there, they're crazy about you. They like to hear you talk. Great Scott! I suppose I've been orating all over the place." "No, but you've got ideas. You give them something to think about when they go home. I wish I had a mind like yours." He was so astonished that he stopped dead on the pavement. "My Scottish blood," he said despondently. "A Scot is always a reformer and a preacher in his heart. I used to orate to my mother, but she liked it. She is a Scot, too. Besides, it put her to sleep. But I thought I'd outgrown it." "You don't make speeches. I didn't mean that." But he was very crestfallen during the remainder of the way, and rather silent. He wondered, that night before he went to bed, if he had been didactic to Lily Cardew. He had aired his opinions to her at length, he knew. He groaned as he took off his coat, in his cold little room at the boarding house which lodged and fed him, both indifferently, for the sum of $12 per week. Jinx, the little hybrid dog, occupied the seat of his one comfortable chair. He eyed the animal somberly. "Hereafter, old man," he said, "when I feel a spell of oratory coming on, you will have to be the audience." He took his dressing gown down from a nail behind the door and commenced to put it on. Then he took it off again, and wrapped the dog in it. "I can read in bed, which you can't," he observed. "Only I can't help thinking, with all this town to pick from, you might have chosen a fellow with 2 dressing gowns and 2 chairs." He was extremely quiet all the next day. Miss Boyd could hear him behind the partition with its "Please Keep Out" sign, fussing with bottles and occasionally whistling to himself. Once it was the "Long, Long Trail," and a moment later he appeared in his doorway, grinning. "Sorry," he said. "I've got into the habit of thinking to the fool thing. Won't do it again." "You must be thinking hard." "I am," he replied grimly, and disappeared. She could hear the slight unevenness of his steps as he moved about, but there was no more whistling. Edith Boyd leaned both elbows on the top of a showcase, and fell into a profound and troubled thought. Mostly her thoughts were of Willie Cameron, but some of them were for herself. Up dreary and sordid bypaths her mind wandered. She was facing ugly facts for the first time, and a little shudder of disgust shook her. He wanted to meet her family. He was a gentleman, and he wanted to meet her family. Well, he could meet them all right, and maybe he would understand then that she had never had a chance. In all her young life no man had ever proposed letting her family look him over. Hardly ever had they visited her at home, and when they did, seemed always glad to get away. She had met them on street corners, and slipped back alone, fearful of every creak of the old staircase, and her mother's querulous voice calling to her. "Edie, where have you been all this time?" And she had lied. How she had lied. "I'm through with all that," she resolved. "It wasn't any fun anyhow. I'm sick of hating myself." Some time later Willie Cameron heard the telephone ring, and taking pad and pencil started forward. But Miss Boyd was at the telephone, conducting a personal conversation. "No," No, I think not. Look here, Lou. I've said no twice." There was a rather lengthy silence while she listened. Then, "You might as well have it straight, Lou. I'm through. No, I'm not sick. I'm just through. I wouldn't. What's the use?" Willie Cameron, retreating into his lair, was unhappily conscious that the girl was on the verge of tears. He puzzled over the situation for some time. His immediate instinct was to help any troubled creature, and it had dawned on him that this composed young lady who manicured her nails out of a pasteboard box during the slack portion of every day was troubled. In his abstraction he commenced again his melancholy refrain, and a moment later she appeared in the doorway. "Oh, for mercy's sake, stop," she said. She was very pale. "Look here, Miss Edith, you come in here and tell me what's wrong. Here's a chair. Now sit down and talk it out. It helps a lot to get things off your chest." "There's nothing the matter with me. And if the boss comes in here and finds me—" Quite suddenly she put her head down on the back of the chair and began to cry. He was frightfully distressed. He poured some aromatic ammonia into a medicine glass, and picking up her limp hand, closed her fingers around it. "Drink that," he ordered. She shook her head. "I'm not sick," she said. "I'm only a fool." "If that fellow said anything over the telephone—" She looked up drearily. "It wasn't him. He doesn't matter. It's just, I got to hating myself." She stood up and carefully dabbed her eyes. "Heavens, I must be a sight. Now don't you get thinking things, Mr. Cameron. Girls can't go out and fight off a temper or get full and sleep it off. So they cry." Some time later he glanced out at her. She was standing before the little mirror above the chewing gum, carefully rubbing her cheeks with a small red pad. After that she reached into the showcase, got out a lip pencil, and touched her lips. "You're pretty enough without all that, Miss Edith." "You mind your own business," she retorted acidly. End of chapters 6 and 7. Chapters 8 and 9 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Lily had known Alston Denslow most of her life. The children of the group of families which formed the moneyed aristocracy of the city knew only their own small circle. They met at dancing classes, where governesses and occasionally mothers sat around the walls, while the little girls in handmade white frocks of exquisite simplicity, their shining hair drawn back and held by ribbon bows, made their prim little dip at the door before entering, and the boys, in white Eton collars and gleaming pumps, bowed from the waist and then dived for the masculine corner of the long room. No little girl ever intruded on that corner, although now and then a brave spirit among the boys would wander, with assumed unconsciousness but ears rather pink, to the opposite corner where the little girls were grouped like white butterflies milling in the sun. The pianist struck a chord, and the children lined up, the girls on one side, the boys on the other, a long line, with Mrs. Van Buren in the center. Another chord, rather a long one. Mrs. Van Buren curtsied to the girls. The line dipped, wavered, recovered itself. Mrs. Van Buren turned. Another chord. The boys bent, rather too much, from the waist, while Mrs. Van Buren swept another deep curtsy. The music now very definite as to time. Glide and short step to the right. Glide and short step to the left. Dancing school had commenced. Outside were long lines of motors waiting. The governesses chatted and sometimes embroidered. Mademoiselle tatted. Alton Denslow was generally known as Pink, but the origin of the name was shrouded in mystery. As Pink, he had learned to waltz at the dancing class, at a time when he was more attentive to the step than to the music that accompanied it. As Pink Denslow, he had played on a scrub team at Harvard, and got 2 broken ribs for his trouble, and as Pink he now paid intermittent visits to the Denslow Bank between the hunting season in October and polo at Eastern Fields and in California. At 23 he was still the boy of the dancing class, very careful at parties to ask his hostess to dance, and not noticeably upset when she did, having arranged to be cut in on the end of the second round.
Pink could not remember when he had not been in love with Lily Cardew. There had been other girls, of course, times when Lily seemed far away from Cambridge, and some other fair charmer was near. But he had always known there was only Lily. Once or twice he would have become engaged, had it not been for that. He was a blond boy, squarely built, good-looking without being handsome, and on rainy Sundays, when there was no golf, he went quite cheerfully to St. Peter's with his mother, and watched a pretty girl in the choir. He wished at those times that he could sing. A pleasant cumberer of the earth, he had wrapped his talents in a napkin and buried them by the wayside, and promptly forgotten where they were. He was to find them later on, however, not particularly rusty, and he increased them rather considerably before he got through. It was this pleasant cumberer of the earth, then, who on the morning after Lily's return stopped his car before the Cardew house and got out. Immediately following his descent he turned, took a square white box from the car, ascended the steps, settled his neck in his collar and his tie around it, and rang the bell. The second man hastily buttoned into his coat, and with a faint odor of silver polish about him, opened the door. Pink gave him his hat, but retained the box firmly. "Mrs. Cardew and Miss Cardew at home?" he asked. "Yes?" "Then you might tell Grayson I'm here to luncheon. Unless the family is lunching out?" "Yes, sir," said the footman. "No, sir. They are lunching at home." Pink sauntered into the library. He was not so easy as his manner indicated. One never knew about Lily. Sometimes she was in a mood when she seemed to think a man funny, and not to be taken seriously. And when she was serious, which was the way he liked her, he rather lacked humor. She was never serious about him or herself. It had been religion once, he remembered. She had wanted to know if he believed in the 39 Articles, and because he had seen them in the back of the prayer book, where they certainly would not be if there was not authority for them, he had said he did. "Well, I don't," said Lily. And there had been rather a bad half hour, because he had felt that he had to stick to his 39 guns, whatever they were. He had finished on a rather desperate note of appeal. "See here, Lily," he had said. "Why do you bother your head about such things, anyhow?" "Because I've got a head, and I want to use it." "Life's too short." "Eternity's pretty long. Do you believe in eternity?" And there they were off again, and of course old Anthony had come in after that, and had wanted to know about his Aunt Marcia, and otherwise had shown every indication of taking root on the hearth rug. Pink was afraid of Anthony. He felt like a stammering fool when Anthony was around. That was why he had invited himself to luncheon. Old Anthony lunched at his club. When he heard Lily coming down the stairs, Pink's honest heart beat somewhat faster. A good many times in France, but particularly on the ship coming back, he had thought about this meeting. In France a fellow had a lot of distractions, and Lily had seemed as dear as ever, but extremely remote. But once turned toward home, and she had filled the entire western horizon. The other men had seen sunsets there, and sometimes a ship or a school of porpoises. But Pink had seen only Lily. She came in. The dear old girl. The beautiful, wonderful, dear old girl. The Pink. Hello, Lily." "Why, Pink, you're a man." "What do you think I'd be? A girl?" "You've grown." "Oh, now see here, Lily, I quit growing years ago." "And to think you are back all right. I was so worried, Pink." He flushed at that. "Needn't have worried," he said rather thickly. "Didn't get to the front until just before the end. My show was made a labor division in the south of France. If you laugh, I'll take my flowers and go home." "Why, Pink, dear, I wouldn't laugh for anything. And it was the man behind the lines who—" "Won the war," he finished for her, rather grimly. "All right, Lily, we've heard it before. Anyhow, it's all done and over. And I brought gardenias and violets. You used to like 'em." "It was dear of you to remember." "Couldn't help remembering. No credit to me. You were always on my mind." She was busily unwrapping the box. "Always," he repeated unsteadily. "What gorgeous things!" She buried her face in them. "Did you hear what I said, Lily?" "Yes, and it's sweet of you. Now sit down and tell me about things. I've got a lot to tell you, too."
He had a sort of quiet obstinacy, however, and he did not sit down. When she had done so, he stood in front of her, looking down at her. "You've been in a camp, I know that. I heard it over there. And Devereux wrote me. It worried me because we had girls in the camps over there, and every one of them had a string of suitors a mile long." "Well, I didn't," said Lily, spiritedly. Then she laughed. He had been afraid she would laugh. "Oh, Pink, how dear and funny and masculine you are. I have a perfectly uncontrollable desire to kiss you." Which she did, to his amazement and consternation. Nothing she could have done would more effectually have shown him the hopelessness of his situation than that sisterly impulse. "Good Lord," he gasped. "Grayson's in the hall." "If he comes in I shall probably do it again. Pink, you darling child, you are still the little boy at Mrs. Van Buren's, and if you would only purse your lips and count 1, 2, 3. Are you staying to luncheon?" He was suffering terribly. Also, he felt strangely empty inside, because something that he had carried around with him for a long time seemed to have suddenly moved out and left a vacancy. "Thanks, I think not, Lily. I've got a lot to do today." She sat very still. She had had to do it, had to show him, somehow, that she loved him without loving him as he wanted her to. She had acted on impulse, on an impulse born of intention, but she had hurt him. It was in every line of his rigid body and set face. "You're not angry, Pink dear?" "There's nothing to be angry about," he said stolidly. "Things have been going on, with me, and staying where they've always been with you. That's all. I'm not very keen, you know, and I used to think. Your people like me. I mean, they wouldn't. Everybody likes you, Pink." "Well, I'll trot along." He moved a step, hesitated. "Is there anybody else, Lily?" "Nobody." "You won't mind if I hang around a bit, then? You can always send me off when you are sick of me. Which you couldn't if you were fool enough to marry me." "Whoever does marry you, dear, will be a lucky woman." In the end he stayed to luncheon, and managed to eat a very fair one. But he had little lapses into silence, and Grace Cardew drew her own shrewd conclusions. "He's such a nice boy, Lily," she said after he had gone. "And your grandfather would like it. In a way, I think he expects it." "I'm not going to marry to please him, mother." "But you are fond of Alston." "I want to marry a man, mother. Pink is a boy. He will always be a boy. He doesn't think, he just feels. He is fine and loyal and honest, but I would loathe him in a month." "I wish," said Grace Cardew unhappily, "I wish you had never gone to that camp." All afternoon Lily and Grace shopped. Lily was fitted into shining evening gowns, into bright little afternoon frocks, into Paris wraps. The Cardew name was whispered through the shops, and great piles of exotic things were brought in for Grace's critical eye. Lily's own attitude was joyously carefree. Long lines of models walked by, draped in furs, in satins and velvet and chiffon, tall girls, most of them, with hair carefully dressed, faces delicately tinted, and that curious forward thrust at the waist, and slight advancement of one shoulder, that gave them an air of languorous indifference. "The only way I could get that twist," Lily confided to her mother, "would be to stand that way and be done up in plaster of Paris. It is the most abandoned thing I ever saw." Grace was shocked, and said so. Sometimes, during the few hours since her arrival, Lily had wondered if her year's experiences had coarsened her. There were so many times when her mother raised her eyebrows. She knew that she had changed, that the granddaughter of old Anthony Cardew, who had come back from the war, was not the girl who had gone away. She had gone away amazingly ignorant. What little she had known of life she had learned away at school. But even there she had not realized the possibility of wickedness and vice in the world. One of the girls had run away with a music master who was married, and her name was forbidden to be mentioned. That was wickedness like blasphemy, and a crime against the Holy Ghost. She had never heard of prostitution. Near the camp there was a district with a bad name, and the girls of her organization were forbidden to so much as walk in that direction. It took her a long time to understand, and she suffered horribly when she did. There were the depths of wickedness, then, and of abasement like that in the world. It was a bad world, a cruel, sordid world. She did not want to live in it. She had had to reorganize all her ideas of life after that. At first she was flamingly indignant. God had made his world clean and beautiful, and covered it with flowers and trees that grew, cleanly begotten, from the earth. Why had he not stopped there? Why had he soiled it with passion and lust? It was a little Red Cross nurse who helped her, finally. "Very well," she said. "I see what you mean. But trees and flowers are not God's most beautiful gift to the world." "I think they are." "No, it is love." "I am not talking about love," said Lily, flushing. "Oh, yes, you are. You have never loved, have you? You are talking of one of the many things that go to make up love, and out of that one phase of love comes the most wonderful thing in the world. He gives us the child." And again, "All bodies are not whole, and not all souls. It is wrong to judge life by its exceptions, or love by its perversions, Lily." It had been the little nurse, finally, who cured her, for she secured Lily's removal to that shady house on a by street, where the tragedies of unwise love and use sought sanctuary. There were prayers there, morning and evening. They knelt, those girls, in front of their little wooden chairs, and by far the great majority of them quite simply laid their burdens before God, and with an equal simplicity felt that he would help them out. "We have erred and strayed from thy ways like lost sheep. We have followed too much the devices and desires of our own hearts. We have offended against thy holy laws. Restore thou those who are penitent, according to thy promises. And grant, O most merciful Father, that we may hereafter live a godly, righteous, and sober life." After a time Lily learned something that helped her. The soul was greater and stronger than the body and the mind. The body failed. It sinned, but that did not touch the unassailable purity and simplicity of the soul. The soul which lived on was always clean. For that reason there was no hell. Lily rose and buttoned her coat. Grace was fastening her sables and making a delayed decision in satins. "Mother, I've been thinking it over. I am going to see Aunt Elinor." Grace waited until the saleswoman had moved away. "I don't like it, Lily." "I was thinking, while we were ordering all that stuff. She is a Cardew, mother. She ought to be having that sort of thing. And just because grandfather hates her husband, she hasn't anything." "That is rather silly, dear. They are not in want. I believe he is quite flourishing." "She is father's sister. And she is a good woman. We treat her like a leper." Grace was weakening. "If you take the car, your grandfather may hear of it." "I'll take a taxi." Grace followed her with uneasy eyes. For years she paid a price for peace, and not a small price. She had placed her pride on the domestic altar, and had counted it a worthy sacrifice for Howard's sake. And she had succeeded. She knew Anthony Cardew had never forgiven her, and would never like her, but he gave her now and then the tribute of a grudging admiration. And now Lily had come home, a new and different Lily, with her father's lovableness and his father's obstinacy. Already Grace saw in the girl the beginning of a passionate protest against things as they were. Perhaps, had Grace given to Lily the great love of her life, instead of to Howard, she might have understood her less clearly. As it was, she shivered slightly as she got into the limousine. Chapter 9. Lily Cardew inspected curiously the East Side neighborhood through which the taxi was passing. She knew vaguely that she was in the vicinity of one of the Cardew mills, but she had never visited any of the Cardew plants. She had never been permitted to do so. Perhaps the neighborhood would have impressed her more had she not seen, in the camp, that life can be stripped sometimes to its essentials and still have lost very little. But the dinginess depressed her. Smoke was in the atmosphere like a heavy fog. Soot lay on the window sills, and mingled with street dust to form little black whirlpools in the wind. Even the White River steamers, guiding their heavy laden coal barges with the current, were gray with soft coal smoke. The foam of the river falling in broken cataracts from their stern wheels was oddly white in contrast. Everywhere she began to see her own name. Cardew was on the ore hopper cars that were moving slowly along the railroad spur.
One of the steamers bore Anthony Cardew in tall black letters on its side. There was a narrow street called Cardew Way. Aunt Elinor lived on Cardew Way. She wondered if Aunt Elinor found that curious as she did. Did she resent these ever-present reminders of her lost family? Did she have any bitterness because the very grayness of her skies was making her hard old father richer and more powerful? Yet there was comfort, stability, and a certain dignity about Aunt Elinor's house when she reached it. It stood in the district, but not of it, withdrawn from the street in a small open space which gave indication of being a flower garden in summer. There were 2 large gaunt trees on either side of a brick walk, and that walk had been swept to the last degree of neatness. The steps were freshly scoured, and a small brass doorplate, like a doctor's sign, was as bright as rubbing could make it. "James Doyle," she read. Suddenly she was glad she had come. The little brick house looked anything but tragic, with its shining windows, its white curtains, and its evenly drawn shades. Through the windows on the right came a flickering light, warm and rosy. There must be a coal fire there. She loved a coal fire. She had braced herself to meet Aunt Elinor at the door, but an elderly woman opened it. "Mrs. Doyle is in," she said. "Just step inside." She did not ask Lily's name, but left her in the dark little hall and creaked up the stairs. Lily hesitated. Then, feeling that Aunt Elinor might not like to find her so unceremoniously received, she pushed open a door which was only partly closed and made a step into the room. Only then did she see that it was occupied. A man sat by the fire, reading. He was holding his book low, to get the light from the fire, and he turned slowly to glance at Lily. He had clearly expected someone else. Elinor, probably. "I beg your pardon," Lily said. "I'm calling on Mrs. Doyle, and when I saw the firelight." He stood up then, a tall, thin man, with close-cropped gray mustache, and heavy gray hair above a high, bulging forehead. She had never seen Jim Doyle, but Mademoiselle had once said that he had pointed ears, like a satyr. She had immediately recanted on finding Lily searching in a book for a picture of a satyr. This man had ears pointed at the top. Lily was too startled then to analyze his face, but later on she was to know well the high, intellectual forehead, the keen, sunken eyes, the full but firmly held mouth and pointed, satyr-like ears of that brilliant Irishman, cynic and arch scoundrel, Jim Doyle. He was inspecting her intently. "Please, come in," he said. "Did the maid take your name?" "No. I am Lily Cardew." "I see." He stood quite still, eyeing her. "You are Anthony's granddaughter." "Yes." "Just a moment." He went out, closing the door behind him, and she heard him going quickly up the stairs. A door closed above, and a weight settled down on the girl's heart. He was not going to let her see Aunt Elinor. She was frightened, but she was angry, too. She would not run away. She would wait until he came down, and if he was insolent, well, she could be haughty. She moved to the fire and stood there, slightly flushed, but very straight. She heard him coming down again almost immediately. He was outside the door. But he did not come in at once. She had a sudden impression that he was standing there, his hand on the knob, outlining what he meant to say to her when he showed the door to a hated Cardew. Afterwards she came to know how right that impression was. He was never spontaneous. He was a man who debated everything, calculated everything beforehand. When he came in, it was slowly, and with his head bent, as though he still debated within himself. Then, "I think I have a right to ask what Anthony Cardew's granddaughter is doing in my house." "Your wife's niece has come to call on her, Mr. Doyle." "Are you quite sure that is all?" "I assure you that is all," Lily said haughtily. "It had not occurred to me that you would be here." "I dare say. Still, strangely enough, I do spend a certain amount of time in my home." Lily picked up her muff. "If you have forbidden her to come down, I shall go." "Wait," he said slowly. "I haven't forbidden her to see you. I asked her to wait. I wanted a few moments. You see, it is not often that I have a Cardew in my house, and I am a selfish man." She hated him. She loathed his cold eyes, his long, slim white hands. She hated him until he fascinated her.
Sit down, and I will call Mrs. Doyle." He went out again, but this time it was the elderly maid who went up the stairs. Doyle himself came back and stood before her on the hearth rug. He was slightly smiling, and the look of uncertainty was gone. "Now that you've seen me, I'm not absolutely poisonous, am I, Miss Lily? You don't mind my calling you that, do you? You are my niece. You have been taught to hate me, of course." "Yes," said Lily, coldly. "By Jove, the truth from a Cardew. Then, that's an old habit of mine, damning the Cardews. I'll have to try to get over it, if they are going to re-establish family relations." He was laughing at her, Lily knew, and she flushed somewhat. "I wouldn't make too great an effort, then," she said. He smiled again, this time not unpleasantly, and suddenly he threw into his rich Irish voice an unexpected softness. No one knew better than Jim Doyle the uses of the human voice. "You mustn't mind me, Miss Lily. I have no reason to love your family, but I am very happy that you came here today. My wife has missed her people. If you'll run in like this now and then it will do her worlds of good. And if my being here is going to keep you away I can clear out." She rather liked him for that speech. He was totally unlike what she had been led to expect, and she felt a sort of resentment toward her family for misleading her. He was a gentleman on the surface, at least. He had not been over cordial at first, but then who could have expected cordiality under the circumstances? In Lily's defense, it should be said that the vicissitudes of Elinor's life with Doyle had been kept from her always. She had but two facts to go on. He had beaten her grandfather as a young man for a cause, and he held views as to labor which conflicted with those of her family. Months later, when she learned all the truth, it was too late. "Of course, your being here won't keep me away, if you care to have me come." He was all dignity and charm then. They needed youth in that quiet place. They ought all to be able to forget the past, which was done with anyhow. He showed her the first genuine interest she had found in her work at the camp, and before his unexpected geniality the girl opened like a flower. And all the time he was watching her with calculating eyes. He was a gambler with life, and he rather suspected that he had just drawn a valuable card. "Thank you," he said gravely, when she had finished. "You have done a lot to bridge the gulf that lies, I am sure you have noticed it, between the people who saw service in this war and those who stayed at home." Suddenly Lily saw that the gulf between her family and herself was just that, which was what he had intended. When Elinor came in they were absorbed in conversation, Lily flushed and eager, and her husband smiling, urbane, and genial. To Lily, Elinor Doyle had been for years a figure of mystery. She had not seen her for many years, and she had remembered a thin, girlish figure, tragic-eyed, which eternally stood by a window in her room, looking out. But here was a matronly woman, her face framed with soft, dark hair, with eyes like her father's, with Howard Cardew's ease of manner, too, but with a strange passivity, either of repression or of fires early burned out and never renewed. Lily was vaguely disappointed. Aunt Elinor, in soft gray silk, matronly, assured, unenthusiastically pleased to see her. Doyle himself cheerful and suave, the neat servant, the fire-lit, comfortable room. There was no drama in all that, no hint of mystery or tragedy. All the hatred at home for an impulsive assault of years ago, and this. "Lily, dear," Elinor said, and kissed her. "Why, Lily, you are a woman." "I am 20, Aunt Elinor." "Yes, of course. I keep forgetting. I live so quietly here that the days go by faster than I know." She put Lily back in her chair and glanced at her husband. "Is Louis coming to dinner, Jim?" "Yes." "I suppose you cannot stay, Lily?" "I ought to tell you, Aunt Elinor. Only mother knows that I am here." Aunt Elinor smiled her quiet smile. "I understand, dear. How are they all?" "Grandfather is very well. Father looks tired. There is some trouble at the mill, I think." Elinor glanced at Doyle, but he said nothing. "And your mother?" "She is well." Lily was commencing to have an odd conviction, which was that her Aunt Elinor was less glad to have her there than was Jim Doyle. He seemed inclined to make up for Elinor's lack of enthusiasm by his own.
He built up a larger fire and moved her chair near it. "Weather's raw," he said. "Sure you are comfortable now? And why not have dinner here? We have an interesting man coming, and we don't often have the chance to offer our guests a charming young lady."
"Lily only came home yesterday, Jim," Elinor observed. "Her own people will want to see something of her. Besides, they do not know she is here."
Lily felt slightly chilled. For years she had espoused her Aunt Elinor's cause. In the early days she had painfully hemstitched a small handkerchief each fall and had sent it, with much secrecy, to Aunt Elinor's varying addresses at Christmas. She had felt a childish resentment of Elinor Doyle's martyrdom. And now... "Her father and grandfather are dining out tonight." Had Lily looked up, she would have seen Doyle's eyes fixed on his wife, ugly and menacing.
"Dining out?"
Lily glanced at him in surprise. "There is a dinner tonight for the..." He checked himself. "The steel manufacturers are having a meeting," he finished. "I believe to discuss me, among other things. Amazing the amount of discussion my simple opinions bring about." Elinor Doyle, unseen, made a little gesture of despair and surrender.
"I hope you will stay, Lily," she said. "You can telephone if you like. I don't see you often, and there is so much I want to ask you."
In the end, Lily agreed. She would find out from Grayson if the men were really dining out, and if they were, Grayson would notify her mother that she was staying. She did not quite know herself why she had accepted, unless it was because she was bored and restless at home. Perhaps, too, the lure of doing a forbidden thing influenced her subconsciously, the thought that her grandfather would detest it. She had not forgiven him for the night before. Jim Doyle left her in the back hall at the telephone, and returned to the sitting room, closing the door behind him. His face was set and angry. "I thought I told you to be pleasant."
"I tried, Jim. You must remember I hardly know her."
She got up and placed her hand on his arm, but he shook it off.
"I don't understand, Jim, and I wish you wouldn't. What good is it?"
"I've told you what I want. I want that girl to come here, and to like coming here. That's plain, isn't it? But if you're going to sit with a frozen face... She'll be useful. Useful as hell to a preacher."
"I can't use my family that way."
"You and your family? Now listen, Elinor. This isn't a matter of the Cardews and me. It may be nothing, but it may be a big thing. I hardly know yet." His voice trailed off. He stood with his head bent, lost in those eternal calculations with which Elinor Doyle was so familiar. The doorbell rang, and was immediately followed by the opening and closing of the front door. From her station at the telephone, Lily Cardew saw a man come in, little more than a huge black shadow, which placed a hat on the stand, and then, striking a match, lighted the gas overhead. In the illumination he stood before the mirror, smoothing back his shining black hair. Then he saw her, stared, and retreated into the sitting room.
"Got company, I see."
"My niece, Lily Cardew," said Doyle dryly. The gentleman seemed highly amused. Evidently he considered Lily's presence in the house in the nature of a huge joke. He was conveying this by pantomime, in deference to the open door, when Doyle nodded toward Elinor. "It's customary to greet your hostess, Louis."
"Easiest thing I do," boasted the new arrival cheerily. "'Lo, Mrs. Doyle. Is our niece going to dine with us?"
"I don't know yet, Mr. Akers," she said without warmth. Louis Akers knew quite well that Elinor did not like him, and the thought amused him, the more so since as a rule women liked him rather too well. Deep in his heart he respected Jim Doyle's wife, and sometimes feared her. He respected her because she had behind her traditions of birth and wealth, things he professed to despise but secretly envied. He feared her because he trusted no woman, and she knew too much. She loved Jim Doyle, but he had watched her, and he knew that sometimes she hated Doyle also. He knew that could be because there had been women he had both loved and hated himself. Elinor had gone out, and Akers sat down. "Well," he said in a lowered tone, "I've written it." Doyle closed the door and stood again with his head lowered, considering. "You'd better look over it," continued Lou. "I don't want to be jailed. You're better at skating over thin ice than I am. And I've been thinking over the prohibition matter, Jim.
In a sense you're right. It will make them sullen and angry, but they won't go the limit without booze. I'd advise caching a lot of it somewhere to be administered when needed."
Doyle returned to his old place on the hearth rug, still thoughtful. He had paid no attention to Akers' views on prohibition, nor to the paper laid upon the desk in the center of the room.
"Do you know that girl in the hall will be worth $40 million some day?" "Some money," said Akers calmly. "Which reminds me, Jim, that I've got to have a raise, and pretty soon." "You've got plenty, if you'd leave women alone." "Tell them to leave me alone, then," said Akers, stretching out his long legs. "All right, we'll talk about that after dinner. What about this 40 millions?"
Doyle looked at him quickly. Akers' speech about women had crystallized the vague plans which Lily's arrival had suddenly given rise to. He gave the young man a careful scrutiny, from his handsome head to his feet, and smiled. It had occurred to him that the Cardew family would loathe a man of Louis Akers' type with an entire and wholehearted loathing.
"You might try to make her have a pleasant evening," he suggested dryly. "And to do that, it might be as well to remember a number of things, one of which is that she is accustomed to the society of gentlemen." "All right, old dear," said Akers, without resentment. "She hates her grandfather like poison," Doyle went on. "She doesn't know it, but she does. A little education, and it is just possible. Get Olga. I'm no kindergarten teacher. You haven't seen her in the light yet."
Louis Akers smiled and carefully settled his tie. Like Doyle, Akers loved the game of life, and he liked playing for high stakes. He had joined forces with Doyle because the game was dangerous and exciting, rather than because of any real conviction. Doyle had a fanatic faith with all his calculation, but Louis Akers had only calculation and ambition. A practicing attorney in the city, a specialist in union law openly, a Red in secret, he played his triple game shrewdly and with zest. Doyle turned to go, then stopped and came back. "I was forgetting something," he said slowly. "What possessed you to take that Boyd girl to the Searing Building the other night?" "Who told you that?" "Woslosky saw you coming out." "I had left something there," Akers said sullenly. "That's the truth, whether you believe it or not. I wasn't there 2 minutes." "You're a fool, Louis," Doyle said coldly. "You'll play that game once too often. What happens to you is your own concern, but what may happen to me is mine. And I'll take mighty good care it doesn't happen." Doyle was all unction and hospitality when he met Lily in the hall. At dinner he was brilliant, witty, the gracious host. Akers played up to him. At the foot of the table Elinor sat, outwardly passive, inwardly puzzled, and watched Lily. She knew the contrast the girl must be drawing between the bright little meal, with its simple service and clever talk, and those dreary formal dinners at home, when old Anthony sometimes never spoke at all, or again used his caustic tongue like a scourge. Elinor did not hate her father. He was simply no longer her father. As for Howard, she had had a childish affection for him, but he had gone away early to school, and she hardly knew him. But she did not want his child here, drinking in as she was, without clearly understanding what they meant, Doyle's theories of unrest and revolution. "You will find that I am an idealist in a way," he was saying. "That is, if you come often. I hope you will, by the way. I am perpetually dissatisfied with things as they are, and wanting them changed. With the single exception of my wife," he bowed to Elinor, "and this little party, which is delightful." "Are you a socialist?" Lily demanded, in her direct way. "Well, you might call it that. I go a bit further." "Don't talk politics, Jim," Elinor hastily interposed. He caught her eye and grinned. "I'm not talking politics, my dear." He turned to Lily, smiling. "For one thing, I don't believe that anyone should have a lot of money, so that a taxicab could remain ticking away fabulous sums, while a charming young lady dines at her leisure." He smiled again. "Would it be a lot?" Lily asked. "I thought I'd better keep him because—" She hesitated. "Because this neighborhood is unlikely to have a cab stand. You were entirely right. But I can see that you won't like my idealistic community.
You see, in it everybody will have enough, and nobody will have too much." "Don't take him too seriously, Miss Cardew," said Akers, bending forward. "You and I know that there isn't such a thing as too much." Elinor changed the subject. As a girl she had drawn rather well, and she had retained her interest in that form of art. There was an exhibition in town of colored drawings. Lily should see them. But Jim Doyle countered her move. "I forgot to mention," he said, "that in this ideal world we were discussing the arts will flourish. Not at once, of course, because the artists will be fighting." "Fighting?" "Per aspera ad astra," put in Louis Akers. "You cannot change a world in a day without revolution." "But you don't believe that revolution is ever worth while, do you?" "If it would drive starvation and wretchedness from the world, yes." Lily found Louis Akers interesting. Certainly he was very handsome. And after all, why should there be misery and hunger in the world? There must be enough for all. It was hardly fair, for instance, that she should have so much, and others scarcely anything. Only it was like thinking about religion. You didn't get anywhere with it. You wanted to be good and tried to be. And you wanted to love God, only he seemed so far away, mostly. And even that was confusing, because you prayed to God to be forgiven for wickedness, but it was to his Son, our Lord, one went for help in trouble. One could be sorry for the poor, and even give away all one had, but that would only help a few. It would have to be that everyone who had too much would give up all but what he needed. Lily tried to put that into words. "Exactly," said Jim Doyle. "Only in my new world we realize that there would be a few craven spirits who might not willingly give up what they have. In that case it would be taken from them." "And that is what you call revolution?" "Precisely." "But that's not revolution. It is a sort of justice, isn't it?" "You think very straight, young lady," said Jim Doyle. He had a fascinating theory of individualism, too. No man should impose his will, and no community its laws, on the individual. Laws were for slaves. Ethics were better than laws to control. "Although," he added urbanely, "I dare say it might be difficult to convert Mr. Anthony Cardew to such a belief." While Louis Akers saw Lily to her taxicab that night, Doyle stood in the hall, waiting. He was very content with his evening's work. "Well?" he said when Akers returned. "Merry as a marriage bell. I'm to show her to the Brunelleschi drawings tomorrow." Slightly flushed, he smoothed his hair in front of the mirror over the stand. "She's a nice child," he said. In his eyes was the look of the hunting animal that scents food. End of chapters 8 and 9. Chapters 10 and 11 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Lily did not sleep very well that night. She was repentant, for one thing, for her mother's evening alone, and for the anxiety in her face when she arrived. "I've been so worried," she said. "I was afraid your grandfather would get back before you did." "I'm sorry, mother dear. I know it was selfish. But I've had a wonderful evening." "Wonderful?" "All sorts of talk," Lily said, and hesitated. After all, her mother would not understand, and it would only make her uneasy. "I suppose it is rank hearsay to say it, but I like Mr. Doyle." "I detest him." "But you don't know him, do you?" "I know he is stirring up all sorts of trouble for us. Lily, I want you to promise not to go back there." There was a little silence. A small feeling of rebellion was rising in the girl's heart. "I don't see why. She is my own aunt." "Will you promise?" "Please don't ask me, mother. Oh, don't you understand? It is interesting there, that's all. It isn't wrong to go. And the moment you forbid it, you make me want to go back." "Were there any other people there to dinner?" Grace asked, with sudden suspicion. "Only one man, a lawyer named Akers." The name meant nothing to Grace Cardew. "A young man?" "Not very young. In his 30s, I should think." Lily hesitated again.
She had meant to tell her mother of the engagement for the next day, but Grace's attitude made it difficult. To be absolutely forbidden to meet Louis Akers at the gallery, and to be able to give no reason beyond the fact that she had met him at the Doyle house, seemed absurd. "A gentleman? I hardly know," Lily said frankly. "In your sense of the word, perhaps not, Mother. But he is very clever." Grace Cardew sighed and picked up her book. She never retired until Howard came in. And Lily went upstairs, uneasy and a little defiant. She must live her own life somehow, have her own friends, think her own thoughts. The quiet tyranny of the family was again closing down on her. It would squeeze her dry in the end, as it had her mother and Aunt Eleanor. She stood for a time by her window, looking out at the city. Behind her was her warm, luxurious room, her deep, soft bed. Yet all through the city there were those who did not sleep warm and soft. Close by, perhaps, in that deteriorated neighborhood, there were children that very night going to bed hungry. Because things had always been like that, should they always be so? Wasn't Mr. Doyle right after all? Only he went very far. You couldn't, for instance, take from a man the thing he had earned. What about the people who did not try to earn? She rather thought she would be clearer about it if she talked to Willie Cameron. She went to bed at last, a troubled young thing in a soft white nightgown, passionately in revolt against the injustice which gave to her so much and to others so little. And against that quiet domestic tyranny which was forcing her to her first deceit. Yet the visit to the gallery was innocuous enough. Louis Akers met her there and carefully made the rounds with her. Then he suggested tea and chose a quiet tea room and a corner. "I'll tell you something now it's over," he said, his bold eyes fixed on hers. "I loathe galleries and pictures. I wanted to see you again, that's all. You see, I am starting in by being honest with you." She was rather uncomfortable. "Why don't you like pictures?" "Because they are only imitations of life. I like life." He pushed his teacup away. "I don't want tea, either. Tea was an excuse, too." He smiled at her. "Perhaps you don't like honesty," he said. "If you don't, you won't care for me." She was too inexperienced to recognize the gulf between frankness and effrontery, but he made her vaguely uneasy. He knew so many things, and yet he was so obviously not quite a gentleman, in her family's sense of the word. He had a curious effect on her, too, one that she resented. He made her insistently conscious of her sex. And of his. His very deference had something of restraint about it. She thought, trying to drink her tea quietly, that he might be very terrible if he loved anyone. There was a sort of repressed fierceness behind his suavity. But he interested her, and he was undeniably handsome, not in her father's way, but with high-colored, almost dramatic good looks. There could be no doubt, too, that he was interested in her. He rarely took his eyes off hers. Afterwards she was to know well that bold, possessive look of his. It was just before they left that he said, "I am going to see you again, you know. May I come in some afternoon?" Lily had been foreseeing that for some moments, and she raised frank eyes to his. "I am afraid not," she said. "You see, you are a friend of Mr. Doyle's, and you must know that my people and Aunt Eleanor's husband are on bad terms." "What has that got to do with you and me?" Then he laughed. "Might be unpleasant, I suppose. But you go to the Doyles." She was very earnest. "My mother knows, but my grandfather wouldn't permit it if he knew." "And you put up with that sort of thing?" He leaned closer to her. "You are not a baby, you know. But I will say you are a good sport to do it, anyhow." "I'm not very comfortable about it." "Bosh," he said abruptly. "You go there as often as you can. Eleanor Doyle's a lonely woman, and Jim is all right. You pick your own friends, my child, and live your own life. Every human being has that right." He helped her into a taxi at the door of the tea shop, giving her rather more assistance than she required, and then standing bareheaded in the March wind until the car had moved away. Lily, sitting back in her corner, was both repelled and thrilled. He was totally unlike the men she knew, those carefully repressed, conventional, clean-cut boys like Pink Denslow. He was raw, vigorous, and possibly brutal. She did not quite like him, but she found herself thinking about him a great deal. The old life was reaching out its friendly, idle hands toward her. The next day Grace gave a luncheon for her at the house, a gay little affair of color, chatter, and movement. But Lily found herself with little to say. Her year away had separated her from the small community of interest that bound the others together, and she wondered, listening to them in her sitting room later, what they would all talk about when they had exchanged their bits of gossip, their news of this man and that. It would all be said so soon. And what then? Here they were, and here they would always be, their own small circle, carefully guarded. They belonged together, they and the men who likewise belonged. Now and then there would be changes. A new man, of irreproachable family connections, would come to live in the city and cause a small flurry. Then in time he would be appropriated. Or a girl would come to visit, and by the same system of appropriation would come back later, permanently. Always the same faces and the same small talk. Orchids or violets at luncheons, white or rose or blue or yellow frocks at dinners and dances. Golf at the country club. Travel in the Cardew private car, cut off from fellow travelers who might prove interesting. Winter at Palm Beach, and a bit of a thrill at seeing moving picture stars and theatrical celebrities playing on the sand. One never had a chance to meet them. And in quiet intervals, this still house, and grandfather shut away in his upstairs room, but holding the threads of all their lives as a spider clutches the diverging filaments of its web. "Get in on this, Lily," said a clear young voice. "We're talking about the most interesting men we met in our war work. You ought to have known a lot of them." "I knew a lot of men. They were not so very interesting. There was a little nurse." "Men, Lily dear." "There was one awfully nice boy. He wasn't a soldier, but he was very kind to the men. They adored him." "Did he fall in love with you?" "Not a particle." "Why wasn't he a soldier?" "He is a little bit lame. But he is awfully nice." "But what is extraordinary about him, then?" "Not a thing, except his niceness." But they were surfeited with nice young men. They wanted something dramatic, and Willy Cameron was essentially undramatic. Besides, it was quite plain that, with unconscious cruelty, his physical handicap made him unacceptable to them. "Don't be ridiculous, Lily. You're hiding someone behind this kind person. You must have met somebody worthwhile." "Not in the camp. I know a perfectly nice socialist, but he was not in the army. Not a socialist, really. Much worse. He believes in having a revolution." That stirred them somewhat. She saw their interested faces turn toward her. "With the bomb under his coat, of course, Lily." "He didn't bulge." "Good looking?" "Well, rather." "How old is he, Lily?" one of them asked suspiciously. "Almost 50, I should say." "Good heavens!" Their interest died. She could have revived it, she knew, if she mentioned Louis Akers. He would have answered to their prime requisite in an interesting man. He was both handsome and young. But she felt curiously disinclined to mention him. The party broke up. By ones and twos, luxuriously dressed little figures went down the great staircase, where Grayson stood in the hall and the footman on the doorstep signaled to the waiting cars. Mademoiselle, watching from a point of vantage in the upper hall, felt a sense of comfort and well-being after they had all gone. This was as it should be. Lily would take up life again where she had left it off, and all would be well. It was now the 6th day, and she had not yet carried out that absurd idea of asking Ellen's friend to dinner. Lily was, however, at that exact moment in process of carrying it out. "Telephone for you, Mr. Cameron." "Thanks. Coming," sang out Willy Cameron. Edith Boyd sauntered toward his doorway. "It's a lady." "Woman," corrected Willy Cameron. "The word lady is now obsolete since your sex has entered the economic world." He put on his coat. "I said lady, and that's what I mean," said Edith. "May I speak to Mr. Cameron?" she mimicked. "Regular Newport accent." Suddenly Willy Cameron went rather pale. If it should be Lily Cardew. But then, of course, it wouldn't be. She had been home for 6 days, and if she had meant to call. "Hello?" he said. It was Lily. Something that had been like a band around his heart suddenly loosened, to fasten about his throat. His voice sounded strangled and strange. "Why, yes,"
he said in the unfamiliar voice. "I'd like to come, of course." Edith Boyd watched and listened with a slightly strained look in her eyes. "To dinner? But I don't think I'd better come to dinner." "Why not, Willie?" Mr. William Wallace Cameron glanced around. There was no one about save Miss Boyd, who was polishing the nails of one hand on the palm of the other. "May I come in a business suit?" "Why, of course. Why not?" "I didn't know," said Willie Cameron. "I didn't know what your people would think. That's all. Tomorrow at 8, then. Thanks." He hung up the receiver and walked to the door, where he stood looking out and seeing nothing. She had not forgotten. He was going to see her. Instead of standing across the street by the park fence, waiting for a glimpse of her which never came, he was to sit in the room with her. There would be 8 from 11 was 3. 3 hours of her. What a wonderful day it was. Spring was surely near. He would like to be able to go and pick up Jinx and then take a long walk through the park. He needed movement. He needed to walk off his excitement, or he felt that he might burst with it. 8 o'clock, said Edith. "I wish you joy waiting until 8 for supper." He had to come back a long, long way to her. "May I come in a business suit?" she mimicked him. "My evening clothes have not arrived yet. My valet's bringing them up to town tomorrow." Even through the radiant happiness that surrounded him like a mist, he caught the bitterness under her raillery. It puzzled him. "It's a young lady I knew at camp. I was in an army camp, you know." "Is her name a secret?" "Why, no. It is Cardew. Miss Lily Cardew." "I believe you not." "But it is," he said, genuinely concerned. "Why in the world should I give you a wrong name?" Her eyes were fixed on his face. "No, you wouldn't. But it makes me laugh because, well, it was crazy anyhow." "What was crazy?" "Something I had in my mind. Just forget it. I'll tell you what will happen, Mr. Cameron. You'll stay here about 6 weeks. Then you'll get a job at the Cardew Mills. They use chemists there, and you will be—" She lifted her fingertips and blew along them delicately. "Gone, like that," she finished. Sometimes Willie Cameron wondered about Miss Boyd. The large young man, for instance, whose name he had learned was Louis Akers, did not come any more. Not since that telephone conversation. But he had been distinctly a grade above that competent young person, Edith Boyd, if there were such grades these days. Fluent and prosperous looking, and probably able to offer a girl a good home. But she had thrown him over. He had heard her doing it, and when he had once ventured to ask her about Akers, she had cut him off curtly. "I was sick to death of him, that's all," she had said. But on the night of Lily's invitation he was to hear more of Louis Akers. It was his evening in the shop. One day he came on at 7:30 in the morning and was off at 6, and the next day he came at 10 and stayed until 11 at night. The evening business was oddly increasing. Men wandered in, bought a tube of shaving cream or a toothbrush, and sat or stood around for an hour or so. Clerks whose families had gone to the movies, bachelors who found their lodging houses dreary, a young doctor or two, coming in after evening office hours to leave a prescription, and remaining to talk and listen. Thus they satisfied their gregarious instinct while within easy call of home. The wealthy had their clubs. The workmen of the city had their balls and sometimes their saloons. But in between was that vast, unorganized male element which was neither and had neither. To them the neighborhood pharmacy, open in the evening, warm and bright, gave them a rendezvous. They gathered there in thousands the country over. During the war they fought their daily battles there, with newspaper maps. After the war, the League of Nations, local politics, a bit of neighborhood scandal, washed down with soft drinks from the soda fountain, furnished the evening's entertainment. The Eagle Pharmacy had always been the neighborhood club, but with the advent of Willie Cameron it was attaining a new popularity. The roundsman on the beat dropped in, the political boss of the ward, named Hendricks, Dr. Smalley, the young physician who lived across the street, and others. Back of the store proper was a room, with the prescription desk at one side and reserve stock on shelves around the other 3.
Here were a table and half a dozen old chairs, a war map, still showing with colored pins the last positions before the great Allied advance, and an ancient hat rack, which had held from time immemorial an umbrella with 3 broken ribs and a pair of arctics of unknown ownership. "Going to watch this boy?" Hendricks confided to Dr. Smalley a night or two after Lily's return, meeting him outside. "He sure can talk." Dr. Smalley grinned. "He can read my writing, too, which is more than I can do myself. What do you mean, watch him?" But whatever his purposes, Mr. Hendricks kept them to himself. A big burly man, with a fund of practical good sense, a keen knowledge of men, he had gained a small but loyal following. He was a retired master plumber, with a small income from careful investments, and he had a curious, almost fanatic love for the city. "I was born here," he would say boastfully. "And I've seen it grow from 50,000 to what it's got now. Some folks say it's dirty, but it's home to me all right." But on the evening of Lily's invitation, the drugstore forum found Willie Cameron extremely silent. He had been going over his weaknesses, for the thought of Lily always made him humble, and one of them was that he got carried away by things and talked too much. He did not intend to do that the next night at the Cardews. "Something scared him off," said Mr. Hendricks to Dr. Smalley after a half hour of almost taciturnity, while Willie Cameron smoked his pipe and listened. "Watch him rise to this, though." And aloud, "Why don't you fellows drop the League of Nations, which none of you knows a damn about anyhow, and get to the thing that's coming in this country?" "I'll bite," said Mr. Clary, who sold life insurance in the daytime, and sometimes utilized his evenings in a similar manner. "What's coming to this country?" "Revolution." The crowd laughed. "All right," said Mr. Hendricks. "Laugh while you can. I saw the chief of police today, and he's got a line of conversation that makes a man feel like taking his savings out of the bank and burying them in the backyard." Willie Cameron took his pipe out of his mouth, but remained dumb. Mr. Hendricks nudged Dr. Smalley, who rose manfully to the occasion. "What does he say?" "Says the Russians have got a lot of paid agents here. Not all Russians either. Some of our Americans are in it. It's to begin with a general strike." "In this town?" "All over the country. But this is a good field for them. The crust's pretty thin here, and where that's the case there is likely to be earthquakes and eruptions. The chief says they're bringing in a bunch of gunmen, wobblies and Bolshevists from every industrial town on the map. Did you get that, Cameron? Gunmen." "Any of you men here dissatisfied with this form of government?" inquired Willie, rather truculently. "Not so you could notice it," said Mr. Clary. "And once the Republican Party gets in " "Then there will never be a revolution." "Why?" "That's why," said Willie Cameron. "Of course you are worthless now. You aren't organized. You don't know how many you are or how strong you are. You can't talk. You sit back and listen until you believe that this country is only capital and labor. You get squeezed in between them. You see labor getting more money than you and howling for still more. You see both capital and labor raising prices until you can't live on what you get. There are 100 times as many of you as represent capital and labor combined, and all you do is loaf here and growl about things being wrong. Why don't you do something? You ought to be running this country, but you aren't. You're lazy. You don't even vote. You leave running the country to men like Mr. Hendricks here." Mr. Hendricks was cheerfully unirritated. "All right, son," he said. "I do my bit and like it. Go on. Don't stop to insult me. You can do that any time." "I've been buying a seditious weekly since I came," said Willie Cameron. "It's preaching a revolution, all right. I'd like to see its foreign language copies. They'll never overthrow the government, but they may try. Why don't you fellows combine to fight them? Why don't you learn how strong you are? 9/10 of the country, and milling like sheep, with a wolf around." Mr. Hendricks winked at the doctor. "What'd I tell you?" whispered Hendricks. "Got them, hasn't he? If he'd suggest arming them with pop bottles and attacking that gang of anarchists at the cobbler's down the street, they'd do it this minute." "All right, son," he offered. "We'll combine. Anything you say goes. And we'll get the Jim Doyle, Woslosky, Louis Akers outfit first.
I know a first-class brick wall." "Akers?" said Willie Cameron. "Do you know him?" "I do," said Hendricks. "But that needn't prejudice you against me any. He's a bad actor and as smooth as butter. Do you know what their plan is? They expect to take the city. This city. The—" Mr. Hendricks' voice was lost in fury. "Talk," said the roundsman. "Where'd the police be, I'm asking?" "The police," said Mr. Hendricks, evidently quoting, "are as filled with sedition as a whale with corset bones. Also the army. Also the state constabulary." "The hell they are," said the roundsman aggressively. But Willie Cameron was staring through the smoke from his pipe at the crowd. "They might do it for a while," he said thoughtfully. "There's a tremendous foreign population in the mill towns around, isn't there? Does anybody in the crowd own a revolver? Or know how to use it if he has one?" "I've got one," said the insurance agent. "Don't know how it would work. Found my wife nailing oilcloth with it the other day." "Very well. If we're a representative group, they wouldn't need a battery of 8-inch guns, would they?" A little silence fell on the group. Around them the city went about its business. The roar of the day had softened to muffled night sounds, as though one said, "The city sleeps. Be still." The red glare of the mills was the fire on the hearth. The hills were its 4 protecting walls. And the night mist covered it like a blanket. "Here's one representative of the plain people," said Mr. Hendricks, "who is going home to get some sleep. And tomorrow I'll buy me a gun, and if I can keep the children out of the yard, I'll learn to use it." For a long time after he went home that night, Willie Cameron paced the floor of his upper room, paced it until an irate boarder below hammered on his chandelier. Jinx followed him, moving sedately back and forth, now and then glancing up with idolatrous eyes. Willie Cameron's mind was active and not particularly coordinate. The Cardews and Lily, Edith Boyd and Louis Akers, the plain people, an army marching to the city to loot and burn and rape, and another army meeting it, saying, "You shall not pass. Abraham Lincoln, Russia, Lily." His last thought, of course, was of Lily Cardew. He had neglected to cover Jinx, and at last the dog leaped on the bed and snuggled close to him. He threw an end of the blanket over him and lay there, staring into the darkness. He was frightfully lonely. At last he fell asleep, and the March wind, coming in through the opened window, overturned a paper leaning against his collar box, on which he had carefully written, "Have suit pressed. Buy new tie. Shirts from laundry." Chapter 11. Going home that night, Mr. Hendricks met Edith Boyd, and accompanied her for a block or two. At his corner he stopped. "How's your mother, Edith?" It was Mr. Hendricks' business to know his ward thoroughly. "About the same. She isn't really sick, Mr. Hendricks. She is just low-spirited, but that's enough. I hate to go home." Hendricks hesitated. "Still, home's a pretty good place," he said, "especially for a pretty girl." There was an unmistakable meaning in his tone, and she threw up her head. "I've got to get some pleasure out of life, Mr. Hendricks." "Sure you have," he agreed affably. "But playing around with Louis Akers is like playing with a hand grenade, Edith." She said nothing. "I'd cut him out, little girl. He's poor stuff. Mind, I'm not saying he's a fool, but he's a bad actor. Now if I was a pretty girl, and there was a nice fellow around like this Cameron, I'd be likely to think he was all right. He's got brains." Mr. Hendricks had a great admiration for brains. "I'm sick of men." He turned at her tone and eyed her sharply. "Well, don't judge them all by Akers. This is my corner. Good night. Not afraid to go on by yourself, are you?" "If I ever was, I've had a good many chances to get over it." He turned the corner, but stopped, and called after her. "Tell Dan I'll be in to see him soon, Edith. Haven't seen him since he came back from France." "All right." She went on, her steps lagging. She hated going home. When she reached the little house she did not go in at once. The March night was not cold, and she sat the step, hoping to see her mother's light go out in the second-story front windows. But it continued to burn steadily, and at last, with a gesture of despair, she rose and unlocked the door. Almost at once she heard footsteps above and a peevish voice. "That you, Edie?" "Yes." "Do you mind bringing up the chloroform liniment and rubbing my back?" "I'll bring it, Mother." She found it on the wainscoting in the untidy kitchen. She could hear the faint scurrying of water beetles over the oilcloth covered floor, and then silence. She fancied myriads of tiny, watchful eyes on her, and something crunched under her foot. She felt like screaming. That new clerk at the store was always talking about homes. What did he know of squalid city houses, with their insects and rats, their damp, moldy cellars, their hateful plumbing? A thought struck her. She lighted the gas and stared around. It was as she had expected. The dishes had not been washed. They were piled in the sink, and a soiled dish towel had been thrown over them. She lowered the gas and went upstairs. The hardness had, somehow, gone out of her when she thought of Willie Cameron. "Back bad again, is it?" she asked. "It's always bad. But I've got a pain in my left shoulder and down my arm that's driving me crazy. I couldn't wash the dishes." "Never mind the dishes. I'm not tired. Now crawl into bed and let me rub you." Mrs. Boyd complied. She was a small, thin woman in her early 50s who had set out to conquer life and had been conquered by it. The hopeless drab of her days stretched behind her, broken only by the incident of her widowhood, and stretched ahead hopelessly. She had accepted Dan's going to France resignedly, with neither protest nor undue anxiety. She had never been very close to Dan, although she loved him more than she did Edith. She was the sort of woman who has no fundamental knowledge of men. They had to be fed and mended for, and they had strange physical wants that made a great deal of trouble in the world. But mostly they ate and slept, and went to work in the morning, and came home at night smelling of sweat and beer. There had been one little rift in the gray fog of her daily life, however. And through it she had seen Edith well married, with perhaps a girl to do the housework, and a room where Edith's mother could fold her hands and sit in the long silences, without thought that were her sanctuary against life. "Is that the place, Mother?" "Yes. Yes." Edith's unwonted solicitude gave her courage. "Edie, I want to ask you something." "Well?" But the girl stiffened. "Lou hasn't been round lately." "That's all over, Mother." "You mean you've quarreled? Oh, Edie, and me planning you'd have a nice home and everything." "He never meant to marry me, if that's what you mean." Mrs. Boyd turned on her back impatiently. "You could have had him. He was crazy about you. Trouble is with you, you think you've got a fellow hard and fast, and you begin acting up. Then, first thing you know." Some of that strange new tolerance persisted in the girl. "Listen, Mother," she said. "I give you my word, Lou'd run a mile if he thought any girl wanted to marry him. I know him better than you do. If anyone ever does rope him in, he'll stick about 3 months, and then beat it. I don't know why we have to have men anyhow. Put out the gas, Edie. No, don't open the window. The night air makes me cough." Edith started downstairs and set to work in the kitchen. Something would have to be done about the house. Dan was taking to staying out at nights because the untidy rooms repelled him. And there was the question of food. Her mother had never learned to cook, and recently more and more of the food had been something warmed out of a tin. If only they could keep a girl, one who could scrub and wash dishes. There was a room on the 3rd floor, an attic, full now of her mother's untidy harborings of years, that might be used for a servant. Or she could move up there, and they could get a roomer. The rent would pay a woman to come in now and then to clean up. She had played with that thought before, and the roomer she had had in mind was Willie Cameron. But the knowledge that he knew the Cardews had somehow changed all that. She couldn't picture him going from this sordid house to the Cardew mansion, and worse still, returning to it afterwards. She saw him there, at the Cardews, surrounded by bowing flunkies, a picture of wealth gained from the movies, and by women who moved indolently, trailing through long vistas of ballroom and conservatory in low gowns without sleeves, and draped with robes of pearls. Women who smoked cigarettes after dinner and played bridge for money. She hated the Cardews. On her way to her room she paused at her mother's door. "Asleep yet, Mother?" "No. Feel like I'm not going to sleep at all." "Mother," she said, with a desperate catch in her voice, "we've got to change things around here. It isn't fair to Dan, for one thing. We've got to get a girl to do the work. And to do that we'll have to rent a room." She heard the thin figure twist impatiently. "I've never yet been reduced to taking roomers, and I'm not going to let the neighbors begin looking down on me now." "Now listen, Mother." "Go on away, Edie." "But suppose we could get a young man, a gentleman, who would be out all but 3 evenings a week. I don't know, but Mr. Cameron at the store isn't satisfied where he is. He's got a dog, and they haven't any yard. We've got a yard." "I won't be bothered with any dog," said the querulous voice from the darkness. With a gesture of despair the girl turned away. What was the use, anyhow? Let them go on, then, her mother and Dan. Only let them let her go on, too. She had tried her best to change herself, the house, the whole rotten mess. But they wouldn't let her. Her mood of disgust continued the next morning. When at 11 o'clock Louis Akers sauntered in for the first time in days, she looked at him somberly but without disdain. Lou or somebody else, what did it matter? So long as something took her for a little while away from the sordidness of home, its stale odors, its untidiness, its querulous inmates. "What's got into you lately, Edith?" he inquired, lowering his voice. "You used to be the best little pal ever. Now the other day when I called up—" "Had the headache," she said laconically. "Well?" "Want to play around this evening?" She hesitated. Then she remembered where Willie Cameron would be that night, and her face hardened. Had anyone told Edith that she was beginning to care for the lame young man in the rear room, with his exaggerated chivalry toward women, his belief in home, and his sentimental whistling, she would have laughed. But he gave her something that the other men she knew robbed her of, a sort of self-respect. It was perhaps not so much that she cared for him, as that he enabled her to care more for herself. But he was going to dinner with Lily Cardew. "I might, depending on what you have got to offer." "I've got a car now, Edith. I'm not joking. There was a lot of outside work, and the organization came over. I've been after it for 6 months. We can have a ride and supper somewhere. How's the young man with the wooden leg?" "If you want to know, I'll call him out and let him tell you." "Quick, aren't you?" He smiled down at where she stood, firmly entrenched behind a showcase. "Well, don't fall in love with him, that's all. I'm a bad man when I'm jealous." He sauntered out, leaving Edith gazing thoughtfully after him. He did not know, nor would have cared had he known, that her acceptance of his invitation was a complex of disgust of home, of the call of youth, and of the fact that Willie Cameron was dining at the Cardews that night. End of chapters 10 and 11. Chapters 12 and 13 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Howard Cardew was in his dressing room sitting before the fire. His man had put out his dinner clothes and retired, and Howard was sitting before the fire rather listlessly. In Grace's room adjoining he could hear movements and low voices. Before Lily's return, now and then when he was tired, Grace and he had dined by the fire in her boudoir. It had been very restful. He was still in love with his wife, although, as in most marriages, there was one who gave more than the other. In this case it was Grace who gave and Howard who received. But he loved her. He never thought of other women. Only his father had never let him forget her weaknesses. Sometimes he was afraid that he was looking at Grace with his father's eyes rather than his own. He had put up a hard fight with his father. Not about Grace. That was over and done with, although it had been bad while it lasted. But his real struggle had been to preserve himself, to keep his faiths and his ideals and even his personality. In the inessentials he had yielded easily, and so bought peace. Or perhaps a truce of a sort. But for the essentials he was standing with a sort of dogged conviction that if he lowered his flag it would precipitate a crisis. He was not brilliant, but he was intelligent, progressive, and kindly. He knew that his father considered him both stupid and obstinate. There was going to be a strike.
The quarrel now was between Anthony's curt let them strike and his own conviction that a strike at this time might lead to even worse things. The men's demands were exorbitant. No business, no matter how big, could concede them and live. But Howard was debating another phase of the situation. Not all the mills would go down. A careful canvass of some of the other independent concerns had shown the men 80, 90, even 100% loyal. Those were the smaller plants, where there had always been a reciprocal good feeling between the owners and the men. There the men knew the owners, and the owners knew the men, who had been with them for years. But the Cardew mills would go down. There had been no liaison between the Cardews and the workmen. The very magnitude of the business forbade that. And for many years, too, the Cardews had shown a gross callousness to the welfare of the laborers. Long ago he had urged on his father the progressive attitude of other steel men, but Anthony had jeered, and when Howard had forced the issue and gained concessions, it was too late. The old grievances remained in too many minds. To hate the Cardews had become a habit. Their past sins would damn them now. The strike was wrong, a wicked thing. It was without reason and without aim. The men were knocking a hole in the boat that floated them. But there was a tap at his door, and he called, "Come in." From her babyhood, Lily had had her own peculiar method of signaling that she stood without, a delicate rapid tattoo of fingernails on the panel. He watched smilingly for her entrance. "Well," she said, "thank goodness you haven't started to dress. I tried to get here earlier, but my hair wouldn't go up. I want to make a good impression tonight." "Is there a dinner on? I didn't know it." "Not a dinner. A young man. I came to see what you are going to wear." "Really? Well, I haven't a great variety. The ordinary dinner dress of a gentleman doesn't lend itself to any extraordinary ornamentation. If you like, I'll pin on that medal from the Iron and Steel. Who's coming, Lily?" "Grayson says grandfather's dining out." "I believe so." "What a piece of luck. I mean, you know what he'd say if I asked him not to dress for dinner." "Am I to gather that you are asking me?" "You wouldn't mind, would you? He hasn't any evening clothes." "Look here, Lily," said her father, sitting upright. "Who is coming here tonight? And why should he upset the habits of the entire family?" "Willie Cameron. You know father. And he has the queerest ideas about us. Honestly. And I want him to like us, and it's such a good chance with grandfather out." He ignored that. "How about our liking him?" "Oh, you'll like him. Everybody does. You will try to make a good impression, won't you, father?" He got up, and resting his hands on her shoulders, smiled down into her upturned face. "I will," he said. "But I think I should tell you that your anxiety arouses deep and black suspicions in my mind. Am I to understand that you have fixed your young affections on this Willie Cameron, and that you want your family to help you in your dark designs?" Lily laughed. "I love him," she said. "I really do. I could listen to him for hours. But people don't want to marry Willie Cameron. They just love him." There was born in Howard's mind a vision of a nice pink and white young man, quite sexless, whom people loved but did not dream of marrying. "I see," he said slowly. "Like a puppy." "Not at all like a puppy." "I'm afraid I'm not subtle, my dear." "Well, ring for Adams, and you think he wouldn't care for the medal?" "I think he'd love it. He'd probably think some king gave it to you. I'm sure he believes that you and grandfather habitually hobnob with kings." She turned to go out. "He doesn't approve of kings." "You are making me extremely uneasy," was her father's shot. "I only hope I acquit myself well." "Hurry, then. He is sure to be exactly on the hour." Howard was still smiling slightly to himself when, a half hour later, he descended the staircase. But he had some difficulty first in reconciling his preconceived idea of Willie with the tall young man, with the faint unevenness of step, who responded to his greeting so calmly and so easily. "We are always glad to see any of Lily's friends." "It is very good of you to let me come, sir." Why, the girl was blind. This was a man, a fine, upstanding fellow, with a clean-cut, sensitive face, and honest, almost beautiful eyes. How did women judge men, anyhow? And try as he would, Howard Cardew could find no fault with Willie Cameron that night. He tried him out on a number of things. In religion, for instance, he was orthodox, although he felt that the church had not come up fully during the war. "Religion isn't a matter only of churches anymore," said Mr. Cameron. "It has to go out into the streets, I think, sir. Christ left the tabernacle, you remember." That was all right. Howard felt that himself sometimes. He was a vestryman at St. Peter's, and although he felt very devout during the service, especially during the offertory, when the music filled the fine old building, he was often conscious that he shed his spirituality at the door when he glanced at the sky to see what were the prospects for an afternoon's golf. In politics, Willie Cameron was less satisfactory. "I haven't decided yet," he said. "I voted for Mr. Wilson in 1916, but although I suppose parties are necessary, I don't like to feel that I am party bound. Anyhow, the old party lines are gone. I rather look—" He stopped. That terrible speech of Edith Boyd's still rankled. "Go on, Willie," said Lily. "I told them they'd love to hear you talk." "That's really all, sir," said Willie Cameron unhappily. "I am a Scot, and to start a Scot on reform is fatal." "Ah, you believe in reform." "We are not doing very well as we are, sir." "I should like extremely to know how you feel about things," said Howard gravely. "Only this. So long as one party is, or is considered, the representative of capital, the vested interests, and the other of labor, the great mass of the people who are neither the one nor the other cannot be adequately represented." "And the solution?" "Perhaps a new party. Or better still, a liberalizing of the Republican." "Before long," said Lily suddenly, "there will be no state. There will be enough for everybody, and nobody will have too much." Howard smiled at her indulgently. "How do you expect to accomplish this ideal condition?" "That's the difficulty about it," said Lily thoughtfully. "It means a revolution. It would be peaceful, though. The thing to do is to convince people that it is simple justice, and then they will divide what they have." "Why, Lily!" Grace's voice was anxious. "That's socialism." But Howard only smiled tolerantly and changed the subject. Everyone had these attacks of idealism in youth. They were the exaggerated altruism of adolescence, a part of its dreams and aspirations. He changed the subject. "I like the boy," he said to Grace later, over the cribbage board in the morning room. "He has character, and a queer sort of magnetism. It mightn't be a bad thing." Grace was counting. "I forgot to tell you. I think she refused pink Denslow the other day." "I rather gathered, from the way she spoke of young Cameron, that she isn't interested there either." "Not a bit," said Grace complacently. "You needn't worry about him." Howard smiled. He was often conscious that after all the years of their common life, his wife's mind and his traveled along parallel lines that never met. Willie Cameron was extremely happy. He had brought his pipe along, although without much hope, but the moment they were settled by the library fire, Lily had suggested it. "You know you can't talk unless you have it in your hand to wave around," she said. "And I want to know such a lot of things. Where you live, and all that." "I live in a boarding house. More house than board, really. And the work's all right. I'm going to study metallurgy some day. There are night courses at the college, only I haven't many nights." He had lighted his pipe, and kept his eyes on it mostly, or on the fire. He was afraid to look at Lily, because there was something he could not keep out of his eyes, but must keep from her. It had been both better and worse than he had anticipated, seeing her in her home. Lily herself had not changed. She was her wonderful self, in spite of her frock and her surroundings. But the house, her people, with their ease of wealth and position, Grace's slight condescension, the elaborate simplicity of dining, the matter-of-courseness of the service. It was not that Lily was above him. That was ridiculous. But she was far removed from him. "There is something wrong with you, Willie," she said unexpectedly. "You are not happy, or you are not well. Which is it? You are awfully thin, for one thing." "I'm all right," he said, evading her eyes. "Are you lonely? I don't mean now, of course." "Well, I've got a dog. That helps. He's a helpless sort of mutt.
I carry his meat home from the shop in my pocket, and I feel like a butcher's wagon sometimes. But he's taken a queer sort of liking to me, and he is something to talk to." "Why didn't you bring him along?" Dogs were forbidden in the Cardew house by old Anthony's order, as were pipes, especially old and beloved ones, but Lily was entirely reckless. "He did follow me. He's probably sitting on the doorstep now. I tried to send him back, but he's an obstinate little beast." Lily got up. "I am going to bring him in," she said, "and if you'll ring that bell we'll get him some dinner." "I'll get him while you ring." Half an hour later Anthony Cardew entered his house. He had spent a miserable evening. Some young whippersnapper who employed a handful of men had undertaken to show him where he, Anthony Cardew, was a clog in the wheel of progress. Not in so many words, but he had said, "Tempora mutantur, Mr. Cardew. And the wise employer meets those changes halfway." "You young fools want to go all the way." "Not at all. We'll meet them halfway and stop." "Bah," said Anthony Cardew, and had left the club in a temper. The club was going to the dogs, along with the rest of the world. There was only a handful of straight-thinking men like himself left in it. Lot of young cravens, letting their men dominate them and intimidate them. So he slammed into his house, threw off his coat and hat, and sniffed. A pungent, acrid odor was floating through a partly closed door. Anthony Cardew flung open the door and entered. Before the fire, on a deep velvet couch, sat his granddaughter. Beside her was a thin young man in a gray suit, and the thin young man was waving an old pipe about, and saying, "Tempora mutantur, Lily. The wise employer." "I am afraid, sir," said Anthony in a terrible voice, "that you are not acquainted with the rules of my house. I object to pipes. There are cigars in the humidor behind you." "Very sorry, Mr. Cardew," Willie Cameron explained. "I didn't know. I'll put it away, sir." But Anthony was not listening. His eyes had traveled from an empty platter on the hearth rug to a deep chair where Jinx, both warm and fed at the same time, and extremely distended with meat, lay sleeping. Anthony put out a hand and pressed the bell beside him. "I want you to meet Mr. Cameron, grandfather." Lily was rather pale, but she had the Cardew poise. "He was in the camp when I was." Grayson entered on that, however, and Anthony pointed to Jinx. "Put that dog out," he said, and left the room, his figure rigid and uncompromising. "Grayson," Lily said, white to the lips, "that dog is to remain here. He's perfectly quiet. And will you find Ellen and ask her to come here?" "Haven't I made enough trouble?" asked Willie Cameron unhappily. "I can see her again, you know." "She's crazy to see you, Willie, and besides—" Grayson had gone, after a moment's hesitation. "Don't you see?" she said. "The others have always submitted. I did too. But I can't keep it up, Willie. I can't live here and let him treat me like that. Or my friends. I know what will happen. I'll run away like Aunt Elinor." "You must not do that, Lily." He was very grave. "Why not? They think she is unhappy. She isn't. She ran away and married a man she cared about. I may call you up some day and ask you to marry me," she added less tensely. "You would be an awfully good husband, you know." She looked up at him, still angry, but rather amused with this new conceit. "Don't." She was startled by the look on his face. "You see," he said painfully, "what only amuses you in that idea is—well, it doesn't amuse me, Lily." "I only meant—" She was very uncomfortable. "You are so real and dependable and kind, and I know what you mean. Like Jinx there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. But you must not talk about marrying me unless you mean it. You see, I happen to care." "Willie!" "It won't hurt you to know, although I hadn't meant to tell you. And of course, you know, I am not asking you to marry me. Only I'd like you to feel that you can count on me always. The one person a woman can count on is the man who loves her." And after a little silence, "You see, I know you are not in love with me. I cared from the beginning, but I always knew that." "I wish I did." She was rather close to tears. She had not felt at all like that with Pink.
But although she knew he was suffering, his quietness deceived her. She had the theory of youth about love, that it was a violent thing, tempestuous and passionate. She thought that love demanded, not knowing that love gives first and then asks. She could not know how he felt about his love for her, that it lay in a sort of cathedral shrine in his heart. There were holy days when saints left their niches and were shown in city streets, but until that holy day came they remained in the church. You will remember that, won't you? I'll remember, Willie. I won't be a nuisance, you know. I've never had any hope, so I won't make you unhappy. And don't be unhappy about me, Lily. I would rather love you, even knowing I can't have you, than be loved by anybody else. Perhaps, had he shown more hurt, he would have made it seem more real to her. But he was frightfully anxious not to cause her pain. I'm really very happy loving you, he added, and smiled down at her reassuringly. But he had for all that a wild, primitive impulse which almost overcame him for a moment, to pick her up in his arms and carry her out the door and away with him. Somewhere, anywhere. Away from that grim old house and that despotic little man, to liberty and happiness and William Wallace Cameron. Ellen came in, divided between uneasiness and delight, and inquired painstakingly about his mother and his uncle in California, and the Presbyterian minister. But she was uncomfortable and uneasy and refused to sit down, and Willie watched her furtively slipping out again with a slight frown. It was not right, somehow, this dividing of the world into classes, those who served and those who were served. But he had an idea that it was those below who made the distinction nowadays. It was the masses who insisted on isolating the classes. They made kings, perhaps that they might some day reach up and pull them off their thrones. At the top of the stairs Ellen found Mademoiselle, who fixed her with cold eyes. "What were you doing down there?" she demanded. "Miss Lily sent for me to see that young man I told you about." "How dare you go down? And into the library?" "I've just told you," said Ellen, her face setting. "She sent for me." "Why didn't you say you were in bed?" "I'm no liar, Mademoiselle. Besides, I guess it's no crime to see a boy I've known all his life, and his mother and me like sisters." "You are a fool," said Mademoiselle, and turning clumped back in her bedroom slippers to her room. Ellen went up to her room. Heretofore she had given her allegiance to Mademoiselle and Mrs. Cardew, and in a more remote fashion to Howard. But Ellen, crying angry tears in her small white bed that night, sensed a new division in the family, with Mademoiselle and Anthony, and Howard and Grace on one side, and Lily standing alone, fighting valiantly for the right to live her own life, to receive her own friends, and the friends of her friends, even though one of these latter might be a servant in her own house. Yet Ellen, with the true snobbishness of the servants' hall, disapproved of Lily's course while she admired it. "But they're all against her," Ellen reflected. "The poor thing. And just because of Willie Cameron. Well, I'll stand by her if they throw me out for it." In her romantic head there formed strange, delightful visions. Lily eloping with Willie Cameron, assisted by herself. Lily in the little Cameron house, astounding the neighborhood with her clothes and her charm, and being sponsored by Ellen. The excitement of the village, and the visits to Ellen to learn what to wear for a first call, and were cards necessary? Into Ellen's not very hard-working but monotonous life had come its first dream of romance. Chapter 13. For 3 weeks Lily did not see Louis Akers, nor did she go back to the house on Cardew Way. She hated doing clandestine or forbidden things, and she was, too, determined to add nothing to the tenseness she began to realize existed at home. She went through her days struggling to fit herself again into the old environment, reading to her mother, lending herself with assumed enthusiasm to such small gaieties as Lent permitted, and doing penance in a dozen ways for that stolen afternoon with Louis Akers. She had been forbidden to see him again. It had come about by Grace's confession to Howard as to Lily's visit to the Doyles. He had not objected to that. "Unless Doyle talks his rubbish to her," he said. "She said something the other night that didn't sound like her. Was anyone else there?" "An attorney named Akers," she said. And at that Howard had scowled. "She'd better keep away altogether," he observed curtly. "She oughtn't to meet men like that." "Shall I tell her?" "I'll tell her," he said.
and tell her he did, not too tactfully, and manlike shielding her by not telling her his reasons. "He's not the sort of man I want you to know," he finished. "That ought to be sufficient. Have you seen him since?" Lily flushed, but she did not like to lie. "I had tea with him one afternoon. I often have tea with men, father. You know that." "You knew I wouldn't approve, or you would have mentioned it." Because he felt that he had been rather ruthless with her, he stopped in at the jeweler's next morning and sent her a tiny jeweled watch. Lily was touched and repentant. She made up her mind not to see Louis Akers again, and found a certain relief in the decision. She was conscious that he had a peculiar attraction for her, a purely emotional appeal. He made her feel alive. Even when she disapproved of him, she was conscious of him. She put him resolutely out of her mind, to have him reappear in her dreams, not as a lover, but as someone dominant and insistent, commanding her to do absurd, inconsequential things. Now and then she saw Willie Cameron, and they had gone back, apparently, to the old friendly relationship. They walked together, and once they went to the moving pictures, to Grace's horror. But there were no peanuts to eat, and instead of the jingling camp piano there was an orchestra, and it was all strangely different. Even Willie Cameron was different. He was very silent, and on the way home he did not once speak of the plain people. Louis Akers had both written and telephoned her, but she made excuses and did not see him, and the last time he had hung up the receiver abruptly. She felt an odd mixture of relief and regret. Then, about the middle of April, she saw him again. Spring was well on by that time. Before the Doyle house on Cardew Way, the 2 horse chestnuts were showing great red-brown buds, ready to fall into leaf with the first warm day, and Elinor, assisted by Jenny the elderly maid, was finishing her spring house-cleaning. The Cardew mansion showed window boxes at each window, filled by the florist with spring flowers, to be replaced later by summer ones. A potted primrose sat behind the plate glass of the Eagle Pharmacy, among packets of flower seeds and spring tonics, its leaves occasionally nibbled by the pharmacy cat, out of some atavistic craving survived through long generations of city streets. The children's playground near the lily furnace was ready. Howard Cardew himself had overseen the locations of the swings and shoot the chutes. And at Friendship an army of workers was sprinkling and tamping the turf of the polo field. After 2 years of war there was to be polo again that spring and early summer. The Cherry Hill hunt team was still intact, although some of the visiting outfits had been badly shot to pieces by the war. But the war was over. It lay behind, a nightmare to be forgotten as soon as possible. It had left its train of misery and debt, but spring had come. On a pleasant Monday Lily motored out to the field with Pink Denslow. It had touched her that he still wanted her, and it had offered an escape from her own worries. She was fighting a sense of failure that day. It seemed impossible to reconcile the warring elements at home. Old Anthony and his son were quarreling over the strike, and Anthony was jibing constantly at Howard over the playground. It was not so much her grandfather's irritability that depressed her, as his tyranny over the household, and his attitude toward her mother roused her to bitter resentment. The night before she had left the table after one of his scourging speeches, only to have what amounted to a scene with her mother afterward. "But I cannot sit by while he insults you, mother. It is just his way. I don't mind, really. Oh, Lily, don't destroy what I have built up so carefully. It hurts your father so." "Sometimes," Lily said slowly, "he makes me think that Elinor's husband was right. He believes a lot of things." "What things?" Grace had asked suspiciously. Lily hesitated. "Well, a sort of socialism, for one thing, only it isn't exactly that. It's individualism, really, or I think so. The sort of thing that this house stifles." Grace was too horrified for speech. "I don't want to hurt you, mother, but don't you see? He tyrannizes over all of us, and it's bad for our souls. Why should he bellow at the servants? Or talk to you the way he did tonight?" She smiled faintly. "We're all drowning, and I want to swim, that's all. Mr. Doyle." "You are talking nonsense," said Grace sharply. "You have got a lot of ideas from that wretched house, and now you think they are your own. Lily, I warn you, if you insist on going back to the Doyles, I shall take you abroad."
Lily turned and walked out of the room, and there was something suggestive of old Anthony in the pitch of her shoulders. Her anger did not last long, but her uneasiness persisted. Already she knew that she was older in many ways than Grace. She had matured in the past year more than her mother in 20, and she felt rather like a woman obeying the mandates of a child. But on that pleasant Monday she was determined to be happy. "Old world begins to look pretty, doesn't it?" said Pink, breaking in on her thoughts. "Lovely." "It's not a bad place to live in, after all," said Pink, trying to cheer his own rather unhappy humor. "There is always spring to expect when we get low in winter. And there are horses and dogs, and blossoms on the trees, and all that." What he meant was, if there isn't love. "You are perfectly satisfied with things just as they are, aren't you?" Lily asked, half enviously. "Well, I'd change some things." He stopped. He wasn't going to go around sighing like a furnace. "But it's a pretty good sort of place. I'm for it." "Have you sent your ponies out?" "Only 2. I want to show you one I bought from the government, almost for nothing. Remount man piped me off. Light in flesh, rather, but fast. Handy, light mouth. All he needs is a bit of training." They had been in the open country for some time, but now they were approaching the Cardew's Friendship plant. The furnaces had covered the fields with a thin deposit of reddish ore dust. Such blighted grass as grew had already lost its fresh green, and the trees showed stunted blossoms. The one oasis of freshness was the polo field itself, carefully irrigated by underground pipes. The field, with its stables and grandstand, had been the gift of Anthony Cardew, thereby promoting much discussion with his son. For Howard had wanted the land for certain purposes of his own, to build a clubhouse for the men at the plant, with a baseball field. Finding his father obdurate in that, he had urged that the field be thrown open to the men and their families, save immediately preceding and during the polo season. But he had failed there too. Anthony Cardew had insisted, and with some reason, that to use the grounds for band concerts and baseball games, for picnics and playgrounds, would ruin the turf for its legitimate purpose. Howard had subsequently found other land, and out of his own private means had carried out his plans, but the location was less desirable. And he knew what his father refused to believe, that the polo ground, taking up space badly needed for other purposes, was a continual grievance. Suddenly Pink stared ahead. "I say," he said, "have they changed the rule about that sort of thing?" He pointed to the field. A diamond had been roughly outlined on it with bags of sand, and a ball game was in progress, boys playing, but a long line of men watching from the sidelines. "I don't know, but it doesn't hurt anything." "Ruins the turf, that's all." He stopped the car and got out. "Look at this sign. It says ball playing or any trespassing forbidden on these grounds. I'll clear them off." "I wouldn't, Pink. They may be ugly." But he only smiled at her reassuringly and went off. She watched him go with many misgivings, his sturdy young figure, his careful dress, his air of the young aristocrat, easy, domineering, unconsciously insolent. They would resent him, she knew, those men and boys. And after all, why should they not use the field? There was injustice in that sign. Yet her liking and real sympathy were with Pink. "Pink!" she called. "Come back here. Let them alone." He turned toward her, a face slightly flushed with indignation and set with purpose. "Sorry, can't do it, Lily. This sort of thing's got to be stopped." She felt, rather hopelessly, that he was wrong, but that he was right, too. The grounds were private property. She sat back and watched. Pink was angry. She could hear his voice, see his gestures. He was shooing them off like a lot of chickens, and they were laughing. The game had stopped, and the sidelines were pressing forward. There was a moment's debate, with raised voices, a sullen muttering from the crowd, and the line closing into a circle. The last thing she saw before it closed was a man lunging at Pink and his counter feint. Then someone was down. If it was Pink, he was not out, for there was fighting still going on. The laborers working on the grounds were running. Lily stood up in the car, pale and sickened. She was only vaguely conscious of a car that suddenly left the road, and dashed recklessly across the priceless turf, but she did see and recognize Louis Akers as he leaped from it and flinging men this way and that disappeared into the storm center. She could hear his voice, too, loud and angry, and see the quick dispersal of the crowd. Some of the men, foreigners, passed quite near to her and eyed her either sullenly or with mocking smiles. She was quite oblivious of them. She got out and ran with shaking knees across to where Pink lay on the grass, his profile white and sharply chiseled, with 2 or 3 men bending over him. Pink was dead. Those brutes had killed him. Pink! He was not dead. He was moving his arms. Louis Akers straightened when he saw her and took off his hat. "Nothing to worry about, Miss Cardew," he said. "But what sort of idiocy? Hello, old man. All right now?" Pink sat up, then rose stiffly and awkwardly. He had a cut over one eye, and he felt for his handkerchief. "Fouled me," he said. "Filthy lot, anyhow. Wonder they didn't walk on me when I was down." He turned to the groundskeeper, who had come up. "You ought to know better than to let those fellows cut up this turf," he said angrily. "What are you here for, anyhow?" But he was suddenly very sick. He looked at Lily, his face drawn and blanched. "Got me right," he muttered. "Get into my car," said Akers, not too amiably. "I'll drive you to the stables. I'll be back, Miss Cardew." Lily went back to the car and sat down. She was shocked and startled, but she was strangely excited. The crowd had beaten Pink, but it had obeyed Louis Akers like a master. He was a man. He was a strong man. He must be built of iron. Mentally, she saw him again, driving recklessly over the turf, throwing the men to right and left, hoarse with anger, tall, dominant, powerful. It was more important that a man be a man than that he be a gentleman. After a little he drove back across the field, sending the car forward again at reckless speed. Some vision of her grandfather watching the machine careening over the still soft and spongy turf and leaving deep tracks behind it made her smile. Akers leaped out. "No need to worry about our young friend," he said cheerfully. "He is alternately being very sick at his stomach and cursing the poor working man. But I think I'd better drive you back. He'll be poor company, I'll say that." He looked at her, his bold eyes challenging, belying the amiable gentleness of his smile. "I'd better let him know." "I told him. He isn't strong for me. Always hate the fellow who saves you, you know. But he didn't object." Lily moved into his car obediently. She felt a strange inclination to do what this man wanted. Rather, it was an inability to oppose him. He went on, big, strong, and imperious. And he carried one along. It was easy and queer. But she did unconsciously what she had never done with Pink or any other man. She sat as far away from him on the wide seat as she could. He noticed that and smiled ahead, over the wheel. He had been infuriated over her avoidance of him, but if she was afraid of him... "Bully engine in this car. Never have to change a gear." "You certainly made a road through the field." "They'll fix that all right. Are you warm enough?" "Yes, thank you." "You have been treating me very badly, you know, Miss Cardew." "I have been frightfully busy." "That's not true, and you know it. You've been forbidden to see me, haven't you?" "I have been forbidden to go back to Cardew Way." "They don't know about me, then?" "There isn't very much to know, is there?" "I wish you wouldn't fence with me," he said impatiently. "I told you once I was frank. I want you to answer one question. If this thing rested with you, would you see me again?" "I think I would, Mr. Akers," she said honestly. Had she ever known a man like the one beside her, she would not have given him that opportunity. He glanced sharply around, and then suddenly stopped the car and turned toward her. "I'm crazy about you, and you know it," he said. And roughly, violently, he caught her to him and kissed her again and again. Her arms were pinned to her sides, and she was helpless. After a brief struggle to free herself, she merely shut her eyes and waited for him to stop. "I'm mad about you," he whispered. Then he freed her. Lily wanted to feel angry, but she felt only humiliated and rather soiled. There were men like that then, men who gave way to violent impulses, who lost control of themselves and had to apologize afterwards. She hated him, but she was sorry for him too. He would have to be so humble. She was staring ahead, white and waiting for his explanation, when he released the brake and started the car forward slowly. "Well?" he said with a faint smile. "You will have to apologize for that, Mr. Akers." "I'm damned if I will. That man back there, Denslow, he's the sort who would kiss a girl and then crawl about it afterwards. I won't. I'm not sorry." "A strong man can digest his own sins." "I kissed you because I wanted to. It wasn't an impulse. I meant to when we started. And you're only doing the conventional thing and pretending to be angry. You're not angry. Good God, girl, be yourself once in a while." "I'm afraid I don't understand you." Her voice was haughty. "And I must ask you to stop the car and let me get out." "I'll do nothing of the sort, of course. Now get this straight, Miss Cardew. I haven't done you any harm. I may have a brutal way of showing that I'm crazy about you, but it's my way. I'm a man, and I'm no hand kisser." And when she said nothing, "You think I'm unrestrained, and I am in a way. But if I did what I really want to do, I'd not take you home at all. I'd steal you. You've done something to me. God knows what." "Then I can only say I'm sorry," Lily said slowly. She felt strangely helpless and rather maternal. With all his strength, this sort of man needed to be protected from himself. She felt no answering thrill whatever to his passion, but as though, having told her he loved her, he had placed a considerable responsibility in her hands. "I'll be good now," he said. "Mind, I'm not sorry. But I don't want to worry you." He made no further overtures to her during the ride, but he was neither sulky nor sheepish. He feigned an anxiety as to the threatened strike, and related at great length and with extreme cleverness of invention his own efforts to prevent it. "I've a good bit of influence with the AFL," he said. "Doesn't bad with them, but I'm still solid. But it's coming, sure as shooting. And they'll win, too." He knew women well, and he saw that she was forgiving him. But she would not forget. He had a cynical doctrine, to the effect that a woman's first kiss of passion left an ineradicable mark on her, and he was quite certain that Lily had never been kissed so before. Driving through the park, he turned to her. "Please forgive me," he said, his mellow voice contrite and supplicating. "You've been so fine about it that you make me ashamed." "I would like to feel that it wouldn't happen again, that's all." "That means you intend to see me again. But never is a long word. I'm afraid to promise. You go to my head, Lily Cardew." They were halted by the traffic, and it gave him a chance to say something he had been ingenuously formulating in his mind. "I've known lots of girls. I'm no saint. But you are different. You're a good woman. You could do anything you wanted with me if you cared to." And because she was young and lovely, and because he was always the slave of youth and beauty, he meant what he said. It was a lie, but he was lying to himself also, and his voice held unmistakable sincerity. But even then he was watching her, weighing the effect of his words on her. He saw that she was touched. He was very well pleased with himself on his way home. He left the car at the public garage, and walked, whistling blithely, to his small bachelor apartment. He was a self-indulgent man, and his rooms were comfortable to the point of luxury. In the sitting room was a desk, as clean and orderly as Doyle's was untidy. Having put on his dressing gown, he went to it, and with a sheet of paper before him sat for some time thinking. He found his work irksome at times. True, it had its interest. He was the liaison between organized labor, which was conservative in the main, and the radical element both in and out of the organization. He played a double game, and his work was always the same: to fan the discontent latently smoldering in every man's soul into a flame. And to do this he had not Doyle's fanaticism. Personally, Louis Akers found the world a pretty good place. He hated the rich because they had more than he had, but he scorned the poor because they had less. And he liked the feeling of power he had when, on the platform, men swayed to his words like wheat to a wind. Personal ambition was his fetish, as power was Anthony Cardew's. Sometimes he walked past the exclusive city clubs, and he dreamed of a time when he too would have the entree to them. But time was passing. He was 33 years old when Jim Doyle crossed his path, and the clubs were as far away as ever. It was Doyle who found the weak place in his armor, and who taught him that when one could not rise it was possible to pull others down. But it was Woslosky, the Americanized Pole, who had put the thing in a more appealing form. "Our friend Doyle to the contrary," he said cynically, "we cannot hope to contend against the inevitable. The few will always govern the many in the end. It will be the old cycle. Autocracy, anarchy, and then democracy. But out of this last comes always the one man who crowns himself or is crowned. One of the people. You or myself, it may be." The Pole had smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Akers did not go to work immediately. He sat for some time, a cigarette in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed. He believed that he could marry Lily Cardew. It would take time and all his skill, but he believed he could do it. His mind wandered to Lily herself, her youth and charm, her soft red mouth, the feel of her warm young body in his arms. He brought himself up sharply. Where would such a marriage take him? He pondered the question pro and con. On the one hand, the Cardews, on the other, Doyle and a revolutionary movement. A revolution would be interesting and exciting, and there was strong in him the desire to pull down. But revolution was troublesome. It was violent and bloody. Even if it succeeded, it would be years before the country would be stabilized. This other now. He sat low in his chair, his long legs stretched out in his favorite position, and dreamed. He would not play the fool like Doyle. He would conciliate the family. In the end he would be put up at the clubs. He might even play polo. His thoughts wandered to Pink Denslow at the polo grounds, and he grinned. "Young fool," he reflected, "if I can't beat his time." He ordered dinner to be sent up, and mixed himself a cocktail, using the utmost care in its preparation. Drinking it, he eyed himself complacently in the small mirror over the mantel. Yes, life was not bad. It was damned interesting. It was a game. No. It was a race where a man could so hedge his bets that he stood to gain, whoever won. When there was a knock at the door, he did not turn. "Come in," he said. But it was not the waiter. It was Edith Boyd. He saw her through the mirror, and so addressed her. "Hello, sweetie," he said, then he turned. "You oughtn't to come here, Edith. I've told you about that." "I had to see you, Lou." "Well, take a good look, then," he said. Her coming fitted in well with the complacence of his mood. Yes, life was good, so long as it held power, and drink, and women. He stooped to kiss her, but although she accepted the caress, she did not return it. "Not mad at me, Miss Boyd, are you?" "No, Lou. I'm frightened." End of chapters 12 and 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. On clear Sundays, Anthony Cardew played golf all day. He kept his religious observances for bad weather, but at such times as he attended service he did it with the decorum and dignity of a Cardew, who bowed to his God but to nothing else. He made the responses properly and with a certain unction, and sat during the sermon with a vigilant eye on the choir boys, who wriggled. Now and then, however, the eye wandered to the great stained glass window which was a memorial to his wife. It said beneath, "In Memoriam, Lillian Lethbridge Cardew." He thought there was too much yellow in John the Baptist. On the Sunday afternoon following her ride into the city with Louis Akers, Lily found herself alone. Anthony was golfing, and Grace and Howard had motored out of town for luncheon. In a small office near the rear of the hall the second man dozed, waiting for the doorbell. There would be people in for tea later, as always on Sunday afternoons. Girls and men walking through the park or motoring up in smart cars, the men a trifle bored because they were not golfing or riding, the girls chattering about the small inessentials which somehow they made so important. Lily was wretchedly unhappy. For one thing, she had begun to feel that Mademoiselle was exercising over her a sort of gentle espionage, and she thought her grandfather was behind it. Out of sheer rebellion she had gone again to the house on Cardew Way, to find Elinor out and Jim Doyle writing at his desk. He had received her cordially, and had talked to her as an equal. His deferential attitude had soothed her wounded pride, and she had told him something, very little, of the situation at home. "Then you are still forbidden to come here?"
"Yes. As if what happened years ago matters now, Mr. Doyle." He eyed her.
"Don't let them break your spirit, Lily," he had said. "Success can make people very hard. I don't know myself what success would do to me. Plenty, probably." He smiled. "It isn't the past your people won't forgive me, Lily. It's my failure to succeed in what they call success."
"It isn't that," she had said hastily. "It is they say you are inflammatory. Of course they don't understand. I have tried to tell them, but—"
"There are fires that purify," he had said smilingly.
She had gone home, discontented with her family's lack of vision, and with herself. She was in a curious frame of mind. The thought of Louis Akers repelled her, but she thought of him constantly. She analyzed him clearly enough. He was not fine, and not sensitive. He was not even kind. Indeed, she felt that he could be both cruel and ruthless. And if she was the first good woman he had ever known, then he must have had a hateful past. The thought that he had kissed her turned her hot with anger and shame at such times, but the thought recurred. Had she had occupation, perhaps she might have been saved, but she had nothing to do. The house went on with its disciplined service. Lent had made its small demands as to church services, and was over. The weather was bad, and the golf links still soggy with the spring rains. Her wardrobe was long ago replenished, and that small interest gone. And somehow there had opened a breach between herself and the little intimate group that had been hers before the war. She wondered sometimes what they would think of Louis Akers. They would admire him at first, for his opulent good looks, but very soon they would recognize what she knew so well, the gulf between him and the men of their own world, so hard a distinction to divine, yet so real for all that. They would know instinctively that under his veneer of good manners was something coarse and crude, as she did, and they would politely snub him. She had no name, and no knowledge for the urge in the man that she vaguely recognized and resented. But she had a full knowledge of the obsession he was becoming in her mind. "If I could see him here," she reflected more than once, "I'd get over thinking about him. It's because they forbid me to see him. It's sheer contrariness." But it was not, and she knew it. She had never heard of his theory about the mark on a woman. She was hating herself very vigorously on that Sunday afternoon. Mademoiselle and she had lunched alone in Lily's sitting room, and Mademoiselle had dozed off in her chair afterwards, a novel on her knee. Lily was wandering about downstairs when the telephone rang, and she had a quick conviction that it was Louis Akers. It was only Willie Cameron, however, asking her if she cared to go for a walk. "I've promised Jinx one all day," he explained, "and we might as well combine, if you are not busy." She smiled at that. "I'd love it," she said. "In the park?" "Wait a moment." Then, "Yes, Jinx says the park is right." His wholesome nonsense was good for her. She drew a long breath. "You are precisely the person I need today," she said. "And come soon, because I shall have to be back at 5. When he came he was very neat indeed, and most scrupulous as to his heels being polished. He was also slightly breathless. "Had to sew a button on my coat," he explained. "Then I found I'd sewn in one of my fingers and had to start all over again." Lily was conscious of a change in him. He looked older, she thought, and thinner. His smile, when it came, was as boyish as ever, but he did not smile so much, and seen in full daylight he was shabby. He seemed totally unconscious of his clothes, however. "What do you do with yourself, Willie?" she asked. "I mean, when you are free." "Read and study. I want to take up metallurgy pretty soon. There's a night course at the college." "We use metallurgists in the mill.
When you are ready, I know Father would be glad to have you." He flushed at that. "Thanks," he said. "I'd rather get in wherever I go by what I know and not who I know." She felt considerably snubbed, but she knew his curious pride. After a time, when he threw a stick into the park lake and Jinx retrieved it, he said, "What do you do with yourself these days, Lily?" "Nothing. I've forgotten how to work, I'm afraid. And I'm not very happy, Willie. I ought to be, but I'm just not." "You've learned what it is to be useful," he observed gravely, "and now it hardly seems worth while just to live, and nothing else. Is that it?" "I suppose." "Isn't there anything you can do?" "They won't let me work, and I hate to study." There was a silence. Willie Cameron sat on the bench, bent and staring ahead. Jinx brought the stick, and receiving no attention, insinuated a dripping body between his knees. He patted the dog's head absently. "I have been thinking about the night I went to dinner at your house," he said at last. "I had no business to say what I said then. I've got a miserable habit of saying just what comes into my mind, and I've been afraid ever since that it would end in your not wanting to see me again. Just try to forget it happened, won't you?" "I knew it was an impulse, but it made me very proud, Willie." "All right," he said quietly. "And that's that. Now about your grandfather. I've had him on my mind, too. He is an old man, and sometimes they are peculiar. I am only sorry I upset him. And you are to forget that, too." In spite of herself, she laughed, rather helplessly. "Is there anything I am to remember?" He smiled, too, and straightened himself, like a man who has got something off his chest. "Certainly there is, Miss Cardew. Me, myself. I want you to know that I'm around, ready to fetch and carry like Jinx here, and about as necessary, I suppose. We are a good bit alike, Jinx and I. We're satisfied with a bone, and we give a lot of affection. You won't mind a bone now and then?" His cheerful tone reassured the girl. There was no real hurt then. "That's nice of you, you know." "Well," he said slowly, "you know there are men who prefer a dream to reality. Perhaps I'm like that. Anyhow, that's enough about me. Do you know that there is a strike coming?" "Yes, I ought to tell you, Willie. I think the men are right." He stared at her incredulously. "Right?" he said. "Why, my dear child, most of them want to strike about as much as I want delirium tremens. I've talked to them, and I know." "A slave may be satisfied if he has never known freedom." "Oh, fudge!" said Willie Cameron rudely. "Where do you get all that? You're quoting, aren't you? The strike, any strike, is an acknowledgment of weakness. It is a resort to the physical because the collective mentality of labor isn't as strong as the other side. Or labor thinks it isn't, which amounts to the same thing. And there is a fine line between the fellow who fights for a principle and the one who knocks people down to show how strong he is." "This is a fight for a principle, Willie." "Fine little Cardew you are," he scoffed. "Don't make any mistake. There have been fights by labor for a principle, and the principal one as good as always wins over evil. But this is different. It's a direct play by men who don't realize what they are doing into the hands of a lot of, well, we'll call them anarchists. It's Germany's way of winning the war. By indirection." "If by anarchists you mean men like my uncle." "I do," he said grimly. "That's a family accident, and you can't help it. But I do mean Doyle. Doyle and a Pole named Woslosky, and a scoundrel of an attorney here in town named Akers, among others." "Mr. Akers is a friend of mine, Willie." He stared at her. "If they have been teaching you their dirty doctrines, Lily," he said at last, "I can only tell you this. They can disguise it in all the fine terms they want. It is treason, and they are traitors. I know. I've had a talk with the chief of police." "I don't believe it." "How well do you know Louis Akers?" "Not very well." But there were spots of vivid color flaming her cheeks. He drew a long breath. "I can't retract it," he said. "I didn't know, of course. Shall we start back?" They were very silent as they walked. Willie Cameron was pained and anxious. He knew Akers' type rather than the man himself, but he knew the type well. Every village had one,
The sleek, handsome animal who attracted girls by sheer impudence and good humor, who made passionate, pagan love promiscuously, and put the responsibility for the misery they caused on the Creator because He had made them as they were. He was agonized by another train of thought. For him, Lily had always been something fine, beautiful, infinitely remote. There were other girls like Edith Boyd, who were touched, some more, some less, with the soil of life. Even when they kept clean they saw it all about them, and looked on it with shrewd, sophisticated eyes. But Lily was Lily. The very thought of Louis Akers looking at her as he had seen him look at Edith Boyd made him cold with rage. "Do you mind if I say something?" "That sounds disagreeable. Is it?" "Maybe, but I'm going to anyhow, Lily. I don't like to think of you seeing Akers. I don't know anything against him, and I suppose if I did I wouldn't tell you. But he is not your sort." An impulse of honesty prevailed with her. "I know that as well as you do. I know him better than you do. But he stands for something at least," she added rather hotly. "None of the other men I know stand for anything very much. Even you, Willie." "I stand for the preservation of my country," he said gravely. "I mean, I represent a lot of people who don't believe that change always means progress, and who do intend that the changes Doyle and Akers and that lot want they won't get. I don't believe, if you say you want what they want, that you know what you are talking about. Perhaps I am more intelligent than you think I am." He was, of course, utterly wretched, impressed by the futility of arguing with her. "Do your people know that you are seeing Louis Akers?" "You are being rather solicitous, aren't you?" "I am being rather anxious. I wouldn't dare, of course, if we hadn't been such friends. But Akers is wrong every way, and I have to tell you that, even if it means that you will never see me again. He takes a credulous girl — thank you — and talks bunk to her and possibly makes love to her." "Haven't we had enough of Mr. Akers?" Lily asked coldly. "If you cannot speak of anything else, please don't talk." The result of which was a frozen silence until they reached the house. "Goodbye," she said primly. "It was very nice of you to call me up. Goodbye, Jinx." She went up the steps, leaving him bareheaded and rather haggard, looking after her. He took the dog and went out into the country on foot, tramping through the mud without noticing it, and now and then making little despairing gestures. He was helpless. He had cut himself off from her like a fool. Akers and Edith Boyd. Other women. Akers and other women. And now Lily. Good God, Lily. Jinx was tired. He begged to be carried, planting 2 muddy feet on his master's shabby trouser leg, and pleading with low whines. Willie Cameron stooped, and gathering up the little animal, tucked him under his arm. When it commenced to rain, he put him under his coat, and plunged his head through the mud, and went toward home. Lily had entered the house in a white fury, but a moment later she was remorseful. For one thing, her own anger bewildered her. After all, he had meant well, and it was like him to be honest, even if it cost him something he valued. She ran to the door and looked around for him, but he had disappeared. She went in again, remorseful and unhappy. What had come over her to treat him like that? He had looked almost stricken. "Mr. Akers is calling, Miss Cardew," said the footman. "He is in the drawing room." Lily went in slowly. Louis Akers had been waiting for some time. He had lounged into the drawing room with an ease assumed for the servant's benefit, and had immediately lighted a cigarette. That done, and the servant departed, he had carefully appraised his surroundings. He liked the stiff formality of the room. He liked the servant in his dark maroon livery. He liked the silence and decorum. Most of all, he liked himself in these surroundings. He wandered around, touching a bowl here, a vase there, eyeing carefully the ancient altar cloth that lay on a table, the old needlework tapestry on the chairs. He saw himself fitted into this environment, a part of it, coming down the staircase, followed by his wife, and getting into his waiting limousine, sitting at the head of his table, while the important men of the city listened to what he had to say. It would come, as sure as God made little fishes. And Doyle was a fool. He, Louis Akers, would marry Lily Cardew and block that other game. But he would let the Cardews know who it was who had blocked it and saved their skins. They'd have to receive him after that. They would cringe to him. Then, unexpectedly, he had one of the shocks of his life. He had gone to the window, and through it he saw Lily and Willie Cameron outside. He clutched at the curtain and cursed under his breath, apprehensively. But Willie Cameron did not come in. Akers watched him up the street with calculating, slightly narrowed eyes. The fact that Lily Cardew knew the clerk at the Eagle Pharmacy was an unexpected complication. His surprise was lost in anxiety. But Lily, entering the room a moment later, rather pale and unsmiling, found him facing the door, his manner easy, his head well up, and drawn to his full and rather overwhelming height. She found her poise entirely gone, and it was he who spoke first. "I know," he said. "You didn't ask me, but I came anyhow." She held out her hand rather primly. "It is very good of you to come." "Good. I couldn't stay away." He took her outstretched hand, smiling down at her, and suddenly made an attempt to draw her to him. "You know that, don't you?" "Please." He let her go at once. He had not played his little game so long without learning its fine points. There were times to woo a woman with a strong arm, and there were other times that required other methods. "Right-o," he said. "I'm sorry. I've been thinking about you so much that I dare say I have got farther in our friendship than I should. Do you know that you haven't been out of my mind since that ride we had together?" "Really? Would you like some tea?" "Thanks, yes. Do you dislike my telling you that?" She rang the bell, and then stood facing him. "I don't mind, no. But I am trying very hard to forget that ride, and I don't want to talk about it." "When a beautiful thing comes into a man's life, he likes to remember it." "How can you call it beautiful?" "Isn't it rather fine when two people, a man and a woman, suddenly find a tremendous attraction that draws them together, in spite of the fact that everything else is conspiring to keep them apart?" "I don't know," she said uncertainly. "It just seemed all wrong, somehow." "An honest impulse is never wrong." "I don't want to discuss it, Mr. Akers. It is over." While he was away from her, her attraction for him loomed less than the things she promised, of power and gratified ambition. But he found her, with her gentle aloofness, exceedingly appealing, and with the tact of the man who understands women, he adapted himself to her humor. "You are making me very unhappy, Miss Lily," he said. "If you'll only promise to let me see you now and then, I'll promise to be as mild as dishwater. Will you promise?" She was still struggling, still remembering Willie Cameron, still trying to remember all the things that Louis Akers was not. "I think I ought not to see you at all." "Then," he said slowly, "you are going to cut me off from the one decent influence in my life?" She was still revolving that in her mind when tea came. Akers, having shot his bolt, watched with interest the preparation for the little ceremony, the old Georgian teaspoons, the Crown Derby cups, the bell-shaped Queen Anne teapot, beautifully chased, the old pierced sugar basin. Almost his gaze was proprietary. And he watched Lily, her casual handling of those priceless treasures, her taking for granted of service and beauty, her acceptance of quality because she had never known anything else, watched her with possessive eyes. When the servant had gone, he said, "You are being very nice to me, in view of the fact that you did not ask me to come. And also remembering that your family does not happen to care about me." "They are not at home." "I knew that, or I should not have come. I don't want to make trouble for you, child." His voice was infinitely caressing. "As it happens, I know your grandfather's Sunday habits, and I met your father and mother on the road, going out of town at noon. I knew they had not come back." "How do you know that?" He smiled down at her. "I have ways of knowing quite a lot of things. Especially when they are as vital to me as this few minutes alone with you." He bent toward her as he sat behind the tea table. "You know how vital this is to me, don't you?" he said. "You are not going to cut me off, are you?" He stood over her, big, compelling, dominant, and put his hand under her chin. "I am insane about you," he whispered, and waited. Slowly,
Irresistibly, she lifted her face to his kiss. Chapter 15. On the first day of May, William Wallace Cameron moved his trunk, the framed photograph of his mother, 11 books, an alarm clock, and Jinx to the Boyd house. He went for 2 reasons. First, after his initial call at the dreary little house, he began to realize that something had to be done in the Boyd family. The second reason was his dog. He began to realize that something had to be done in the Boyd family as soon as he had met Mrs. Boyd.
"I don't know what's come over the children,"
Mrs. Boyd said fretfully. She sat rocking persistently in the dreary little parlor. Her chair inched steadily along the dull carpet, and once or twice she brought up just as she was about to make a gradual exit from the room.
"They act so queer lately."
She hitched the chair into place again. Edith had gone out. It was her idea of an evening call to serve cakes and coffee, and a strong and acrid odor was seeping through the doorway.
"There's Dan come home from the war, and when he gets back from the mill he just sits and stares ahead of him. He won't even talk about the war, although he's got a lot to tell. It takes some time for the men who were over to get settled down again, you know." "Well, there's Edith," continued the querulous voice. "You'd think the cat had got her tongue too. I tell you, Mr. Cameron, there are meals here when if I didn't talk there wouldn't be a word spoken."
Mr. Cameron looked up. It had occurred to him lately, not precisely that a cat had got away with Edith's tongue, but that something undeniably had got away with her cheerfulness. There were entire days in the store when she neglected to manicure her nails, and stood looking out past the fading primrose in the window to the street. But there were no longer any shrewd comments on the passers-by.
"Of course the house isn't very cheerful," sighed Mrs. Boyd. "I'm a sick woman, Mr. Cameron. My back hurts most of the time. It just aches and aches."
"I know," said Mr. Cameron. "My mother has that sometimes. If you like, I'll mix you up some liniment, and Miss Edith can bring it to you."
"Thanks. I've tried most everything. Edith wants to rent a room so we can keep a hired girl, but it's hard to get a girl. They want all the money on earth, and they eat something awful. That's a nice friendly dog of yours, Mr. Cameron."
It was perhaps Jinx who decided Willy Cameron. Jinx was at that moment occupying the only upholstered chair, but he had developed a strong liking for the frail little lady with the querulous voice and the shabby black dress. He had, indeed, insisted shortly after his entrance on leaping into her lap, and had thus sat for some time, completely eclipsing his hostess.
"Just let him sit," Mrs. Boyd said placidly. "I like a dog. And he can't hurt this skirt I've got on. It's on its last legs."
With which bit of unconscious humor Willy Cameron had sat down. Something warm and kindly glowed in his heart. He felt that dogs have a curious instinct for knowing what lies concealed in the human heart, and that Jinx had discovered something worthwhile in Edith's mother. It was later in the evening, however, that he said, over Edith's bakery cakes and her atrocious coffee, "If you really mean that about a roomer, I know of one." He glanced at Edith. "Very neat. Careful with matches. Hard to get up in the morning, but interesting, highly intelligent, and a clever talker. That's his one fault. When he is interested in a thing he spouts all over the place."
"Really?" said Mrs. Boyd. "Well, talk would be a change here. He sounds kind of pleasant. Who is he?"
"This paragon of beauty and intellect sits before you," said Willy Cameron.
"You'll have to excuse me. I didn't recognize you by the description," said Mrs. Boyd unconsciously. "Well, I don't know. I'd like to have this dog around."
Even Edith laughed at that. She had been very silent all evening, sitting most of the time with her hands in her lap, and her eyes on Willy Cameron. Rather like Jinx's eyes they were, steady, unblinking, loyal, and with something else in common with Jinx which Willy Cameron never suspected.
"I wouldn't come if I were you,"
she said unexpectedly.
"Why, Edie, you've been thinking of asking him right along." "We don't know how to keep a house," she persisted to him. "We can't even cook. You know that's rotten coffee. I'll show you the room if you like, but I won't feel hurt if you don't take it. I'll be worried if you do." Mrs. Boyd watched them perplexedly as they went out,
the tall young man with his uneven step, and Edith, who had changed so greatly in the last few weeks and blew hot one minute and cold the next. Now that she had seen Willie Cameron, Mrs. Boyd wanted him to come. He would bring new life into the little house. He was cheerful. He was not glum like Dan or discontented like Edie. And the dog. She got up slowly and walked over to the chair where Jinx sat, eyes watchfully on the door. "Nice, Jinx," she said, and stroked his head with a thin, stringy hand. "Nice doggy." She took a cake from the plate and fed it to him, bit by bit. She felt happier than she had for a long time, since her children were babies and needed her. "I meant it," said Edith on the stairs. "You stay away. We're a poor lot, and we're unlucky, too. Don't get mixed up with us." "Maybe I'm going to bring you luck." "The best luck for me would be to fall down these stairs and break my neck." He looked at her anxiously, and any doubts he might have had, born of the dreariness, the odors of stale food and of the musty cellar below, of the shabby room she proceeded to show him, died in an impulse to somehow, some way, lift this small group of people out of the slough of despondency which seemed to be engulfing them all. "Why, what's the matter with the room?" he said. "Just wait until I've got busy in it. I'm a paper hanger and a painter and—" "You're a dear, too," said Edith. So on the 1st of May he moved in, and for some evenings political economy and history and travel and the rest gave way to anxious cuttings and fittings of wallpaper, and a pungent odor of paint. The old house took on new life and activity, the latter sometimes pernicious, as when Willie Cameron fell down the cellar stairs with a pail of paint in his hand, or Dan, digging up some bricks in the backyard for a border the seeds of which were already sprouting in a flat box in the kitchen, ran a pickaxe into his foot. Some changes were immediate, such as the whitewashing of the cellar and the unpainted fence in the yard, where Willie Cameron visualized, later on, great draperies of morning glories. He papered the parlor, and coaxed Mrs. Boyd to wash the curtains, although she protested that, with the mill smoke, it was useless labor. But there were some changes that he knew only time would effect. Sometimes he went to his bed worn out both physically and spiritually, as though the burden of lifting 3 life-sodden souls was too much. Not that he thought of that, however. What he did know was that the food was poor. No servant had been found, and years of lack of system had left Mrs. Boyd's mind confused and erratic. She would spend hours concocting expensive desserts, while the vegetables boiled dry and scorched and meat turned to leather, only to bring pridefully to the table some flavorless mixture garnished according to a picture in the cookbook, and totally unedible. She would have ambitious cleaning days, too, starting late and leaving off with beds unmade to prepare the evening meal. Dan, home from the mill, and newly adopting Willie Cameron's system of cleaning up for supper, would turn sullen then, and leave the moment the meal was over. "Hell of a way to live," he said once. "I'd get married, but how can a fellow know whether a girl will make a home for him or give him this? And then there would be babies, too." The relations between Dan and Edith were not particularly cordial. Willie Cameron found their bickering understandable enough, but he was puzzled sometimes to find that Dan was surreptitiously watching his sister. Edith was conscious of it, too, and one evening she broke into irritated speech. "I wish you'd quit staring at me, Dan Boyd." "I was wondering what has come over you," said Dan ungraciously. "You used to be a nice kid. Now you're an angel one minute and a devil the next." Willie spoke to him that night when they were setting out rows of seedlings, under the supervision of Jinx. "I wouldn't worry her, Dan," he said. "It is the spring, probably. It gets into people, you know. I'm that way myself. I'd give a lot to be in the country just now." Dan glanced at him quickly, but whatever he may have had in his mind, he said nothing just then. However, later on he volunteered. "She's got something on her mind. I know her. But I won't have her talking back to mother." A week or so after Willie Cameron had moved, Mr. Hendricks rang the bell of the Boyd house, and then, after his amiable custom, walked in. "Oh, Cameron," he bawled. "Upstairs," came Willie Cameron's voice, somewhat thickened with carpet tacks. So Mr. Hendricks climbed part of the way, when he found his head on a level with that of the young gentleman he sought, who was nailing a rent in the carpet. "Don't stop," said Mr. Hendricks. "Merely friendly call.
And for heaven's sake, don't swallow a tack, son. I'm going to need you." "What for?" inquired Willie Cameron through his nose. "Don't know yet. Make speeches, probably. If Howard Cardew, or any Cardew, thinks he's going to be mayor of this town, he's got to think again." "I don't give a tinker's damn who's mayor of this town, so long as he gives it honest government." "That's right," said Mr. Hendricks approvingly. "Old Cardew's been running it for years, and you could put all the honest government he's given us in a hollow tooth. If you'll stop that hammering, I'd like to make a proposition to you." Willie Cameron took an admiring squint at his handiwork. "Sorry to refuse you, Mr. Hendricks, but I don't want to be mayor." Mr. Hendricks chuckled as Willie Cameron led the way to his room. He wandered around the room while Cameron opened a window and slid the dog off his second chair. "Great snakes," he said. "Spargo's Bolshevism. Political economy. History of— What are you planning to be? President?" "I haven't decided yet. It's a hard job, and mighty thankless. But I won't be your mayor, even for you." Mr. Hendricks sat down. "All right," he said. "Of course, if you'd wanted it." He took 2 large cigars from the row in his breast pocket and held one out, but Willie Cameron refused it and got his pipe. "Well?" he said. Mr. Hendricks' face became serious and very thoughtful. "I don't know that I have ever made it clear to you, Cameron," he said, "but I've got a peculiar feeling for this city. I like it, the way some people like their families. It's home to me, for one thing. I like to go out in the evenings and walk round, and I say to myself, this is my town. And we, it and me, are sending stuff all over the world. I like to think that somewhere, maybe in China, they are riding on our rails and fighting with guns made from our steel. Maybe you don't understand that." "I think I do." "Well, that's the way I feel about it, anyhow. And this Bolshevist stuff gets under my skin. I've got a home and a family here. I started in to work when I was 13, and all I've got I've made and saved right here. It isn't much, but it's mine." Willie Cameron was lighting his pipe. He nodded. Mr. Hendricks bent forward and pointed a finger at him. "And to govern this city, who do you think the labor element is going to put up and probably elect? We're an industrial city, son, with a big labor vote, and if it stands together, they're being swindled into putting up as an honest candidate one of the dirtiest radicals in the country. That man Akers." He got up and closed the door. "I don't want Edith to hear me," he said. "He's a friend of hers. But he's a bad actor, son. He's wrong with women, for one thing. And when I think that's all he's got to oppose him is Howard Cardew." Mr. Hendricks got up and took a nervous turn about the room. "Maybe you know that Cardew has a daughter." "Yes." "Well, I heard a good many things, one way and another, and my wife likes a bit of gossip. She knows them both by sight, and she ran into them one day in the tea room of the St. Elmo, sitting in a corner, and the girl had her back to the room. I don't like the look of that, Cameron." Willie Cameron got up and closed the window. He stood there, with his back to the light, for a full minute. Then, "I think there must be some mistake about that, Mr. Hendricks. I have met her. She isn't the sort of girl who would do clandestine things." Mr. Hendricks looked up quickly. He had made it his business to study men, and there was something in Willie Cameron's voice that caught his attention, and turned his shrewd mind to speculation. "Maybe," he conceded. "Of course, anything a Cardew does is likely to be magnified in this town. If she's as keen as the men in her family, she'll get wise to him pretty soon." Willie Cameron came back then, but Mr. Hendricks kept his eyes on the tip of his cigar. "We've got to lick Cardew," he said, "but I'm cursed if I want to do it with Akers." When there was no comment, he looked up. Yes, the boy had had a blow. Mr. Hendricks was sorry. If that was the way the wind blew, it was hopeless. It was more than that. It was tragic. "Sorry I said anything, Cameron. Didn't know you knew her." "That's all right. Of course, I don't like to think she is being talked about." "The Cardews are always being talked about. You couldn't drop her a hint, I suppose." "She knows what I think about Louis Akers." He made a violent effort and pulled himself together. So it is Akers and Howard Cardew, and one's a knave and one's a poor bet." "Right," said Mr. Hendricks. "And one's Bolshevist, if I know anything, and the other is capital, and has about as much chance as a rich man to get through the eye of a needle." Which was slightly mixed, owing to a repressed excitement now making itself evident in Mr. Hendricks' voice. "Why not run an independent candidate?" Willy Cameron asked quietly. "I've been shouting about the plain people. Why shouldn't they elect a mayor? There is a lot of them." "That's the talk," said Mr. Hendricks, letting his excitement have full sway. "They could. They could run this town and run it right if they'd take the trouble. Now look here, son. I don't usually talk about myself, but I'm honest. I don't say I wouldn't get off a streetcar without paying my fare if the conductor didn't lift it. But I'm honest. I don't lie. I keep my word. And I live clean, which you can't say for Lou Akers. Why shouldn't I run on an independent ticket? I mightn't be elected, but I'd make a damn good try." He stood up, and Willy Cameron rose also and held out his hand. "I don't know that my opinion is of any value, Mr. Hendricks. But I hope you get it, and I think you have a good chance. If I can do anything—" "Do anything? What do you suppose I came here for? You're going to elect me. You're going to make speeches and kiss babies, and tell the ordinary folks they're worth something after all. You got me started on this thing, and now you've got to help me out." The future maker of mayors here stepped back in his amazement, and Jinx emitted a piercing howl. When peace was restored, the FM of M had got his breath, and he said, "I couldn't remember my own name before an audience, Mr. Hendricks." "You're fluent enough in that back room of yours." "That's different." "The people we're going after don't want oratory. They want good straight talk, and a fellow behind it who doesn't believe the country's headed straight for perdition. We've had enough calamity bowlers. You've got the way out. The plain people. The hope of the nation. And by God you love your country, and not for what you can get out of it. That's a thing a fellow's got to have inside him. He can't pretend it and get it over." In the end, the FM of M capitulated. It was late when Mr. Hendricks left. He went away with all the old envelopes in his pockets covered with memoranda. "Just wait a minute, son," he would say. "I've got to make some speeches myself. Repeat that now. Sins of omission are as great, even greater than sins of commission. The lethargic citizen throws open the gates to revolution. How do you spell lethargic?" But it was not Hendricks and his campaign that kept the FM of M awake until dawn. He sat in front of his soft coal fire, and when it died to gray-white ash he still sat there, unconscious of the chill of the spring night. Mostly he thought of Lily, and of Louis Akers, big and handsome, of his insolent eyes and his self-indulgent mouth. Into that curious whirlpool that is the mind came now and then other visions. His mother asleep in her chair, the men in the War Department who had turned him down, a girl at home who had loved him, and made him feel desperately unhappy because he could not love her in return. Was love always like that? If it was what he intended, why was it so often without reciprocation? He took to walking about the room, according to his old habit, and obediently Jinx followed him. It was 4 by his alarm clock when Edith knocked at his door. She was in a wrapper flung over her nightgown, and with her hair flying loose, she looked childish and very small. "I wish you would go to bed," she said rather petulantly. "Are you sick or anything?" "I was thinking, Edith. I'm sorry. I'll go at once. Why aren't you asleep?" "I don't sleep much lately." Their voices were cautious. "I never go to sleep until you're settled down, anyhow." "Why not? Am I noisy?" "It's not that." She went away, a drooping, listless figure that climbed the stairs slowly and left him in the doorway, puzzled and uncomfortable. At 6 that morning Dan, tiptoeing downstairs to warm his leftover coffee and get his own breakfast, heard a voice from Willy Cameron's room and opened the door. Willy Cameron was sitting up in bed with his eyes closed and his arms extended, and was concluding a speech to a dream audience in deep and oratorical tones. "By God, it is time the plain people know their power." Dan grinned, and his ideas of humor being rather primitive, he edged his way into the room and filled the orator's sponge with icy water from the pitcher. "All right, old top," he said, "but it is also time the plain people got up." Then he flung the sponge and departed with extreme expedition. End of chapters 14 and 15. Chapters 16 and 17 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. It was not until a week had passed after Louis Akers' visit to the house that Lily's family learned of it. Lily's state of mind during that week had been an unhappy one. She magnified the incident until her nerves were on edge, and Grace, finding her alternating between almost demonstrative affection and strange aloofness, was bewildered and hurt. Mademoiselle watched her secretly, shook her head, and set herself to work to find out what was wrong. It was in the end Mademoiselle who precipitated the crisis. Lily had not intended to make a secret of the visit, but as time went on she found it increasingly difficult to tell about it. She should, she knew, have spoken at once, and it would be hard to explain why she had delayed. She meant to go to her father with it. It was he who had forbidden her to see Akers, for one thing. And she felt nearer to her father than to her mother, always. Since her return she had developed an almost passionate admiration for Howard, founded perhaps on her grandfather's attitude toward him. She was strongly partisan, and she watched her father day after day, fighting his eternal battles with Anthony, sometimes winning, often losing, but standing for a principle like a rock, while the seas of old Anthony's wrath washed over him, and often engulfed him. She was rather wistful those days, struggling with her own perplexities, and blindly reaching out for a hand to help her. But she could not bring herself to confession. She would wander into her father's dressing room before she went to bed, and, sitting on the arm of his deep chair, would try indirectly to get him to solve the problems that were troubling her. But he was inarticulate and rather shy with her. He had difficulty sometimes, after her long absence at school and camp, in realizing her as the little girl who had once begged for his neckties to make into doll frocks. Once she said, "Could you love a person you didn't entirely respect, father?" "Love is founded on respect, Lily." She pondered that. She felt that he was wrong. "But it does happen, doesn't it?" she had persisted. He had been accustomed to her searchings for interesting abstractions for years. She used to talk about religion in the same way. So he smiled and said, "There is a sort of infatuation that is based on something quite different." "On what?" But he had rather floundered there. He could not discuss physical attraction with her. "We're getting rather deep for 11 o'clock at night, aren't we?" After a short silence, "Do you mind speaking about Aunt Eleanor, father?" "No, dear, although it is rather a painful subject." "But if she is happy, why is it painful?" "Well, because Doyle is the sort of man he is." "You mean because he is unfaithful to her, or was?" He was very uncomfortable. "That is one reason for it, of course. There are others." "But if he is faithful to her now, father? Don't you think, whatever a man has been, if he really cares for a woman it makes him over?" "Sometimes, not always." The subject was painful to him. He did not want his daughter to know the sordid things of life. But he added gallantly, "Of course a good woman can do almost anything she wants with a man, if he cares for her." She lay awake almost all night, thinking that over. On the Sunday following Louis Akers' call, Mademoiselle learned of it by the devious route of the servants' hall, and she went to Lily at once, yearning and anxious, and in her best lace collar. She needed courage, and to be dressed in her best gave her moral strength. "It is not," she said, "that they wish to curtail your liberty, Lily. But to have that man come here, when he knows he is not wanted, to force himself on you." "I need not have seen him. I wanted to see him." Mademoiselle waved her hands despairingly. "If they find it out," she wailed. "They will. I intend to tell them." But Mademoiselle made her error there. She was fearful of Grace's attitude unless she forewarned her, and Grace, frightened, immediately made it a matter of a family conclave.
She had not intended to include Anthony, but he came in on an excited speech from Howard and heard it all. The result was that instead of Lily going to them with her confession, she was summoned, to find her family a unit for once and combined against her. She was not to see Louis Akers again, or the Doyles. They demanded a promise, but she refused. Yet even then, standing before them, forced to a defiance she did not feel, she was puzzled as well as angry. They were wrong, and yet in some strange way they were right, too. She was Cardew enough to get their point of view. But she was Cardew enough, too, to defy them. She did it rather gently. "You must understand," she said, her hands folded in front of her, "that it is not so much that I care to see the people you are talking about. It is that I feel I have the right to choose my own friends." "Friends?" sneered old Anthony. "A third-rate lawyer, "That is not the point, grandfather. I went away to school when I was a little girl. I have been away for 5 years. You cannot seem to realize that I am a woman now, not a child. You bring me in here like a bad child." In the end old Anthony had slammed out of the room. There were arguments after that, tears on Grace's part, persuasion on Howard's. But Lily had frozen against what she considered their tyranny, and Howard found in her a sort of passive resistance that drove him frantic. "Very well," he said finally. "You have the arrogance of youth and its cruelty, Lily. And you are making us all suffer without reason." "Don't you think I might say that too, father?" "Are you in love with this man?" "I have only seen him 4 times. If you would give me some reasons for all this fuss." "There are things I cannot explain to you. You wouldn't understand." "About his moral character?" Howard was rather shocked. He hesitated. "Yes." "Will you tell me what they are?" "Good heavens, no!" he exploded. "The man's a radical, too. That in itself ought to be enough." "You can't condemn a man for his political opinions." "Political opinions?" "Besides," she said, looking at him with her direct gaze, "isn't there some reason in what the radicals believe, father? Maybe it is a dream that can't come true, but it is rather a fine dream, isn't it?" It was then that Howard followed his father's example and flung out of the room. After that Lily went very deliberately and without secrecy to the house on Cardew Way. She found a welcome there, not so marked on her Aunt Elinor's part as on Doyle's, but a welcome. She found approval, too, where at home she had only suspicion and solicitude based on anxiety. She found a clever little circle there, and sometimes a cultured one. Underpaid, disgruntled, but brilliant professors from the college, a journalist or two, a city councilman, even prosperous merchants, and now and then strange bearded foreigners who were passing through the city and who talked brilliantly of the vision of Lenin and the future of Russia. She learned that the true League of Nations was not a political alliance, but a union of all the leveled peoples of the world. She had no curiosity as to how this leveling was to be brought about. All she knew was that these brilliant dreamers made her welcome, and that instead of the dinner chat at home, small personalities, old Anthony's comments on his food, her father's heavy silence, here was world talk, vast in its scope, idealistic, intoxicating. Almost always Louis Akers was there. It pleased her to see how the other men listened to him, deferred to his views, laughed at his wit. She did not know the care exercised in selecting the groups she was to meet, the restraints imposed on them. And she could not know that from her visits the Doyle establishment was gaining a prestige totally new to it, an almost respectability. Because of those small open forums, sometimes noted in the papers, those innocuous gatherings, it was possible to hold in that very room other meetings, not open and not innocuous, where practical plans took the place of discontented yearnings, and where the talk was more often of fighting than of brotherhood. She was, by the 1st of May, frankly infatuated with Louis Akers, yet with a curious knowledge that what she felt was infatuation only. She would lie wide-eyed at night and rehearse painfully the weaknesses she saw so clearly in him. But the next time she saw him she would yield to his arms, passively but without protest. She did not like his caresses, but the memory of them thrilled her. She was following the first uncurbed impulse of her life. Guarded and more or less isolated from other youth, She had always lived a strong inner life, purely mental, largely interrogative. She had had strong childish impulses, sometimes of pure affection, occasionally of sheer contrariness, but always her impulses had been curbed. "Do be a little lady," Mademoiselle would say. She had got, somehow, to feel that impulse was wrong. It ranked with disobedience. It partook of the nature of sin. People who did wicked things did them on impulse, and were sorry ever after; but then it was too late. As she grew older she added something to that. Impulses of the mind led to impulses of the body, and impulse was wrong. Passion was an impulse of the body; therefore it was sin. It was the one sin one could not talk about, so one was never quite clear about it. However, one thing seemed beyond dispute. It was predominatingly a masculine wickedness. Good women were beyond and above it, its victims sometimes, like those girls at the camp, or its toys, like the sodden creatures in the segregated district who hung, smiling their tragic smiles, around their doorways in the late afternoons. But good women were not like that. If they were, then they were not good. They did not lie awake, remembering the savage clasp of a man's arms, knowing all the time that this was not love but something quite different. Or, if it was love, that it was painful and certainly not beautiful. Sometimes she thought about Willie Cameron. He had had very exalted ideas about love. He used to be rather oratorical about it. "It's the fundamental principle of the universe," he would say, waving his pipe wildly. "But it means suffering, dear child. It feeds on martyrdom and fattens on sacrifice. And as the HC of L doesn't affect either commodity, it lives forever." "What does it do, Willie, if it hasn't any martyrdom and sacrifice to feed on? Do you mean to say that when it is returned and everybody is happy, it dies?" "Practically," he had said. "It then becomes domestic contentment, and expresses itself in the shape of butcher's bills and roast chicken on Sundays." But that had been in the old carefree days, before Willie had thought he loved her, and before she had met Louis. She made a desperate effort one day to talk to her mother. She wanted, somehow, to be set right in her own eyes. But Grace could not meet her even halfway. She did not know anything about different sorts of love, but she did know that love was beautiful if you met the right man and married him. But it had to be someone who was your sort, because in the end marriage was only a sort of glorified companionship. The moral in that, so obviously pointed at Louis Akers, invalidated the rest of it for Lily. She was in a state of constant emotional excitement by that time, and it was only a night or two after that she quarreled with her grandfather. There had been a dinner party, a heavy, pompous affair, largely attended, for although spring was well advanced, the usual May hegira to the country or the coast had not yet commenced. Industrial conditions in and around the city were too disturbed for the large employers to get away, and following Lent there had been a sort of sporadic gaiety covering a vast uneasiness. There was to be no polo after all. Lily, doing her best to make the dinner a success, found herself contrasting it with the gatherings at the Doyle house, and found it very dull. These men, with their rigidity of mind, invited because they held her grandfather's opinions, or because they kept their own convictions to themselves, seemed to her of a bygone time. She did not see in them a safe counterpoise to a people which in its reaction from the old order was ready to swing to anything that was new. She saw only a dozen or so elderly gentlemen, immaculate and prosperous, peering through their glasses after a world which had passed them by. They were very grave that night. The situation was serious. The talk turned inevitably to the approaching strike, and from that to a possible attempt on the part of the radical element toward violence. The older men pooh-poohed that, but the younger ones were uncertain. Isolated riotings, yes. But a coordinated attempt against the city, no. Labor was greedy, but it was law-abiding. Ah, but it was being fired by incendiary literature. Then what were the police doing? They were doing everything. They were doing nothing. The governor was secretly a radical. Nonsense. The governor was saying little, but was waiting and watching. A general strike was only another word for revolution. No. It would be attempted, perhaps, but only to demonstrate the solidarity of labor. After a time, Lily made a discovery. She found that even into that carefully selected gathering had crept a surprising spirit, based on the necessity for concession. A few men who shared her father's convictions and went even further. One or two even, who cautiously for fear of old Anthony's ears, voiced a belief that before long invested money would be given a fixed return, all surplus profits to be divided among the workers, the owners, and the government. "What about the lean years?" someone asked. The government's share of all business was to form a contingent fund for such emergencies, it seemed. Lily listened attentively. Was it because they feared that if they did not voluntarily divide their profits they would be taken from them? Enough for all, and to none too much. Was that what they feared? Or was it a sense of justice, belated but real? She remembered something Jim Doyle had said. "Labor has learned its weakness alone, its strength united. But capital has not learned that lesson. It will not take a loss for a principle. It will not unite. It is suspicious and jealous, so it fights its individual battles alone, and loses in the end." But then, to offset that, there was something Willie Cameron had said one day, frying doughnuts for her in one hand and waving the fork about with the other. "Don't forget this, O representative of the plutocracy," he had said. "Capital has its side, and a darn good one too. It's got a sense of responsibility to the country, which labor may have individually but hasn't got collectively." These men at the table were grave, burdened with responsibility. Her father, even her grandfather. It was no longer a question of profit. It was a question of keeping the country going. They were like men forced to travel, and breasting a strong headwind. There were some there who would turn in time and travel with the gale. But there were others, like her grandfather, obstinate and secretly frightened, who would refuse. Who would, to change the figure, sit like misers over their treasure, an eye on the window of life for thieves. She went upstairs, perplexed and thoughtful. Some time later she heard the family ascending, the click of her mother's high heels on the polished wood of the staircase, her father's sturdy tread, and a moment or two later her grandfather's slow, rather weary step. Suddenly she felt sorry for him, for his age, for his false gods of power and pride, for the disappointment she was to him. She flung open her door impulsively and confronted him. "I just wanted to say good night, grandfather," she said breathlessly, "and that I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "Sorry," she hesitated, "because we see things so differently." Lily was almost certain that she caught a flash of tenderness in his eyes, and certainly his voice had softened. "You looked very pretty tonight," he said. But he passed on, and she had again the sense of rebuff with which she met all her small overtures at that time. However, he turned at the foot of the upper flight. "I would like to talk to you, Lily. Will you come upstairs?" She had been summoned before to those mysterious upper rooms of his, where entrance was always by request, and generally such requests presaged trouble. But she followed him light-heartedly enough then. His rare compliment had pleased and touched her. The lamp beside his high-backed, almost throne-like chair was lighted, and in the dressing-room beyond his valet was moving about, preparing for the night. Anthony dismissed the man and sat down under the lamp. "You heard the discussion downstairs tonight, Lily. Personally, I anticipate no trouble, but if there is any, it may be directed at this house." He smiled grimly. "I cannot rely on my personal popularity to protect me, I fear. Your mother obstinately refuses to leave your father, but I have decided to send you to your great Aunt Caroline." "Aunt Caroline? She doesn't care for me, grandfather. She never has." "That is hardly pertinent, is it? The situation is this. She intends to open the Newport house early in June, and at my request she will bring you out there. Next fall we will do something here. I haven't decided just what." There was a sudden wild surge of revolt in Lily. She hated Newport. Great Aunt Caroline was a terrible person. She was like Anthony, domineering and cruel, and with even less control over her tongue. "I need not point out the advantages of the plan," said Anthony suavely. "There may be trouble here, although I doubt it.
But in any event you will have to come out, and this seems an excellent way."
"Is it a good thing to spend a lot of money now, grandfather, when there is so much discontent?" Old Anthony had a small jagged vein down the center of his forehead, and in anger or his rare excitements it stood out like a scar. Lily saw it now, but his voice was quiet enough.
"I consider it vitally important to the country to continue its social life as before the war."
"You mean to show we are not frightened?"
"Frightened? Good God, nobody's frightened. It will take more than a handful of demagogues to upset this government. Which brings me to a subject you insist on reopening by your conduct. I have reason to believe that you are still going to that man's house."
He never called Doyle by name if he could avoid it. "I have been there several times."
"After you were forbidden?"
His tone roused every particle of antagonism in her. She flushed. "Perhaps because I was forbidden," she said slowly. "Hasn't it occurred to you that I may consider your attitude very unjust?" If she looked for an outburst from him, it did not come. He stood for a moment, deep in thought.
"You understand that this Doyle once tried to assassinate me?"
"I know that he tried to beat you, grandfather. I am sorry, but that was long ago." "And there was a reason for it, wasn't there?"
"I see," he said slowly. "What you are conveying to me not too delicately is that you have definitely allied yourself with my enemies. That here in my own house you intend to defy me. That, regardless of my wishes or commands, while eating my food, you purpose to traffic with a man who has sworn to get me sooner or later. Am I correct?"
"I have only said that I see no reason why I should not visit Aunt Elinor."
"And that you intend to? Do I understand also that you refuse to go to Newport?"
"I dare say I shall have to go if you send me. I don't want to go."
"Very well. I am glad we have had this little talk. It makes my own course quite plain. Good night."
He opened the door for her, and she went out and down the stairs. She felt very calm, and as though something irrevocable had happened. With her anger at her grandfather, there was mixed a sort of pity for him, because she knew that nothing he could do would change the fundamental situation. Even if he locked her up, and that was possible, he would know that he had not really changed things or her. She felt surprisingly strong. All these years that she had feared him, and yet when it came to a direct issue, he was helpless. What had he but his wicked tongue, and what did that matter to deaf ears? She found her maid gone, and Mademoiselle waiting to help her undress. Mademoiselle often did that. It made her feel still essential in Lily's life. "A long séance?" she said. "Your mother told me tonight. It is Newport?" "He wants me to go." "Unhook me, mademoiselle, and then run off and go to bed. You ought not to wait up like this." "Newport," said mademoiselle, deftly slipping off the white and silver that was Lily's gown. "It will be wonderful, dear. And you will be a great success. You are very beautiful." "I am not going to Newport, mademoiselle." Mademoiselle broke into rapid expostulation in French. Every girl wanted to make her debut at Newport. Here it was all industry, money, dirt. Men who slaved in offices daily. At Newport was gathered the real leisure class of America, those who knew how to play, who lived. But Lily, taking off her birthday pearls before the mirror of her dressing table, only shook her head. "I am not going," she said. "I might as well tell you, for you'll hear about it later. I have quarreled with him, very badly. I think he intends to lock me up." "C'est impossible!" cried Mademoiselle. But a glance at Lily's set face in the mirror told her it was true. She went away very soon, sadly troubled. There were bad times coming. The old peaceful quiet days were gone, for age and obstinacy had met youth and the arrogance of youth, and it was to be battle. Chapter 17. But there was a truce for a time. Lily came and went without interference and without comment. Nothing more was said about Newport. She motored on bright days to the country club, lunched and played golf or tennis, rode along the country lanes with Pink Denslow, accepted such invitations as came her way cheerfully enough but without enthusiasm, and was very gentle to her mother. But Mademoiselle found her tense and restless, as though she were waiting. And there were times when she disappeared for an hour or two in the afternoons, preferring no excuses, and came back flushed and perhaps a little frightened. On the evenings that followed those small excursions she was particularly gentle to her mother. Mademoiselle watched and waited for the blow she feared was about to fall. She felt sure that the girl was seeing Louis Akers, and that she would ultimately marry him. In her despair she fell back on Willie Cameron and persuaded Grace to invite him to dinner. It was meant to be a surprise for Lily, but she had telephoned at 7:00 that she was dining at the Doyles'. It was that evening that Willie Cameron learned that Mr. Hendricks had been right about Lily. He and Grace dined alone, for Howard was away at a political conference, and Anthony had dined at his club. And in the morning room after dinner Grace found herself giving him her confidence. "I have no right to burden you with our troubles, Mr. Cameron," Grace said, "but she is so fond of you, and she has great respect for your judgment. If you could only talk to her about the anxiety she is causing. These Doyles, or rather Mr. Doyle, the wife is Mr. Cardew's sister, are putting all sorts of ideas into her head. And she has met a man there, a Mr. Akers, and I'm afraid she thinks she is in love with him, Mr. Cameron." He met her eyes gravely. "Have you tried not forbidding her to go to the Doyles'?" "I have forbidden her nothing. It is her grandfather." "Then it seems to be Mr. Cardew who needs to be talked to, doesn't it?" he said. "I wouldn't worry too much, Mrs. Cardew. And don't hold too tight a rein." He was very downhearted when he left. Grace's last words placed a heavy burden on him. "I simply feel," she said, "that you can do more with her than we can, and that if something isn't done she will ruin her life. She is too fine and wonderful to have her do that." To picture Lily as willfully going her own gait at that period would be most unfair. She was suffering cruelly. The impulse that led her to meet Louis Akers against her family's wishes was irresistible, but there was a new angle to her visits to the Doyle house. She was going there now, not so much because she wished to go, as because she began to feel that her Aunt Eleanor needed her. There was something mysterious about her Aunt Eleanor, mysterious and very sad. Even her smile had pathos in it, and she was smiling less and less. She sat in those bright little gatherings, in them but not of them, unbrilliant and very quiet. Sometimes she gave Lily the sense that, like Lily herself, she was waiting. Waiting for what? Lily had a queer feeling, too, once or twice, that Eleanor was afraid. But again, afraid of what? Sometimes she wondered if Eleanor Doyle was afraid of her husband. Certainly there were times when they were alone, when he dropped his unctuous mask and held Eleanor up to smiling contempt. "You can see what a clever wife I have," he said once. "Sometimes I wonder, Eleanor, how you have lived with me so long, and absorbed so little of what really counts." "Perhaps the difficulty," Eleanor had said quietly, "is because we differ as to what really counts." Lily brought Eleanor something she needed, of youth and irresponsible chatter, and in the end the girl found the older woman depending on her. To cut her off from that small solace was unthinkable. And then, too, she formed Eleanor's sole link with her former world, a world of dinners and receptions, of clothes and horses and men who habitually dressed for dinner, of the wealth and panoply of life. A world in which her interest strangely persisted. "What did you wear at the country club dance last night?" she would ask. "A rose-colored chiffon over yellow. It gives the oddest effect, like an Ophelia rose." Or, "At the Mainwarings, George or Albert?" "The Alberts." "Did they ever have any children?" One day she told her about not going to Newport, and was surprised to see Eleanor troubled. "Why won't you go? It is a wonderful house." "I don't care to go away, Aunt Nellie." She called her that sometimes. Eleanor had knitted silently for a while. Then, "Do you mind if I say something to you?" "Say anything you like, of course."
Lily, don't see too much of Louis Akers. Don't let him carry you off your feet. He is good looking, but if you marry him you will be terribly unhappy." "That isn't enough to say, Aunt Nellie," she said gravely. "You must have a reason." Elinor hesitated. "I don't like him. He is a man of very impure life." "That's because he has never known any good women." Lily rose valiantly to his defense, but the words hurt her. "Suppose a good woman came into his life. Couldn't she change him?" "I don't know," Elinor said helplessly. "But there is something else. It will cut you off from your family. You did that. You couldn't stand it either. You know what it's like. There must be some other way. That is no reason for marriage." "But suppose I care for him," Lily said shyly. "You wouldn't live with him a year. There are different ways of caring, Lily. There is such a thing as being carried away by a man's violent devotion, but it isn't the violent love that lasts." Lily considered that carefully, and she felt that there was some truth in it. When Louis Akers came to take her home that night, he found her unresponsive and thoughtful. "Mrs. Doyle's been talking to you," he said at last. "She hates me, you know." "Why should she hate you?" "Because with all her vicissitude she's still a snob," he said roughly. "My family was nothing, so I'm nothing." "She wants me to be happy, Louis." "And she thinks you won't be with me." "I am not at all sure that I would be." She made an effort then to throw off the strange bond that held her to him. "I should like to have 3 months, Louis, to get a sort of perspective. I can't think clearly when you're around, and I'm always around." "Thanks." But she had alarmed him. "You're hurting me awfully, little girl," he said in a different tone. "I can't live without seeing you, and you know it. You're all I have in life. You have everything, wealth, friends, position. You could play for 3 months and never miss me. But you are all I have." In the end she capitulated. Jim Doyle was very content those days. There had been a time when Jim Doyle was the honest advocate of labor, a flaming partisan of those who worked with their hands. But he had traveled a long road since then, from dreamer to conspirator. Once he had planned to build up, now he plotted to tear down. His weekly paper had enormous power. To the workers he had begun to preach class consciousness and the doctrine of being true to their class. From class consciousness to class hatred was but a step. Ostensibly he stood for a vast equality, worldwide and beneficent. Actually he preached an inflammable doctrine of an earth where the last shall be first. He advocated the overthrow of all centralized government, and considered the wages system robbery. Under it workers were slaves, and employers of workers slave masters. It was with such phrases that he had for months been consistently inflaming the inflammable foreign element in and around the city, and not the foreign element only. A certain percentage of American-born workmen fell before the hammer-like blows of his words, repeated and driven home each week. He had no scruples, and preached none. He preached only revolt, and in that revolt defiance of all existing laws. He had no religion. Christ to him was a pitiful weakling, a historic victim of the same system that still crucified those who fought the established order. In his new world there would be no churches and no laws. He advocated bloodshed, arson, sabotage of all sorts, as a means to an end. Fanatic he was, but practical fanatic, and the more dangerous for that. He had viewed the failure of the plan to capture a city in the Northwest in February with irritation, but without discouragement. They had acted prematurely there, and without sufficient secrecy. That was all. The plan in itself was right. And he had watched the scant reports of the uprising in the newspapers with amusement and scorn. The very steps taken to suppress the facts showed the uneasiness of the authorities and left the nation with a feeling of false security. The people were always like that. Twice in 100 years France had experienced the Commune. Each time she had been warned, and each time she had waited too long.
Ever so often in the life of every nation came these periodic outbursts of discontent, economic in their origin, and ran their course like diseases, contagious, violent, and deadly. The Commune always followed long and costly wars. The people would dance, but they revolted at paying the piper. The plan in Seattle had been well enough conceived. The City Light plant was to have been taken over during the early evening of February 6th, and at 10 o'clock that night the city was to have gone dark. But the reign of terrorization that was to follow had revolted Jim Osborne, one of their leaders, and from his hotel bedroom he had notified the authorities. Word had gone out to "get" Osborne. If it had not been for Osborne, and the conservative element behind him, a flame would have been kindled at Seattle that would have burnt across the nation. Doyle watched Gompers cynically. He considered his advocacy of patriotic cooperation between labor and the government during the war the skillful attitude of an opportunist. Gompers could do better with public opinion behind him than without it. He was an opportunist, riding the wave which would carry him farthest. Playing both ends against the middle, and the middle himself. He saw Gompers, watching the release of tension that followed the armistice and seeing the great child he had fathered, grown now and conscious of its power. Watching it, fully aware that it had become stronger than he. Gompers, according to Doyle, had ceased to be a leader and become a follower into strange and difficult paths. The war had made labor's day. No public move was made without consulting organized labor, and a certain element in it had grown drunk with power. To this element Doyle appealed. It was Doyle who wrote the carefully prepared incendiary speeches, which were learned verbatim by his agents for delivery. For Doyle knew one thing, and knew it well. Labor, thinking along new lines, must think along the same lines. Be taught the same doctrines. Be pushed in one direction. There were then two Doyles. One the poser, flaunting his outrageous doctrines with a sardonic grin, gathering about him a small circle of the intelligentsia, and too openly heterodox to be dangerous. And the other secretly plotting against the city, wary, cautious, practical and deadly, waiting to overthrow the established order and substitute it for chaos. It was only incidental to him that old Anthony should go with the rest. But he found a saturnine pleasure in being old Anthony's nemesis. He meant to be that. He steadily widened the breach between Lily and her family, and he watched the progress of her affair with Louis Akers with relish. He had not sought this particular form of revenge, but fate had thrust it into his hands, and he meant to be worthy of the opportunity. He was in no hurry. He had an extraordinary patience, and he rather liked sitting back and watching the slow development of his plans. It was like chess. It was deliberate and inevitable. One made a move, and then sat back waiting and watching while the other side countered it, or fell, with slow agonizing, into the trap. A few days after Lily had had her talk with Elinor, Doyle found a way to widen the gulf between Lily and her grandfather. Elinor seldom left the house, and Lily had done some shopping for her. The two women were in Elinor's bedroom, opening small parcels, when he knocked and came in. "I don't like to disturb the serenity of this happy family group," he said, "but I am inclined to think that a certain gentleman, standing not far from a certain young lady's taxicab, belongs to a certain department of our great city government. And from his unflattering lack of interest in me, that he—" Elinor half rose, terrified. "Not the police, Jim." "Sit down," he said in a tone Lily had never heard him use before. And to Lily, more gently, "I am not altogether surprised. As a matter of fact, I have known it for some time. Your esteemed grandfather seems to take a deep interest in your movements these days." "Do you mean that I am being followed?" "I'm afraid so. You see, you are a very important person, and if you will venture in the slums which surround the Cardew mills, you should be protected. At any time, for instance, Aunt Elinor and I may despoil you of those pearls you wear so casually, and—" "Don't talk like that, Jim," Elinor protested. She was very pale. "Are you sure he is watching Lily?" He gave her an ugly look. "Who else?" he inquired suavely. Lily sat still, frozen with anger. So this was her grandfather's method of dealing with her. He could not lock her up, but he would know day by day and hour by hour what she was doing. She could see him reading carefully his wicked little notes on her day. Perhaps he was watching her mail, too. Then, when he had secured a hateful total, he would go to her father, and together they would send her away somewhere. Away from Louis Akers. If he was watching her mail, too, he would know that Louis was in love with her. They would rake up all the things that belonged in the past he was done with, and recite them to her. As though they mattered now. She went to the window and looked out. Yes, she had seen the detective before. He must have been hanging around for days, his face unconsciously impressing itself upon her. When she turned, "Louis is coming to dinner, isn't he?" "Yes." "If you don't mind, Aunt Nellie, I think I'll dine out with him somewhere. I want to talk to him alone." "But the detective." "If my grandfather uses low and detestable means to spy on me, Aunt Nellie, he deserves what he gets, doesn't he?" When Louis Akers came at 6:30, he found that she had been crying, but she greeted him calmly enough, with her head held high. Elinor, watching her, thought she was very like old Anthony himself just then. End of chapters 16 and 17. Chapters 18 and 19 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Willie Cameron came home from a night class in metallurgy the evening after the day Lily had made her declaration of independence, and let himself in with his night key. There was a light in the little parlor, and Mrs. Boyd's fragile silhouette against the window shade. He was not surprised at that. She had developed a maternal affection for him, stronger than any she showed for either Edith or Dan. She revealed it in rather touching ways, too, keeping accounts when he accused her of gross extravagance, for she spent Dan's swollen wages wastefully, making him coffee late at night and forcing him to drink it, although it kept him awake for hours, and never going to bed until he was safely closeted in his room at the top of the stairs. He came in as early as possible, therefore, for he had had Dr. Smalley in to see her, and the result had been unsatisfactory. "Heart's bad," said the doctor, when they had retired to Willie's room. "Leaks like a sieve. And there may be an aneurysm. Looks like it, anyhow." "What is there to do?" Willie asked, feeling helpless and extremely shocked. "We might send her somewhere." "Nothing to do. Don't send her away. She'd die of loneliness. Keep her quiet and keep her happy. Don't let her worry. She only has a short time, I should say, and you can't lengthen it. It could be shortened, of course, if she had a shock or anything like that." "Shall I tell the family?" "What's the use?" asked Dr. Smalley philosophically. "If they fuss over her, she'll suspect something." As he went down the stairs, he looked about him. The hall was fresh with new paper and white paint, and in the yard at the rear, visible through an open door, the border of annuals was putting out its first blossoms. "Nice little place you've got here," he observed. "I think I see the fine hand of Miss Edith, eh?" "Yes," said Willie Cameron gravely. He had made renewed efforts to get a servant after that, but the invalid herself balked him. When he found an applicant, Mrs. Boyd would sit, very much the grande dame, and question her, although she always ended by sending her away. "She looked like the sort that would be running out at nights," she would say. Or, "She wouldn't take telling, and I know the way you like your things, Willie. I could see by looking at her that she couldn't cook at all." She cherished the delusion that he was improving and gaining flesh under her ministrations, and there was a sort of jealousy in her care for him. She wanted to yield to no one the right to sit proudly behind one of her heavy tasteless pies and say, "Now I made this for you, Willie, because I know country boys like pies. Just see if that crust isn't nice." "You don't mean to say you made it?" "I certainly did." And to please her, he would clear his plate. He rather ran to digestive tablets those days, and Edith, surprising him with one at the kitchen sink one evening, accused him roundly of hypocrisy. "I don't know why you stay, anyhow," she said, staring into the yard where Jinx was burying a bone in the heliotrope bed. "The food's awful. I'm used to it, but you're not." "You don't eat anything, Edith." "I'm not hungry."
Willie, I wish you'd go away. What right we got to tie you up with us anyhow? We're a poor lot. You're not comfortable, and you know it. Do you know where she is now?" She, in the vernacular of the house, was always Mrs. Boyd. "She forgot to make your bed, and she's doing it now." He ran up the stairs, and forcibly putting Mrs. Boyd in a chair, made up his own bed, awkwardly, and with an eye on her chest, which rose and fell alarmingly. It was after that he warned Edith. "She's not strong," he said. "She needs care and to be happy. That's up to the three of us. For one thing, she must not have a shock. I'm going to warn Dan against exploding paper bags. She goes white every time." Dan was at a meeting, and Willie dried the supper dishes for Edith. She was silent and morose. Finally she said, "She's not very strong for me, Willie. You needn't look so shocked. She loves Dan and you, but not me. I don't mind, you know. She doesn't know it, but I do." "She is very proud of you." "That's different. You're right, though. Pride's her middle name. It nearly killed her at first to take a roomer, because she is always thinking of what the neighbors will say. That's why she hates me sometimes." "I wish you wouldn't talk that way." "But it's true. That fool Hodge woman at the corner came here one day last winter and filled her up with a lot of talk about me, and she's been queer to me ever since." "You are a very good daughter." She eyed him furtively. If only he wouldn't always believe in her. It was almost worse than to have him know the truth. But he went along with his head in the clouds. All women were good, and all men meant well. Sometimes it worked out. Dan, for instance. Dan was trying to live up to him. But it was too late for her. Forever too late. It was Willie Cameron's night off, and they went, the three of them, to the movies that evening. To Mrs. Boyd, the movies was the acme of dissipation. She would, if warned in advance, spend the entire day with her hair in curlers, and once there she feasted her starved romantic soul to repletion. But that night the building was stifling, and without any warning Edith suddenly got up and walked toward the door. There was something odd about her walk, and Willie followed her, but she turned on him almost fiercely outside. "I wish you'd let me alone," she said, and then swayed a little. But she did not faint. "I'm going home," she said. "You stay with her. And for heaven's sake, don't stare at me like that. I'm all right." Nevertheless, he had taken her home, Edith obstinately silent and sullen, and Willie anxious and perplexed. At the door she said, "Now go back to her and tell her I just got sick of the picture. It was the smells in that rotten place. They'd turn a pig's stomach." "I wish you'd see a doctor." She looked at him with suspicious eyes. "If you run Smalley in on me, I'll leave home." "Will you go to bed?" "I'll go to bed, all right." He had found things rather more difficult after that. Two women, both ill and refusing to acknowledge it, and the prospect of Dan's being called out by the union. Try as he would, he could not introduce any habit of thrift into the family. Dan's money came and went, and on Saturday nights there was not only nothing left, but often a deficit. Dan, skillfully worked upon outside, began to develop a grievance also, and on his rare evenings at home or at the table he would voice his wrongs. "It's just hand to mouth all the time," he would grumble. "A fellow working for the Cardews never gets ahead. What chance has he got anyhow? It takes all he can get to live." Willie Cameron began to see that the trouble was not with Dan, but with his womenfolk. And Dan was one of thousands. His wages went for food, too much food spoiled in cooking. There were men with able women behind them, making less than Dan and saving money. "Keep some of it out and bank it," he suggested, but Dan sneered. "And have a store bill a mile long. You know mother as well as I do. She means well, but she's a fool with money." He counted his hours from the time he entered the mill until he left it, but he revealed once that there were long idle periods when the heating was going on, when he and the other men of the furnace crew sat and waited, doing nothing. "But I'm there all right," he said. "I'm not playing golf or riding in my automobile. I'm on the job." "Well," said Willie Cameron, "I'm on the job about 11 hours a day, and I wear out more shoe leather than trouser seats at that. But it doesn't seem to hurt me." It's a question of principle," said Dan doggedly. "I've got no personal kick, you understand? Only I'm not getting anywhere, and something's got to be done about it."
So, on the evening of the day after Lily had made her declaration of independence, Willie Cameron made his way rather heavily toward the Boyd house. He was very tired. He had made 1 or 2 speeches for Hendricks already, before local ward organizations, and he was working hard at his night class in metallurgy. He had had a letter from his mother, too, and he thought he read homesickness between the lines. He was not at all sure where his duty lay, yet to quit now, to leave Mr. Hendricks and the Boyds' flat, seemed impossible. He had tried to see Lily, too, and failed. She had been very gentle over the telephone, but, attuned as he was to every inflection of her voice, he had thought there was unhappiness in it. Almost despair. But she had pleaded a week of engagements.
"I'm sorry," she had said. "I'll call you up next week sometime. I have a lot of things I want to talk over with you."
But he knew she was avoiding him. And he knew that he ought to see her. Through Mr. Hendricks he had learned something more about Jim Doyle, the real Doyle and not the poser, and he felt she should know the nature of the accusations against him. Lily mixed up with a band of traitors, Lily of the white flame of patriotism, was unthinkable. She must not go to the house on Cardew Way. A man's loyalty was like a woman's virtue. It could not be questionable. There was no middle ground. He heard voices as he entered the house, and to his amazement found Ellen in the parlor. She was sitting very stiff on the edge of her chair, her hat slightly crooked, and a suitcase and brown paper bundle at her feet. Mrs. Boyd was busily entertaining her.
"I made it a point to hold my head high," she was saying. "I guess there was a lot of talk when I took a boarder, but is that you, Willie?"
"Why, Miss Ellen," he said. "And looking as though headed for a journey." Ellen's face did not relax. She had been sitting there for an hour, letting Mrs. Boyd's prattle pour over her like a rain, and thinking meanwhile her own bitter thoughts.
"I am, Willie. Only I didn't wait for my money and the bank's closed, and I came to borrow $10 if you have it."
That told him she was in trouble, but Mrs. Boyd, amiably hospitable and reveling in a fresh audience, showed no sign of departing.
"She says she's been living at the Cardews," she put in, rocking valiantly. "I guess most any place would seem tame after that. I do hear, Miss Hart, that Mrs. Howard Cardew only wears her clothes once and then gives them away."
She hitched the chair away from the fireplace, where it showed every indication of going up the chimney.
"I call that downright wasteful," she offered.
Willie glanced at his watch, which had been his father's, and bore the inscription, James Duncan Cameron, 1876, inside the case.
11 o'clock, he said sternly. "And me promising the doctor I'd have you in bed at 10 sharp every night. Now off with you." "But, Willie."
"Or I shall have to carry you," he threatened. It was an old joke between them, and she rose, smiling, her thin face illuminated with the sense of being looked after.
"He's that domineering," she said to Ellen, "that I can't call my soul my own." "Good night," Ellen said briefly.
Willie stood at the foot of the stairs and watched her going up. He knew she liked him to do that she would expect to find him there when she reached the top and looked down, panting slightly. "Good night," he called. "Both windows open. I shall go outside to see." Then he went back to Ellen, still standing primly over her Larrys and penates. "Now tell me about it," he said.
"I've left them. There has been a terrible fuss, and when Miss Lily left tonight, I did too."
"She left her home?" She nodded.
"It's awful, Willie. I don't know all of it, but they've been having her followed, or her grandfather did. I think there's a man in it. Followed. And her a good girl. Her grandfather's been treating her like a dog for weeks. We all noticed it. And tonight there was a quarrel, with all of them at her like a pack of dogs, and her governess crying in the hall. I just went up and packed my things."
"Where did she go?"
"I don't know. I got her a taxicab, and she only took one bag. I went right off to the housekeeper and told her I wouldn't stay, and they could send my money after me." Did you notice the number of that taxicab?" "I never thought of it." He saw it all with terrible distinctness. The man was Akers, of course. Then, if she had left her home rather than give him up, she was really in love with him. He had too much common sense to believe for a moment that she had fled to Louis Akers' protection, however. That was the last thing she would do. She would have gone to a hotel, or to the Doyle house. "She shouldn't have left home, Ellen." "They drove her out, I tell you," Ellen cried irritably. "At least, that's what it amounted to. There are things no high-minded girl will stand. Can you lend me some money, Willie?" He felt in his pocket, producing a handful of loose money. "Of course you can have all I've got," he said. "But you must not go tonight, Miss Ellen. It's too late. I'll give you my room and go in with Dan Boyd." And he prevailed over her protests in the end. It was not until he saw her settled there, hiding her sense of strangeness under an impassive mask, that he went downstairs again and took his hat from its hook. Lily must go back home, he knew. It was unthinkable that she would break with her family and go to the Doyles. He had too little self-consciousness to question the propriety of his own interference, too much love for her to care whether she resented that interference. And he was filled with a vast anger at Jim Doyle. He saw in all this, somehow, Doyle's work; how it would play into Doyle's plans to have Anthony Cardew's granddaughter a member of his household. He would take her away from there if he had to carry her. He was a long time in getting to the mill district, and a longer time still in finding Cardew Way. At an all-night pharmacy he learned which was the house, and his determined movements took on a sort of uncertainty. It was very late. Ellen had waited for him for some time. If Lily were in that sinister, darkened house across the street, the family had probably retired. And for the first time, too, he began to doubt if Doyle would let him see her. Lily herself might even refuse to see him. Nevertheless, the urgency to get her away from there, if she were there, prevailed at last, and a strip of light in an upper window, as from an imperfectly fitted blind, assured him that someone was still awake in the house. He went across the street, and opening the gate, strode up the walk. Almost immediately he was confronted by the figure of a man who had been concealed by the trunk of one of the trees. He lounged forward, huge, menacing, yet not entirely hostile. "Who is it?" demanded the figure blocking his way. "I want to see Mr. Doyle." "What about?" "I'll tell him that," said Willie Cameron. "What's your name?" "That's my business, too," said Mr. Cameron, with disarming pleasantness. "Damn private about your business, aren't you?" jeered the sentry, still in cautious tones. "Well, you can write it down on a piece of paper and mail it to him. He's busy now." "All I want to do," persisted Mr. William Wallace Cameron, growing slightly giddy with repressed fury, "is to ring that doorbell and ask him a question. I'm going to do it, too." There was rather an interesting moment then, because the figure lunged at Mr. Cameron, and Mr. Cameron, stooping low and swiftly, as well as to one side, and at the same instant becoming a fighting Scot, which means a cool-eyed madman, got in one or two rather neat effects with his fists. The first took the shadow just below his breastbone, and the left caught him at that angle of the jaw where a small cause sometimes produces a large effect. The figure sat down on the brick walk and grunted, and Mr. Cameron, judging that he had about 10 seconds leeway, felt in the dazed person's right-hand pocket for the revolver he knew would be there, and secured it. The sitting figure made puffing, feeble attempts to prevent him, but there was no real struggle. Mr. Cameron himself was feeling extremely triumphant and as strong as a lion. He was rather sorry no one had seen the affair, but that, of course, was subconscious. And he was more cheerful than he had been for some days. He had been up against so many purely intangible obstacles lately that it was a relief to find one he could use his fists on. "Now I'll have a few words with you, my desperate friend," he said. "I've got your gun, and I'm hell with a revolver, because I've never fired one, and there's a sort of homicidal beginner's luck about the thing. If you move or speak, I'll shoot it into you first, and when it's empty, I'll choke it down your throat and strangle you to death." After which ferocious speech he strolled up the path, revolver in hand, and rang the doorbell. He put the weapon in his pocket then, but he kept his hand upon it. He had read somewhere that a revolver was quite usable from a pocket.
There was no immediate answer to the bell, and he turned and surveyed the man under the tree, faintly distinguishable in the blackness. It had occurred to him that the number of guns a man may carry is only limited to his pockets, which are about 15. There were heavy, deliberate footsteps inside, and the door was flung open. No glare of light followed it, however. There was a man there, alarmingly tall, who seemed to stare at him, and then beyond him into the yard. "Well?" "Are you Mr. Doyle?" "I am." "My name is Cameron, Mr. Doyle. I have had a small difference with your watchdog, but he finally let me by." "I'm afraid I don't understand. I have no dog." "The sentry you posted, then." Mr. Cameron disliked fencing. "Ah," said Mr. Doyle urbanely. "You have happened on one of my good friends, I see. I have many enemies, Mr. Cameron. Was that the name? And my friends sometimes like to keep an eye on me. It is rather touching." He was smiling, Mr. Cameron knew, and his anger rose afresh. "Very touching," said Mr. Cameron. "But if he bothers me going out, you may be short one friend. Mr. Doyle, Miss Lily Cardew left her home tonight. I want to know if she is here." "Are you sent by her family?" "I have asked you if she is here." Jim Doyle apparently deliberated. "My niece is here, although just why you should interest yourself." "May I see her?" "I regret to say she has retired." "I think she would see me." A door opened into the hall, throwing a shaft of light on the wall across, and letting out the sounds of voices. "Shut that door," said Doyle, wheeling sharply. It was closed at once. "Now," he said, turning to his visitor, "I'll tell you this. My niece is here." He emphasized the "my." "She has come to me for refuge, and I intend to give it to her. You won't see her tonight, and if you come from her people you can tell them she came here of her own free will, and that if she stays it will be because she wants to. Joe," he called into the darkness. "Yes," came a sullen voice, after a moment's hesitation. "Show this gentleman out." All at once Willie Cameron was staring at a closed door, on the inner side of which a bolt was being slipped. He felt absurd and futile, and not at all like a lion. With the revolver in his hand he went down the steps. "Don't bother about the gate, Joe," he said. "I like to open my own gates. And don't try any tricks, Joe. Get back to your kennel." Fearful mutterings followed that, but the shadow retired, and he made an undisturbed exit to the street. Once on the streetcar, the entire episode became unreal and theatrical, with only the drag of Joe's revolver in his coat pocket to prove its reality. It was after midnight when, shoes in hand, he crept up the stairs to Dan's room, and, careful not to disturb him, slipped into his side of the double bed. He did not sleep at all. He lay there, facing the fact that Lily had delivered herself voluntarily into the hands of the enemy of her house, and not only of her house, an enemy of the country. That conference that night was a sinister one. Brought to book about it, Doyle might claim it as a labor meeting. Organizers planning a strike did indeed, hold secret conferences, but they did not post armed guards. They opened business offices and brought in the pressmen, and shouted their grievances for the world to hear. This was different. This was anarchy. And in every city it was going on, this rallying of the malcontents, the idlers, the envious and the dangerous, to the red flag. Organized labor gathered together the workmen, but men like Doyle were organizing the riffraff of the country. They secured a small percentage of idealists and pseudo-intellectuals, and taught them a so-called internationalism which, under the name of brotherhood, was nothing but a raid on private property, a scheme of pillage and arson. They allied with themselves imported laborers from Europe, men with everything to gain and nothing to lose, and by magnifying real grievances and inflaming them with imaginary ones, were building out of this material the rank and file of an anarchist army. And against it, what? On toward morning he remembered something, and sat bolt upright in bed. Edith had once said something about knowing of a secret telephone. She had known Louis Akers very well. He might have told her what he knew, or have shown her in some braggart moment. A certain type of man was unable to keep a secret from a woman. But that would imply... For the first time he wondered what Edith's relations with Louis Akers might have been. Chapter 19. The surface peace of the house on Cardew Way, the even tenor of her days there, the feeling she had of sanctuary did not offset Lily's clear knowledge that she had done a cruel and impulsive thing. Even her grandfather, whose anger had driven her away, she remembered now as a feeble old man fighting his losing battle in a changing world, and yet with a sort of mistaken heroism hoisting his colors to the end. She had determined, that first night in Elinor's immaculate guest room, to go back the next day. They had been right at home, by all the tenets to which they adhered so religiously. She had broken the unwritten law not to break bread with an enemy of her house. She had done what they had expressly forbidden, done it over and over. "On top of all this," old Anthony had said after reading the tale of her delinquencies from some notes in his hand, "you dined last night openly at the St. Elmo Hotel with this same Louis Akers, a man openly my enemy, and openly of impure life." "I do not believe he is your enemy." "He is one of the band of anarchists who have repeatedly threatened to kill me." "Oh, Lily, Lily," said her mother. But it was to her father, standing grave and still, that Lily replied. "I don't believe that, father. He is not a murderer. If you would let him come here—" "Never in this house," said old Anthony, savagely crushing notes in his hand. "He will come here over my dead body." "You have no right to condemn a man unheard." "Unheard? I tell you I know all about him. The man is an anarchist, a rake, a dog." "Just a moment, father," Howard had put in quietly. "Lily, do you care for this man? I mean by that, do you want to marry him?" "He has asked me. I have not given him an answer yet. I don't want to marry a man my family will not receive. It wouldn't be fair to him." Which speech drove old Anthony into a frenzy, and led him to a bitterness of language that turned Lily cold and obstinate. She heard him through, with her father vainly trying to break in and save the situation, then she said coldly, "I am sorry you feel that way about it," and turned and left the room. She had made no plan, of course. She hated doing theatrical things. But, shut in her bedroom, with the doors locked, Anthony's furious words came back, his threats, his bitter sneers. She felt strangely alone, too. In all the great house she had no one to support her. Mademoiselle, her father and mother, even the servants, were tacitly aligned with the opposition. Except Ellen. She had felt lately that Ellen, in her humble way, had espoused her cause. She had sent for Ellen. In spite of the warmth of her greeting, Lily had felt a reserve in Aunt Elinor's welcome. It was as though she was determinedly making the best of a bad situation. "I had to do it, Aunt Elinor," she said, when they had gone upstairs. There was a labor conference, Doyle had explained, being held below. "I know," said Elinor. "I understand. I'll pin back the curtains, so you can open your windows. The night air is so smoky here." "I am afraid mother will grieve terribly." "I think she will," said Elinor with her quiet gravity. "You are all she has." "She has father. She cares more for him than for anything in the world." "Would you like some ice water, dear?" Some time later Lily roused from the light sleep of emotional exhaustion. She had thought she heard Willie Cameron's voice. But that was absurd, of course, and she lay back to toss uneasily for hours. Out of all her thinking there emerged at last her real self, so long overlaid with her infatuation. She would go home again, and make what amends she could. They were wrong about Louis Akers, but they were right, too. Lying there, as the dawn slowly turned her windows to gray, she saw him with a new clarity. She had a swift vision of what life with him would mean. Intervals of passionate loving, of boyish dependence on her, and then a new face. Never again was she able to see him with such clearness. He was incapable of loyalty to a woman, even though he loved her. He was born to be a wanderer in love, an experimenter in passion. She even recognized in him an incurable sensuous curiosity about women that would be quite remote from his love for her. He would see nothing wrong with his infidelities, so long as she did not know and did not suffer. And he would come back to her from them, watchful for suspicion, relieved when he did not find it, and bringing her small gifts, which would be actually burnt offerings to his own soul. She made up her mind to give him up. She would go home in the morning, make her peace with them all, and never see Louis Akers again. She slept after that, and at 10 o'clock Elinor wakened her with the word that her father was downstairs. Elinor was very pale. It had been a shock to her to see her brother in her home after all these years, and a still greater one when he had put his arm around her and kissed her. "I am so sorry, Howard," she had said. The sight of him had set her lips trembling. He patted her shoulder. "Poor Elinor," he said. "Poor old girl. We're a queer lot, aren't we?" "All but you." "An obstinate do and be damned lot," he said slowly. "I'd like to see my little girl, Nellie. We can't have another break in the family." He held Lily in much the same way when she came down, an arm around her, his big shoulders thrown back as though he would guard her against the world. But he was very uneasy and depressed at that. He had come on a difficult errand, and because he had no finesse, he blundered badly. It was some time before she gathered the full meaning of what he was saying. "Aunt Cornelia's," she exclaimed. "Or if you and your mother want to go to Europe," he put in hastily, seeing her puzzled face, "I think I can arrange about passports." "Does that mean he won't have me back, father?" "Lily, dear," he said, hoarse with anxiety, "we simply have to remember that he is a very old man, and that his mind is not elastic. He is feeling very bitter now, but he will get over it." "And I am to travel around waiting to be forgiven? I was ready to go back, but he won't have me. Is that it?" "Only just for the present." He threw out his hands. "I have tried everything. I suppose in a way I could insist, make a point of it, but there are other things to be considered. His age, for one thing, and then the strike. If he takes an arbitrary stand against me, no concession, no argument with the men, it makes it very difficult, in many ways." "I see. It is wicked that any one man should have such power. The city, the mills, his family. It's wicked." But she was conscious of no deep anger against Anthony now. She merely saw that between them, she and her grandfather, had dug a gulf that could not be passed. And in Howard's efforts she saw the temporizing that her impatient youth resented. "I am afraid it is a final break, father," she said. "And if he shuts me out, I must live my own life. But I am not going to run away to Aunt Cornelia or Europe. I shall stay here." He had to be content with that. After all, his own sister, but he wished it were not Jim Doyle's house. Not that he regarded Lily's shift toward what he termed Bolshevism very seriously. All youth had a slant toward socialism and outgrew it. But he went away sorely troubled, after a few words with Elinor Doyle alone. "You don't look unhappy, Nellie." "Things have been much better the last few years." "Is he kind to you?" "Not always, Howard. He doesn't drink now, so that is over. And I think there are no other women. But when things go wrong I suffer, of course." She stared past him toward the open window. "Why don't you leave him?" "I couldn't go home, Howard. You know what it would be. Worse than Lily. And I'm too old to start out by myself. My habits are formed, and besides, She checked herself. "I could take a house somewhere for both of you, Lily and yourself," he said eagerly. "That would be a wonderful way out for everybody." She shook her head. "We'll manage all right," she said. "I'll make Lily comfortable and as happy as I can." He felt that he had to make his own case clear, or he might have noticed with what care she was choosing her words. His father's age, his unconscious dependence on Grace, his certainty to retire soon from the arbitrary stand he had taken. Elinor hardly heard him. Months afterwards he was to remember the distant look in her eyes, a sort of half-frightened determination, but he was too self-engrossed just then. "I can't persuade you," he finished.
No, but it is good of you to think of it. You know what the actual trouble was last night. It was not her coming here." "I know, Howard." "Don't let her marry him, Nellie. Better than anyone, you ought to know what that would mean." "I knew too, Howard, but I did it." In the end he went away, not greatly comforted, to fight his own battles, to meet committees from the Union, and having met them, to find himself facing the fact that, driven by some strange urge he could not understand, the leaders wished a strike. There were times when he wondered what would happen if he should suddenly yield every point, make every concession. They would only make further demands, he felt. They seemed determined to put him out of business. If only he could have dealt with the men directly, instead of with their paid representatives, he felt that he would get somewhere. But always interposed between himself and his workmen was this barrier of their own erecting. It was like representative government. It did not always represent. It, too, was founded on representation in good faith. But there was not always good faith. The union system was wrong. It was like politics. The few handled the many. The union, with its all-powerful leaders, was only another form of autocracy. It was Prussian. Yet the ideal behind the union was sound enough. He had no quarrel with the union. He puzzled it out, traveling unaccustomed mental paths. The country was founded on liberty. All men were created free and equal. Free, yes, but equal? Was not equality a long way ahead along a thorny road? Men were not equal in the effort they made, nor did equal efforts bring equal result. If there was class antagonism behind all this unrest, would there not always be those who rose by dint of ceaseless effort? Equality of opportunity, yes. Equality of effort and result, no. To destroy the chance of gain was to put a premium on inertia, to kill ambition, to reduce the high without raising the low. At noon on the same day, Willy Cameron went back to the house on Cardew Way, to find Lily composed and resigned instead of the militant figure he had expected. He asked her to go home, and she told him then that she had no longer a home to go to. "I meant to go, Willy," she finished. "I meant to go this morning. But you see how things are." He had stood for a long time, looking at nothing very hard. "I see," he said finally. "Of course your grandfather will be sorry in a day or two, but he may not swallow his pride very soon." That rather hurt her. "What about my pride?" she asked. "You can afford to be magnanimous with all your life before you." Then he faced her. "Besides, Lily, you're wrong. Dead wrong. You've hurt 3 people, and all you've got out of it has been your own way." "There is such a thing as liberty." "I don't know about that. And a good many crimes have been committed in its name." Even in his unhappiness he was controversial. We are never really free, so long as we love people and they love us. "Well." He picked up his old felt hat and absently turned down the brim. It was raining. "I'll have to go back. I've overstayed my lunch hour as it is." "You haven't had any luncheon." "I wasn't hungry," he had said, and had gone away, his coat collar turned up against the shower. Lily had had a presentiment that he was taking himself out of her life, that he had given her up as a bad job. She felt depressed and lonely, and not quite so sure of herself as she had been. Rather, although she did not put it that way, as though something fine had passed her way, like Pippa singing, and had then gone on. She settled down as well as she could to her new life, making no plans, however, and always with the stricken feeling that she had gained her own point at the cost of much suffering. She telephoned to her mother daily, broken little conversations with long pauses while Grace steadied her voice. Once her mother hung up the receiver hastily, and Lily guessed that her grandfather had come in. She felt very bitter toward him. But she found the small owenage interesting in a quiet way. To make her own bed and mend her stockings. Grace had sent her a trunkful of clothing, and on the elderly maid's afternoon out to help Elinor with the supper. She seldom went out, but Louis Akers came daily, and on the 6th day of her stay she promised to marry him. She had not meant to do it, but it was difficult to refuse him. She had let him think she would do it ultimately, for one thing. And however clearly she might analyze him in his absences, the strange attraction reasserted itself when he was near. But her acceptance of him was almost stoical. "But not soon, Louis," she said, holding him off. "And I ought to tell you, I don't think we will be happy together." "Why not?" "Because," she found it hard to put into words, "because love with you is a sort of selfish thing, I think." "I'll lie down now and let you tramp on me," he said exultantly, and held out his arms. But even as she moved toward him she voiced her inner perplexity. "I never seem to be able to see myself married to you." "Then the sooner the better, so you can." "You won't like being married, you know." "That's all you know about it, Lily. I'm mad about you. I'm mad for you." There was a new air of maturity about Lily those days, and sometimes a sort of aloofness that both maddened him and increased his desire to possess her. She went into his arms, but when he held her closest she sometimes seemed farthest away. "I want you now." "I want to be engaged a long time, Louis. We have so much to learn about each other." He thought that rather childish. But whatever had been his motive in the beginning, he was desperately in love with her by that time, and because of that he frightened her sometimes. He was less sure of himself, too, even after she had accepted him, and to prove his continued dominance over her he would bully her. "Come here," he would say from the hearth rug or by the window. "Certainly not." "Come here." Sometimes she went, to be smothered in his hot embrace. Sometimes she did not. But her infatuation persisted, although there were times when his inordinate vitality and his caresses gave her a sense of physical weariness, times when sheer contact revolted her. He seemed always to want to touch her. Fastidiously reared, taught a sort of aloofness from childhood, Lily found herself wondering if all men in love were like that, always having to be held off. End of chapters 18 and 19. Chapters 20 and 21 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Ellen was staying at the Boyd house. She went downstairs the morning after her arrival and found the bread, bakery bread, toasted and growing cold on the table, while a slice of ham, ready to be cooked, was not yet on the fire, and Mrs. Boyd had run out to buy some milk. Dan had already gone, and his half-empty cup of black coffee was on the kitchen table. Ellen sniffed it and raised her eyebrows. She rolled up her sleeves, put the toast in the oven and the ham in the frying pan, with much the same grimness with which she had sat the night before listening to Mrs. Boyd's monologue. If this was the way they looked after Willie Cameron, no wonder he was thin and pale. She threw out the coffee, which she suspected had been made by the time-saving method of pouring water on last night's grounds, and made a fresh pot of it. After that she inspected the tea towels, and getting a tin dishpan set them to boil in it on the top of the range. "Enough to give him typhoid," she reflected. Ellen disapproved of her surroundings. She disapproved of any woman who did not boil her tea towels. And when Edith came down carefully dressed and undeniably rouged, she formed a disapproving opinion of that young lady, which was that she was trying to land Willie Cameron, and that he would be better dead than landed. She met Edith's stare of surprise with one of thinly veiled hostility. "Hello," said Edith. "When did you blow in, and where from?" "I came to see Mr. Cameron last night, and he made me stay." "A friend of Willie's? Well, I guess you needn't pay for your breakfast by cooking it. Mother's probably run out for something. She never has anything in the house, and is talking somewhere. I'll take that fork." But Ellen proceeded to turn the ham. "I'll do it," she said. "You might spoil your hands." But Edith showed no offense. "All right," she acceded indifferently. "If you're going to eat it, you'd better cook it. We're rotten housekeepers here." "I should think if you're going to keep boarders, somebody would learn to cook." "Mr. Cameron's mother is the best housekeeper in town, and he was raised on good food and plenty of it." Her tone was truculent.
Ellen's world, the world of short hours and easy service, of the decorum of the Cardew servants' hall, of luxury and dignity and good pay, had suddenly gone to pieces about her. She was feeling very bitter, especially toward a certain chauffeur who had prophesied the end of all service. He had made the statement that before long all people would be equal. There would be no above and below stairs, no servants' hall.
"They'll drive their own cars then, damn them," he had said once, "if they can get any to drive. And answer their own bills, if they've got any to ring. And get up and cook their own breakfasts."
"Which you won't have any to cook," Grayson had said irritably from the head of the long table.
"Just a word, my man. That sort of talk is forbidden here. One word more and I go to Mr. Cardew."
The chauffeur had not sulked, however.
"All right, Mr. Grayson," he said affably. "But I can go on thinking, I dare say. And some of these days you'll be wishing you'd climbed on the bandwagon before it's too late."
Ellen, turning the ham carefully, was conscious that her revolt had been only partially on Lily's account. It was not so much Lily's plight as the abuse of power, although she did not put it that way, that had driven her out. Ellen then had carried out her own small revolution, and where had it put her? She had lost a good home, and what could she do? All she knew was service. Edith poured herself a cup of coffee, and taking a piece of toast from the oven, stood nibbling it. The crumbs fell on the not over clean floor.
"Why don't you go into the dining room to eat?" Ellen demanded. "Got out of the wrong side of the bed, didn't you?" Edith asked. "Willie's bed, I suppose. I'm not hungry, and I always eat breakfast like this. I wish he would hurry. We'll be late."
Ellen stared. It was her first knowledge that this girl, this painted hussy, worked in Willie's pharmacy, and her suspicions increased. She had a quick vision, as she had once had of Lily, of Edith in the Cameron house. Edith reading or embroidering on the front porch while Willie's mother slaved for her. Edith on the same porch in the evening with all the boys in town around her. She knew the type, the sort that set an entire village by the ears and in the end left home and husband and ran away with a traveling salesman. Ellen had already got Willie married and divorced when Mrs. Boyd came in. She carried the milk pail, but her lips were blue and she sat down in a chair and held her hand to her heart.
"I'm that short of breath," she gasped. "I declare I could hardly get back." "I'll give you some coffee right off."
When Willie Cameron had finished his breakfast, she followed him into the parlor. His pallor was not lost on her, or his sunken eyes. He looked badly fed, shabby and harassed, and he bore the marks of his sleepless night on his face.
"Are you going to stay here?" she demanded. "Why, yes, Miss Ellen." "Your mother would break her heart if she knew the way you're living." "I'm very comfortable. We've tried to get a He changed color at that. In the simple life of the village at home, a woman whose only training was the town standard of good housekeeping might go into service in the city and not lose caste. But she was never thought of as a servant. "Help," he substituted. "But we can't get anyone, and Mrs. Boyd is delicate. It is heart trouble." "Does that girl work where you do?" "Yes, why?" "Is she engaged to you? She calls you Willie." He smiled into her eyes. "Not a bit of it, or thinking of it." "How do you know what she's thinking? It's all over her. It's Willie this and Willie that. And men are such fools." There flashed into his mind certain things that he had tried to forget. Edith at his doorway, with that odd look in her eyes. Edith never going to sleep until he had gone to bed. And recently, certain things she had said that he had passed over lightly and somewhat uncomfortably. "That's ridiculous, Miss Ellen. But even if it were true, which it isn't, don't you think it would be rather nice of her?" He smiled. "I do not. I heard you going out last night, Willie. Did you find her?" "She is at the Doyles'. I didn't see her." "That'll finish it," Ellen prophesied somberly. She glanced around the parlor, at the dust on the furniture, at the unwashed baseboard, at the unwound clock on the mantelshelf. "If you're going to stay here, I will," she announced abruptly. "I owe that much to your mother. I've got some money. I'll take what they'd pay some foreigner who'd throw out enough to keep another family." Then, seeing hesitation in his eyes, "That woman's sick, and you've got to be looked after. I could do all the work, if the girl would help in the evenings." He demurred at first. She would find it hard. They had no luxuries, and she was accustomed to luxury. There was no room for her. But in the end he called Edith and Mrs. Boyd, and was rather touched to find Edith offering to share her upper bedroom. "It's a hole," she said. "Cold in winter and hot as blazes in summer. But there's room for a cot, and I guess we can let each other alone." "I wish you'd let me move up there, Edith," he said for perhaps the 20th time since he had found out where she slept. "And you would take my room." "No chance," she said cheerfully. "Mother would raise the devil if you tried it." She glanced at Ellen's face. "If that word shocks you, you're due for a few shocks, you know." "The way you talk is your business, not mine," said Ellen austerely. When they finally departed on a half run, Ellen was established as a fixture in the Boyd house, and was already piling all the cooking utensils into a wash boiler, and with grim efficiency was searching for lye with which to clean them. 2 weeks later, the end of June, the strike occurred. It was not, in spite of predictions, a general walkout. Some of the mills, particularly the smaller plants, did not go down at all, and with reduced forces kept on, but the chain of Cardew mills was closed. There was occasional rioting by the foreign element in outlying districts, but the state constabulary handled it easily. Dan was out of work, and the loss of his pay was a serious matter in the little house. He had managed to lay by $100, and Willie Cameron had banked it for him, but there was a real problem to be faced. On the night of the day the Cardew mills went down, Willie called a meeting of the household after supper, around the dining room table. He had been in to see Mr. Hendricks, who had been laid up with bronchitis, and Mr. Hendricks had predicted a long strike. "The irresistible force and the immovable body, son," he said. "They'll stay set this time. And unless I miss my guess, that is playing Doyle's hand for him, all right. His chance will come when the men have used up their savings and are growing bitter. Every strike plays into the hands of the enemy, son, and they know it. The moment production ceases, prices go up, and soon all the money in the world won't pay them wages enough to live on." He had a store of homely common sense, and a gift of putting things into few words. Willie Cameron, going back to the little house that evening, remembered the last thing he had said. "The only way to solve this problem of living," he said, "is to see how much we can work, and not how little. Germany's working 10 hours a day and producing. We're talking about 6 and loafing and fighting while we talk." So Willie went home and called his meeting, and knowing Mrs. Boyd's regard for figures, set down and added or subtracted. He placed a pad and pencil on the table before him. It was an odd group. Dan, sullen, resenting the strike and the causes that had led to it. Ellen, austere and competent. Mrs. Boyd, with a lace fichu pinned around her neck, now that she had achieved the dignity of hired help, and Edith. Edith, silent, morose, and fixing now and then rather haggard eyes on Willie Cameron's unruly hair. She seldom met his eyes. "First of all," said Willie, "we'll take our weekly assets. Of course Dan will get something temporarily, but we'll leave that out for the present." The weekly assets turned out to be his salary and Edith's. "Why, Willie," said Mrs. Boyd, "you can't turn all your money over to us." "You are all the family I have just now. Why not? Anyhow, I have to keep out lunch money and car fare, and so will Edith. Now, as to expenses." Ellen had made a great reduction in expenses, but food was high. And there was gas and coal, and Dan's small insurance, and the rent. There was absolutely no margin, and a sort of silence fell. "What about your tuition at night school?" Edith asked suddenly. "Spring term ended this week." "But you said there was a summer one." "Well, I'll tell you about that," Willie said, feeling for words. "I'm going to be busy helping Mr. Hendricks in his campaign. Then next fall, well, I'll either go back, or Hendricks will make me chief of police or something." He smiled around the table. "I ought to get some sort of graft out of it." "Mother," Edith protested, "he mustn't sacrifice himself for us. What are we to him anyhow? A lot of stones hung around his neck, that's all." It was after Willie had declared that this was his home now, and he had a right to help keep it going, and after Ellen had observed that she had some money laid by and would not take any wages during the strike, that the meeting threatened to become emotional. Mrs. Boyd shed a few tears, and as she never by any chance carried a handkerchief, let them flow over her fichu.
And Dan shook Willie's hand and Ellen's and said that if he'd had his way he'd be working, and not sitting round like a stiff letting other people work for him. But Edith got up and went into the little back garden, and did not come back until the meeting was both actually and morally broken up. When she heard Dan go out, and Ellen and Mrs. Boyd go upstairs, chatting in a new amiability brought about by trouble and sacrifice, she put on her hat and left the house. Ellen, rousing on her cot in Edith's upper room, heard her come in some time later and undress and get into bed. Her old suspicion of the girl revived, and she sat upright. "Where I come from, girls don't stay out alone until all hours," she said. "Oh, let me alone." Ellen fell asleep, and in her sleep she dreamed that Mrs. Boyd had taken sick and was moaning. The moaning was terrible. It filled the little house. Ellen wakened suddenly. It was not moaning. It was strange, heavy breathing, strangling, and it came from Edith's bed. "Are you sick?" she called, and getting up, her knees hardly holding her, she lighted the gas at its unshaded bracket on the wall and ran to the other bed. Edith was lying there, her mouth open, her lips bleached and twisted. Her stertorous breathing filled the room, and over all was the odor of carbolic acid. "Edith, for God's sake!" The girl was only partially conscious. Ellen ran down the stairs and into Willie's room. "Get up," she cried, shaking him. "That girl's killed herself." "Lily!" "No, Edith. Carbolic acid." Even then he remembered her mother. "Don't let her hear anything. It will kill her," he said, and ran up the stairs. Almost immediately he was down again, searching for alcohol. He found a small quantity and poured that down the swollen throat. He roused Dan then, and sent him running madly for Dr. Smiley, with a warning to bring him past Mrs. Boyd's door quietly, and to bring an intubation set with him in case her throat should close. Then, on one of his innumerable journeys up and down the stairs, he encountered Mrs. Boyd herself, in her nightgown, and terrified. "What's the matter, Willie?" she asked. "Is it a fire?" "Edith is sick. I don't want you to go up. It may be contagious. It's her throat." And from that Mrs. Boyd deduced diphtheria. She sat on the stairs in her nightgown, a shaken, helpless figure, asking countless questions of those that hurried past. But they reassured her, and after a time she went downstairs and made a pot of coffee. Ensconced with it in the lower hall, and milk bottle in hand, she waylaid them with it as they hurried up and down. Upstairs the battle went on. There were times when the paralyzed muscles almost stopped lifting the chest walls, when each breath was a new miracle. Her throat was closing fast, too, and at 8:00 came a brisk young surgeon, and with Willie Cameron's assistance an operation was performed. After that, and for days, Edith breathed through a tube in her neck. The fiction of diphtheria was kept up, and Mrs. Boyd, having a childlike faith in medical men, betrayed no anxiety after the first hour or two. She saw nothing incongruous in Ellen going down through the house while she herself was kept out of that upper room where Edith lay, conscious now, but sullen, disfigured, silent. She was happy, too, to have her old domain hers again, while Ellen nursed; to make again her flavorless desserts, her mounds of rubber-like gelatin, her pies. She brewed broths daily, and when Edith could swallow, she sent up the results of hours of cooking, which Ellen cooled, skimmed the crust of grease from the top, and heated again over the gas flame. She never guessed the conspiracy against her. Between Ellen and Edith there was no real liking. Ellen did her duty, and more; got up at night; was gentle with rather heavy hands; bathed the girl, and brushed and braided her long hair. But there were hours during that simulated quarantine when a brooding silence held in the sick room, and when Ellen, turning suddenly, would find Edith's eyes on her, full of angry distrust. At those times Ellen was glad that Edith could not speak. For at the end of a few days Ellen knew, and Edith knew, she knew. Edith could not speak. She wrote her wants with a stub of pencil, or made signs. One day she motioned toward a mirror, and Ellen took it to her. "You needn't be frightened," she said. "When those scabs come off, the doctor says you'll hardly be marked at all." But Edith only glanced at herself and threw the mirror aside. Another time she wrote, "Willie." "He's all right. They've got a girl at the store to take your place, but I guess you can go back if you want to." Then, seeing the hunger in the girl's eyes,
He's out a good bit these nights. He's making speeches for that Mr. Hendricks. As if he could be elected against Mr. Cardew."
The confinement told on Ellen. She would sit for hours, wondering what had become of Lily. Had she gone back home? Was she seeing that other man? Perhaps her valiant loyalty to Lily faded somewhat during those days because she began to guess Willie Cameron's secret. If a girl had no eyes in her head and couldn't see that Willie Cameron was the finest gentleman who ever stepped in shoe leather, that girl had something wrong about her. Then, sometimes, she wondered how Edith's condition was going to be kept from her mother. She had measured Mrs. Boyd's pride by that time, her almost terrible respectability. She rather hoped that the sick woman would die some night, easily and painlessly in her sleep, because death was easier than some things. She liked Mrs. Boyd. She felt a slightly contemptuous but real affection for her. Then one night Edith heard Willie's voice below, and indicated that she wanted to see him. He came in, stooping under the sheet which Mrs. Boyd had heard belonged in the doorway of diphtheria, and stood looking down at her. His heart ached. He sat down on the bed beside her and stroked her hand. "Poor little girl," he said. "We've got to make things very happy for her to make up for all this." But Edith freed her hand, and reaching out for paper and pencil stub, wrote something and gave it to Ellen. Ellen read it. "Tell him." "I don't want to, Edith. You wait and do it yourself." But Edith made an insistent gesture, and Ellen, flushed and wretched, had to tell. He made no sign, but sat stroking Edith's hand, only he stared rather fixedly at the wall, conscious that the girl's eyes were watching him for a single gesture of surprise or anger. He felt no anger, only a great perplexity and sadness, an older brother grief. "I'm sorry, little sister," he said, and did the kindest thing he could think of, bent over and kissed her on the forehead. "Of course I know how you feel, but it is a big thing to bear a child, isn't it? It is the only miracle we have these days." "A child with no father," said Ellen stonily. "Even then," he persisted, "it's a big thing. We would have this one come under happier circumstances if we could, but we will welcome and take care of it anyhow. A child's a child, and mighty valuable. And," he added, "I appreciate your wanting me to know Edith." He stayed a little while after that, but he read aloud, choosing a humorous story, and laughing very hard at all the proper places. In the end he brought a faint smile to Edith's blistered lips, and a small lift to the cloud that hung over her now, day and night. He made a speech that night, and into it he put all of his aching, anxious soul. Edith and Dan and Lily were behind it. Akers and Doyle. It was at a meeting in the hall over the city market, and the audience a New Men's Non-Partisan Association. "Sometimes," he said, "I am asked what it is that we want, we men who are standing behind Hendricks as an independent candidate." He was supposed to bring Mr. Hendricks' name in as often as possible. "I answer that we want honest government, law and order, an end to this conviction that the country is owned by the unions and the capitalists, a fair deal for the plain people, which is you and I, my friends. But I answer still further, we want one thing more, a greater thing, and that thing we shall have. All through this great country tonight are groups of men hoping and planning for an incredible thing. They are not great in numbers. They are, however, organized, competent, intelligent, and deadly. They plow the land with discord to sow the seeds of sedition. And the thing they want is civil war. And against them what? The people like you and me. The men with homes they love. The men with little businesses they have fought and labored to secure. The clerks, the preachers, the doctors, the honest laborers, the God-fearing rich. I tell you we are the people, and it is time we knew our power. And this is the thing we want, we the people, the greater thing, the thing we shall have, that this government, this country which we love, which has 3 times been saved at such cost of blood, shall survive." It was after that speech that he met Pink Denslow for the first time. A square, solidly built young man edged his way through the crowd and shook hands with him. "Name's Denslow," said Pink. "Liked what you said.
Have you time to run over to my club with me and have a highball and a talk?" "I've got all the rest of the night." "Right-o," said Pink, who had brought back a phrase or two from the British. It was not until they were in the car that Pink said, "I think you're a friend of Miss Cardew's, aren't you?" "I know Miss Cardew," said Willy Cameron guardedly. And they were both rather silent for a long time. That night proved to be a significant one for them both, as it happened. They struck up a curious sort of friendship, based on a humble admiration on Pink's part, and with Willy Cameron on sheer hunger for the society of his kind. He had been suffering a real mental starvation. He had been constantly giving out and getting nothing in return. Pink developed a habit of dropping into the pharmacy when he happened to be nearby. He was rather wistfully envious of that year in the camp when Lily Cardew and Cameron had been together, and at first it was the bond of Lily that sent him to the shop. In the beginning the shop irritated him because it seemed an incongruous background for the fiery young orator. But later on he joined the small open forum in the back room, and perhaps for the first time in his idle years he began to think. He had made the sacrifice of his luxurious young life to go to war, had slept in mud and risked his body and been hungry and cold and often frightfully homesick. And now it appeared that a lot of madmen were going to try to undo all that he had helped to do. He was surprised and highly indignant. Even a handful of agitators, it seemed, could do incredible harm. One night he and Willy Cameron slipped into a meeting of a Russian society, wearing old clothes, which with Willy was not difficult, and shuffling up dirty stairs without molestation. They came away thoughtful. "Looks like it's more than talk," Pink said after a time. "They're not dangerous," Willy Cameron said. "That's talk. But it shows a state of mind. The real incendiaries don't show their hand like that." "You think it's real, then?" "Some boils don't come to a head. But most do." It was after a mob of foreigners had tried to capture the town of Donelson near Pittsburgh, and had been turned back by a hastily armed body of its citizens, doctors, lawyers, and shopkeepers, that a nebulous plan began to form in Willy Cameron's active mind. If one could unite the plain people politically, or against a foreign war, why could they not be united against an enemy at home? The South had had a similar problem, and the result was the Ku Klux Klan. The chief of police was convinced that a plan was being formulated to repeat the Seattle experiment against the city. The mayor was dubious. He was not a strong man. He had a conviction that because a thing never had happened, it never could happen. "The mob has done it before," urged the chief of police one day. "They took Paris, and it was damned disagreeable." The mayor was a trifle weak in history. "Maybe they did," he agreed. "But this is different. This is America." He was rather uneasy after that. It had occurred to him that the chief might have referred to Paris, Illinois. Now and then Pink coaxed Willy Cameron to his club, and for those rare occasions he provided always a little group of men like themselves, young, eager, loyal, and struggling with the new problems of the day. In this environment Willy Cameron received as well as gave. Most of the men had been in the army, and he found in them an eager anxiety to face the coming situation and combat it. In the end the nucleus of the new Vigilance Committee was formed there. Not immediately. The idea was of slow growth, even with its originator, and it only reached the point of speech when Mr. Hendricks stopped in one day at the pharmacy, and brought a bundle which he slapped down on the prescription desk. "Read that dynamite," he said, his face flushed and lowering. "A man I know got it translated for me. Read it, and then tell me whether I'm an alarmist and a plain fool, or if it means trouble around here." There was no question in Willy Cameron's mind as to which it meant. Louis Akers had by that time announced his candidacy for mayor, and organized labor was behind him to an alarming extent. When Willy Cameron went with Pink to the club that afternoon, he found Akers under discussion, and he heard some facts about that gentleman's private life which left him silent and morose. Pink knew nothing of Lily's friendship with Akers. Indeed, Pink did not know that Lily was in the city, and Willy Cameron had not undeceived him. It had pleased Anthony Cardew to announce in the press that Lily was making a round of visits, and the secret was not his to divulge.
But the question which was always in his mind rose again. What did she see in this man? How could she have thrown away her home and her family for a fellow who was so obviously what Pink would have called a wrong one? He roused, however, at a question. "He may," he said. "With 3 candidates we're splitting the vote 3 ways, and it's hard to predict. Mr. Cardew can't be elected, but he weakens Hendricks. One thing's sure. Where's my pipe?" Silence, while Mr. Cameron searched for his pipe and took his own time to divulge the sure thing. "If Hendricks is elected, he'll clear out the entire bunch of anarchists. The present man's afraid. But if Akers can hypnotize labor into voting for him, and he gets it, it will be up to the city to protect itself, for he won't. He'll let them hold their infamous meetings and spread their damnable doctrine, and you know what they've tried to do in other places." He explained what he had in mind then, finding them expectant and eager. There ought to be some sort of citizen organization, to supplement the state and city forces. Nothing spectacular. Indeed, the least said about it the better. He harked back then to his idea of the plain people with homes to protect. "That needn't keep you fellows out," he said with his whimsical smile. "But the rank and file will have to constitute the big end. We don't want a lot of busybodies, pussyfooting around with guns and looking for trouble. We had enough of that during the war. We would want some men who would answer a riot call if they were needed. That's all." He had some of the translations Hendricks had brought him in his pocket, and they circulated around the group. "Do you think they mean to attack the city?" "That looks like it, doesn't it? And they are getting that sort of stuff all the time. There are 100,000 of them in this end of the state." "Would you make it a secret organization?" "Yes. I like doing things in the open myself, but you've got to fight a rat in his hole if he won't come out." "Would you hold office?" Pink asked. Willie Cameron smiled. "I'm a good bit like the boy who dug post holes in the daytime and took in washing at night to support the family. But I'll work, if that's what you mean." "We'd better have a constitution and all that, don't you think?" Pink asked. "We can draw up a tentative one, and then fix it up at the first meeting. This is going to be a big thing. It'll go like a fire." But Willie Cameron overruled that. "We don't need that sort of stuff," he said. "And if we begin that, we might as well put it in the newspapers. We want men who can keep their mouths shut, and who will sign some sort of a card agreeing to stand by the government and to preserve law and order. Then an office and a filing case, and their addresses, so we can get at them in a hurry if we need them. Get me a piece of paper, somebody." Then and there, in 20 words, Willie Cameron wrote the now historic oath of the new Vigilance Committee on the back of an old envelope. It was a promise, an agreement rather than an oath. There was a little hush as the paper passed from hand to hand. Not a man there but felt a certain solemnity in the occasion. To preserve the Union and the flag, to fight all sedition, to love their country and support it. The very simplicity of the words was impressive. And the mere putting of it into visible form crystallized their hitherto vague anxieties, pointed to a real enemy and a real danger. Yet, as Willie Cameron pointed out, they might never be needed. "Our job," he said, "is only as a last resort. Only for real trouble. Until the state troops can get here, for instance, and if the constabulary is greatly outnumbered. It's their work up to a certain point. We'll fight if they need us. That's all." It was very surprising to him to find the enterprise financed immediately. Pink offered an office in the bank building. Someone agreed to pay a clerk who should belong to the committee. It was practical, businesslike, and done. And, although he had protested, he found himself made the head of the organization. "Without title and without pay," he stipulated. "If you wish a title on me, I'll resign." He went home that night very exalted and very humble. Chapter 21. For a time Lily remained hidden in the house on Cardew Way, walking out after nightfall with Louis occasionally, but shrinkingly keeping to quiet back streets. She had a horror of meeting someone she knew, of explanations and of gossip. But after a time the desire to see her mother became overwhelming. She took to making little flying visits home at an hour when her grandfather was certain to be away, going in a taxicab and reaching the house somewhat breathless and excited. She was driven by an impulse toward the old familiar things. She was homesick for them all, for her mother, for Mademoiselle, for her own rooms, for her little toilet table, for her bed and her reading lamp. For the old house itself. She was still an alien where she was. Elinor Doyle was a perpetual enigma to her. Now and then she thought she had penetrated behind the gentle mask that was Elinor's face, only to find beyond it something inscrutable. There was a dead line in Elinor's life across which Lily never stepped. Whatever Elinor's battles were, she fought them alone, and Lily had begun to realize that there were battles. The atmosphere of the little house had changed. Sometimes, after she had gone to bed, she heard Doyle's voice from the room across the hall, raised angrily. He was nervous and impatient. At times he dropped the unctuousness of his manner toward her, and she found herself looking into a pair of cold blue eyes which terrified her. The brilliant little dinners had entirely ceased with her coming. A sort of early summer lethargy had apparently settled on the house. Doyle wrote for hours, shut in the room with the desk. The group of intellectuals, as he had dubbed them, had dispersed on summer vacations. But she discovered that there were other conferences being held in the house, generally late at night. She learned to know the nights when those meetings were to occur. On those evenings Elinor always made an early move toward bed, and Lily would repair to her hot, low-ceiled room to sit in the darkness by the window and think long, painful thoughts. That was how she learned of the conferences. She had no curiosity about them at first. They had something to do with the strike, she considered, and with that her interest died. Strikes were a symptom, and ultimately, through great thinkers like Mr. Doyle, they would discover the cure for the disease that caused them. She was quite content to wait for that time. Then, one night, she went downstairs for a glass of ice water, and found the lower floor dark, and subdued voices coming from the study. The kitchen door was standing open, and she closed and locked it, placing the key, as was Elinor's custom, in a table drawer. The door was partly glass, and Elinor had a fear of the glass being broken, and thus the key turned in the lock, by some intruder. On toward morning there came a violent hammering at her bedroom door, and Doyle's voice outside, a savage voice that she scarcely recognized. When she had thrown on her dressing gown and opened the door, he had instantly caught her by the shoulder, and she bore the imprints of his fingers for days. "Did you lock the kitchen door?" he demanded, his tones thick with fury. "Yes. Why not?" She tried to shake off his hand, but failed. "None of your business why not," he said, and gave her an angry shake. "Hereafter, when you find that door open, you leave it that way. That's all." "Take your hands off me." She was rather like her grandfather at that moment, and his lost caution came back. He freed her at once and laughed a little. "Sorry," he said. "I get a bit emphatic at times. But there are times when a locked door becomes a mighty serious matter." The next day he removed the key from the door and substituted a bolt. Elinor made no protest. Another night Elinor was taken ill, and Lily had been forced to knock at the study door and call Doyle. She had an instant's impression of the room crowded with strange figures. The heavy odors of sweating bodies, of tobacco, and of stale beer came through the half-open door and revolted her. And Doyle had refused to go upstairs. She began to feel that she could not remain there very long. The atmosphere was variable. It was either cynical or sinister, and she hated them both. She had a curious feeling, too, that Doyle both wanted her there and did not want her, and that he was changing his attitude toward her Aunt Elinor. Sometimes she saw him watching Elinor from under half-closed eyelids. But she could not fill her days with anxieties and suspicions, and she turned to Louis Akers as a flower to the open day. He at least was what he appeared to be. There was nothing mysterious about him. He came in daily, big, dominant, and demonstrative, filling the house with his presence, and demanding her in a loud, urgent voice. Hardly had the door slammed before he would call, "Lily, where are you?" Sometimes he lifted her off her feet and held her to him.
"You little whippet," he would say. "I could crush you to death in my arms." Had his wooing all been violent, she might have tired sooner, because those phases of his passion for her tired her. But there were times when he put her into a chair and sat on the floor at her feet, his handsome face uplifted to hers in a sort of humble adoration, his arms across her knees. It was not altogether studied. He was a born wooer, but he had his hours of humility, of vague aspirations. His insistent body was always greater than his soul, but now and then, when he was physically weary, he had a spiritual moment. "I love you, little girl," he would say. It was in one of those moments that she extracted a promise from him. He had been, from his position on the floor, telling her about the campaign. "I don't like you running against my father, Louis." "He couldn't have got it anyhow, and he doesn't want it. I do, honey. I need it in my business. When the election's over, you're going to marry me." She ignored that. "I don't like the men who come here, Louis. I wish they were not friends of yours." "Friends of mine? That bunch?" "You are always with them." "I draw a salary for being with them, honey." "But what do you draw a salary for?" He was immediately on the alert, but her eyes were candid and unsuspicious. "They are strikers, aren't they?" "Yes." "Is it legal business?" "Partly that." "Louis, is there going to be a general strike?" "There may be some bad times coming, honey." He bent his head and kissed her hands, lying motionless in her lap. "I wish you would marry me soon. I want you. I want to keep you safe." She drew her hands away. "Safe from what, Louis?" He sat back and looked up into her face. "You must remember, dear, that for all your theories, which are very sweet, this is a man's world, and men have rather brutal methods of settling their differences." "And you advocate brutality?" "Well, the war was brutal, wasn't it? And you were in a white heat supporting it, weren't you? How about another war?" He chose his words carefully. "Just as reasonable and just. You've heard Doyle. You know what I mean." "Not now." He was amazed at her horror, a horror that made her recoil from him and push his hands away when he tried to touch her. He got up angrily and stood looking down at her, his hands in his pockets. "What the devil do you think all this talk meant?" he demanded. "You've heard enough of it." "Does Aunt Elinor know?" "Of course." "And she approves?" "I don't know, and I don't care." Suddenly, with one of the quick changes she knew so well, he caught her hands and drawing her to her feet, put his arms round her. "All I know is that I love you, and if you say the word I'll cut the whole business." "You would?" He amended his offer somewhat. "Marry me, honey," he begged. "Marry me now. Do you think I'll let anything in God's world come between us? Marry me, and I'll do more than leave them." He was whispering to her, stroking her hair. "I'll cut the whole outfit. And on the day I go into your house as your husband, I'll tell your people some things they want to know. That's a promise." "What will they do to you?" "Your people?" "The others." He drew himself to his full height, and laughed. "They'll try to do plenty, old girl," he said. "But I'm not afraid of them, and they know it. Marry me, Lily," he urged. "Marry me now. And we'll beat them out, you and I." He gave her a sense of power over him and over evil. She felt suddenly an enormous responsibility, that of a human soul waiting to be uplifted and led aright. "You can save me, honey," he whispered, and kneeling suddenly, he kissed the toe of her small shoe. He was strong, but he was weak too. He needed her. "I'll do it, Louis," she said. You will be good to me, won't you?" "I'm crazy about you." The mood of exaltation upheld her through the night, and into the next day. Elinor eyed her curiously, and with some anxiety. It was a long time since she had been a girl, going about star-eyed with power over a man, but she remembered that lost time well. At noon Louis came in for a hasty luncheon, and before he left he drew Lily into the little study and slipped a solitaire diamond on her engagement finger. To Lily the moment was almost a holy one,
But he seemed more interested in the quality of the stone and its appearance on her hand than in its symbolism.
"Got you cinched now, honey. Do you like it?"
"It makes me feel that I don't belong to myself any longer."
"Well, you've passed into good hands," he said, and laughed his great vibrant laugh. "Costing me money already, you mite."
A little of her exaltation died then. But perhaps men were like that, shyly covering the things they felt deepest. She was rather surprised when he suggested keeping the engagement a secret.
"Except the Doyles, of course," he said. "I'm not taking any chances on losing you, child."
"Not mother?"
"Not unless you want to be kidnapped and taken home. It's only a matter of a day or two, anyhow."
"I want more time than that. A month, anyhow." And he found her curiously obstinate and determined. She did not quite know herself why she demanded delay, except that she shrank from delivering herself into hands that were so tender and might be so cruel. It was instinctive, purely. "A month," she said, and stuck to it. He was rather sulky when he went away, and he had told her the exact amount he had paid for her ring. Having forced him to agree to the delay, she found her mood of exaltation returning. As always, it was when he was not with her that she saw him most clearly, and she saw his real need for her. She had a sense of peace, too, now that at last something was decided. Her future, for better or worse, would no longer be that helpless waiting which had been hers for so long. And out of her happiness came a desire to do things, to pat children on the head, to give alms to beggars, and to see Willy Cameron. She came downstairs that afternoon, dressed for the street. "I am going out for a little while, Aunt Nellie," she said. "And when I come back I want to tell you something. Perhaps I can guess. Perhaps you can." She was singing to herself as she went out the door. Elinor went back, heavy-hearted, to her knitting. It was very difficult always to sit by and wait. Never to raise a hand. Just to wait and watch. And pray. Lily was rather surprised when she reached the Eagle Pharmacy to find Pink Denslow coming out. It gave her a little pang, too. He looked so clean and sane and normal, so much a part of her old life. And it hurt her, too, to see him flush with pleasure at the meeting. "Why, Lily," he said, and stood there gazing at her, hat in hand, the sun on his gleaming, carefully brushed hair. He was quite inarticulate with happiness. When did you get back?" "I have not been away, Pink. I left home. It's a long story. I am staying with my aunt, Mrs. Doyle." "Mrs. Doyle? You are staying there?" "Why not? My father's sister." His young face took on a certain sternness. "If you knew what I suspect about Doyle, Lily, you wouldn't let the same roof cover you." But he added rather wistfully, "I wish I might see you sometimes." Lily's head had gone up a trifle. Why did her old world always try to put her in the wrong? She had had to seek sanctuary, and the Doyle house had been the only sanctuary she knew. "Since you feel as you do, I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. Doyle's roof is the only roof I have." "You have a home," he said sturdily. "Not now. I left, and my grandfather won't have me back. You mustn't blame him, Pink. We quarreled, and I left. I was as much responsible as he was." For a moment after she turned and disappeared inside the pharmacy door he stood there, then he put on his hat and strode down the street, unhappy and perplexed. If only she had needed him, if she had not looked so self-possessed and so ever so faintly defiant, as though she dared him to pity her, he would have known what to do. All he needed was to be needed. His open face was full of trouble. It was unthinkable that Lily should be in that center of anarchy. More unthinkable that Doyle might have filled her up with all sorts of wild ideas. Women were queer. They liked theories. A man could have a theory of life and play with it and boast about it, but never dream of living up to it. But give one to a woman and she'd shoot on it like a dog on a bone. If those Bolshevists had got hold of Lily. The encounter had hurt Lily, too. The fine edge of her exaltation was gone, and it did not return during her brief talk with Willy Cameron. He looked much older and very thin. There were lines around his eyes she had never seen before, and she hated seeing him in his present surroundings. But she liked him for his very unconsciousness of those surroundings. One always had to take Willie Cameron as he was. "Do you like it, Willie?" she asked. It had dawned on her, with a sort of panic, that there was really very little to talk about. All they had had in common lay far in the past. "Well, it's my daily bread, and with bread costing what it does, I cling to it like a limpet to a rock." "But I thought you were studying, too, so you could do something else." "I had to give up the night school, but I'll get back to it sometime." She was lost again. She glanced around the little shop, where once Edith Boyd had manicured her nails behind the counter, and where now a middle-aged woman stood with listless eyes looking out over the street. "You still have Jinx, I suppose?" "Yes, Lily glanced up as he stopped. She had drawn off her gloves, and his eyes had fallen on her engagement ring. To Lily, there had always been a feeling of unreality about his declaration of love for her. He had been so restrained, so careful to ask nothing in exchange, so without expectation of return, that she had put it out of her mind as an impulse. She had not dreamed that he could still care, after these months of silence. But he had gone quite white. "I am going to be married, Willie," she said in a low tone. It is doubtful if he could have spoken just then. And as if to add a finishing touch of burlesque to the meeting, a small boy with a swollen jaw came in just then and demanded something to "make it stop hurting." He welcomed the interruption, she saw. He was very professional instantly, and so absorbed for a moment in relieving the child's pain that he could ignore his own. "Let's see it," he said in a businesslike, slightly strained voice. "Better have it out, old chap. But I'll give you something just to ease it up a bit." Which he proceeded to do. When he came back to Lily, he was quite calm and self-possessed. As he had never thought of dramatizing himself, nor thought of himself at all, it did not occur to him that drama requires setting, that tragedy required black velvet rather than toothbrushes, and that a small boy with an aching tooth was a comedy relief badly introduced. All he knew was that he had somehow achieved a moment in which to steady himself, and to find that a man can suffer horribly and still smile. He did that, very gravely, when he came back to Lily. "Can you tell me about it?" "There is not very much to tell. It is Louis Akers." The middle-aged clerk had disappeared. "Of course you have thought over what that means, Lily." "He wants me to marry him. He wants it very much, Willie. And I know you don't like him, but he has changed. Women always think they have changed men, I know. But he is very different." "I am sure of that," he said steadily. There was something childish about her, he thought. Childish and infinitely touching. He remembered a night at the camp, when some of the troops had departed for overseas, and he had found her alone and crying in her hut. "I just can't let them go," she had sobbed. "I just can't. Some of them will never come back." Wasn't there something of that spirit in her now, the feeling that she could not let Akers go, lest worse befall him? He did not know. All he knew was that she was more like the Lily Cardew he had known then than she had been since her return. And that he worshipped her. But there was anger in him, too. Anger at Anthony Cardew. Anger at the Doyles. And a smoldering, bitter anger at Louis Akers, that he should take the dregs of his life and offer them to her as new wine. That he should dare to link his scheming, plotting days to this girl, so wise and yet so ignorant, so clear-eyed and yet so blind. "Do they know at home?" "I'm going to tell Mother today." "Lily," he said slowly, "there is one thing you ought to do. Go home, make your peace there, and get all this on the right footing. Then have him there. You have never seen him in that environment, yet that is the world he will have to live in if you marry him. See how he fits there." "What has that got to do with it?" "Think a minute. Am I quite the same to you here as I was in the camp?" He saw her honest answer in her eyes. End of chapters 20 and 21. Chapters 22 and 23 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The new movement was growing rapidly and with a surprising catholicity of range. Already it included lawyers and doctors, chauffeurs, butchers, clergymen, clerks of all sorts, truck gardeners from the surrounding county, railroad employees, and some of the strikers from the mills, men who had obeyed their union order to quit work but had obeyed it unwillingly. Men who resented bitterly the invasion of the ranks of labor by the lawless element which was fomenting trouble. Dan had joined. On the day that Lily received her engagement ring from Louis Akers, one of the cards of the new Vigilance Committee was being inspected with cynical amusement by two clerks in a certain suite of offices in the Searing Building. They studied it with interest, while the man who had brought it stood by. "Where'd you pick it up, Cusick?" "One of our men brought it into the store, said you might want to see it." The three men bent over it. The Myers House Cleaning Company had a suite of 3 rooms. During the day 2 stenographers, both men, sat before machines and made a pretense of business at such times as the door opened, or when an occasional client, seeing the name, came in to inquire for rates. At such times the clerks were politely regretful. The firm's contracts were all they could handle for months ahead. There was a constant ebb and flow of men in the office, presumably professional cleaners. They came and went, or sat along the walls, waiting. A large percentage were foreigners, but the clerks proved to be accomplished linguists. They talked with more or less fluency with Croats, Serbs, Poles, and Slavs. There was a supply room off the office, a room filled with pails and brushes, soap, and ladders. But there was a great safe also, and its compartments were filled with pamphlets in many tongues, a supply constantly depleted and yet never diminishing. Workmen, carrying out the pails of honest labor, carried them loaded down with the literature it was their only business to circulate. Thus openly, and yet with infinite caution, was spread the doctrine of no God, of no government, and of no church; of the confiscation of private property, of strikes and unrest, of revolution, rape, arson, and pillage. And around this social cancer the city worked and played. Its theaters were crowded, its expensive shops, its hotels. 2 classes of people were spending money prodigally: women with shawls over their heads, women who in all their peasant lives had never owned a hat, drove in automobiles to order their winter supply of coal, and vast amounts of liquors were being bought by the foreign element against the approaching prohibition law, and stored in untidy cellars. On the other hand, the social life of the city was gay with reaction from war. The newspapers were filled with the summer plans of the wealthy, and with predictions of lavish entertaining in the fall. Among the list of debutantes, Lily's name always appeared. And in between the upper and the nether millstone were being ground the professional and salaried men with families, the women clerks, the vast army who asked nothing but the right to work and live. They went through their days doggedly, with little anxious lines around their eyes, suffering 1,000 small deprivations, bewildered, tortured with apprehension of tomorrow, and yet patiently believing that, as things could not be worse, they must soon commence to improve. "It's bound to clear up soon," said Joe Wilkinson over the back fence one night late in June to Willie Cameron. Joe supported a large family of younger brothers and sisters in the house next door, and was employed in a department store. "I figure it's this way. Both sides need each other, don't they? Something like marriage, you know. It'll all be over in 6 months. Only I'm thanking heaven just now it's summer, because our kids are hell on shoes." "I hope so," said Willie Cameron. "What are you doing over there, anyhow?" "Wait and see," said Joe cryptically. "If you think you're going to be the only Central Park in this vicinity, you've got to think again." He hesitated and glanced around, but the small Wilkinsons were searching for worms in the overturned garden mold. "How's Edith?" he asked. "She's all right, Joe." "Seeing anybody yet?" "Not yet. In a day or so she'll be downstairs." "You might tell her I've been asking about her." There was something in Joel's voice that caught Willie Cameron's attention. He thought about Joe a great deal that night. Joe was another one who must never know about Edith's trouble. The boy had little enough, and if he had built a dream about Edith Boyd, he must keep his dream. He was rather discouraged that night, was Willie Cameron, and he began to think that dreams were the best things in life. They were a sort of sanctuary to which one fled to escape realities. Perhaps no reality was ever as beautiful as one's dream of it. Lily had passed very definitely out of his life. Sometimes, during his rare leisure, he walked to Cardew Way through the warm night and past the Doyle house, but he never saw her, and because it did not occur to him that she might want to see him, he never made an attempt to call. Always after those futile excursions he was inclined to long silences, and only Jinx could have told how many hours he sat in his room at night, in the second-hand easy-chair he had bought, pipe in hand and eyes on nothing in particular, lost in a dream world where the fields bore a strong resemblance to the parade ground of an army camp, and through which field he and Lily wandered like children, hand in hand. But he had many things to think of. So grave were the immediate problems of food and rent, of Mrs. Boyd and Edith, that a little of his fine frenzy as to the lurking danger of revolution departed from him. The meetings in the back room at the pharmacy took on a political bearing, and Hendricks was generally the central figure. The ward felt that Mr. Hendricks was already elected, and called him Mr. Mayor. At the same time, the steel strike pursued a course of comparative calm. At Friendship and at Baxter there had been rioting, and a fatality or two, but the state constabulary had the situation well in hand. On a Sunday morning, Willie Cameron went out to Baxter on the trolley, and came home greatly comforted. The cool-eyed efficiency of the state police reassured him. He compared them, disciplined, steady, calm with the calmness of their dangerous calling, with the rabble of foreigners who shuffled along the sidewalks, and he felt that his anxiety had been rather absurd. He was still making speeches, and now and then his name was mentioned in the newspapers. Mrs. Boyd, now mostly confined to her room, spent much time in searching for these notices, and then in painfully cutting them out and pasting them in a book. On those days when there was nothing about him she felt thwarted, and was liable to sharp remarks on newspapers in general, and on those of the city in particular. Then, just as he began to feel that the strike would pass off, like other strikes, and that Doyle and his crowd, having plowed the field for sedition, would find it planted with healthier grain, he had a talk with Edith. She came downstairs for the first time one Wednesday evening early in July, the scars on her face now only faint red blotches, and he placed her, a blanket over her knees, in the small parlor. Dan had brought her down and had made a real effort to be kind, but his suspicion of the situation made it difficult for him to dissemble, and soon he went out. Ellen was on the doorstep, and through the open window came the shrieks of numerous little Wilkinsons wearing out expensive shoe leather on the brick pavement. They sat in the dusk together, Edith very quiet, Willie Cameron talking with a sort of determined optimism. After a time he realized that she was not even listening. "I wish you'd close the window," she said at last. "Those crazy Wilkinson kids make such a racket. I want to tell you something." "All right." He closed the window and stood looking down at her. "Are you sure you want me to hear it?" he asked gravely. "Yes, it is not about myself. I've been reading the newspapers while I've been shut away up there, Willie. It kept me from thinking. And if things are as bad as they say, I'd better tell you, even if I get into trouble doing it. I will, probably. Murder's nothing to them." "Who are them?" "You get the police to search the Myers House Cleaning Company in the Searing Building." "Don't you think you'd better tell me more than that? The police will want something definite to go on." She hesitated. "I don't know very much. I met somebody there, once or twice, at night. And I know there's a telephone hidden in the drawer of the desk in the back room. I swore not to tell, but that doesn't matter now. Tell them to examine the safe, too. I don't know what's in it. Dynamite, maybe." "What makes you think the company is wrong? A hidden telephone isn't much to go on." "When a fellow's had a drink or two, he's likely to talk," she said briefly. And before that sordid picture Willie Cameron was silent. After a time he said, "You won't tell me the name of the man you met there?" "No, don't ask me, Willie. That's between him and me." He got up and took a restless turn or two about the little rooms. Edith's problem had begun to obsess him. Not for long would it be possible to keep her condition from Mrs. Boyd. He was desperately at a loss for some course to pursue. "Have you ever thought," he said at last, "that this man, whoever he is, ought to marry you?" Edith's face set like a flint. "I don't want to marry him,"
she said. "I wouldn't marry him if he was the last man on earth." He knew very little of Edith's past. In his own mind he had fixed on Louis Akers, but he could not be sure. "I won't tell you his name either," Edith added shrewishly. Then her voice softened. "I will tell you this, Willie," she said wistfully. "I was a good girl until I knew him. I'm not saying that to let myself out. It's the truth." "You're a good girl now," he said gravely. Some time after, he got his hat and came in to tell her he was going out. "I'll tell what you've told me to Mr. Hendricks," he said. "And we may go on and have a talk with the chief of police. If you are right, it may be important." After that, for an hour or two, Edith sat alone, save when Ellen now and then looked in to see if she was comfortable. Edith's mind was chaotic. She had spoken on impulse, a good impulse at that. But suppose they trapped Louis Akers in the Searing Building? Ellen went now and then to the Cardew house, and brought back with her the news of the family. At first she had sternly refused to talk about the Cardews to Edith, but the days in the sick room had been long and monotonous, and Edith's jealousy of Lily had taken the form, when she could talk, of incessant questions. So Edith knew that Louis Akers had been the cause of Lily's leaving home, and called her a poor thing in her heart. Quite lately she had heard that if Lily was not already engaged, she probably would be, soon. Now her motives were mixed, and her emotions confused. She had wanted to tell Willie Cameron what she knew, but she wanted Lily to marry Louis Akers. She wanted that terribly. Then Lily would be out of the way, and Willie was not like Dan. He did not seem to think her forever lost. He had always been thoughtful, but lately he had been very tender with her. Men did strange things sometimes. He might be willing to forget after a long time. She could board the child out somewhere if it lived. Sometimes they didn't live. But if they arrested Louis, Lily Cardew would fling him aside like an old shoe. She closed her eyes. That opened a vista of possibilities she could not face. She stopped in her mother's room on her slow progress upstairs, moved to sudden pity for the frail life now wearing to its close. If that were life, she did not want it, with its drab days and futile effort, its incessant deprivations, its hands gnarled with work that got nowhere, its greatest blessing sleep and forgetfulness. She wondered why her mother did not want to die, to get away. "I'll soon be able to look after you a bit, Mother," she said from the doorway. "How's the pain down your arm?" "Bring me the mucilage, Edie," requested Mrs. Boyd. She was propped up in bed and surrounded by newspapers. "I found Willie's name again. I've got 14 now. Where's the scissors?" Eternity was such a long time. Did she know? Could she know, and still sit among her pillows, snipping? "I wonder," said Mrs. Boyd, "did anybody feed Jinx? That Ellen is so saving that she grudges him a bone." "He looks all right," said Edith, and went on up to bed. Maybe the Lord did that for people, when they reached a certain point. Maybe he took away the fear of death, by showing after years of it that life was not so valuable after all. She remembered her own facing of eternity, and her dread of what lay beyond. She had prayed first, because she wanted to have some place on the other side. She had prayed to be received young and whole and without child. And her mother. Then she had a flash of intuition. There was something greater than life, and that was love. Her mother was upheld by love. That was what the eternal cutting and pasting meant. She was lavishing all the love of her starved days on Willie Cameron. She was facing death because his hand was close by to hold to. For just a moment, sitting on the edge of her bed, Edith Boyd saw what love might be and might do. She held out both hands in the darkness, but no strong and friendly clasp caught them close. If she could only have him to cling to steady her wavering feet along the gray path that stretched ahead, years and years of it. Youth, middle age, old age. "I'd only drag him down," she muttered bitterly. Willie Cameron, meanwhile, had gone to Mr. Hendricks with Edith's story, and together late that evening they saw the chief of police at his house.
Both Willie Cameron and Mr. Hendricks advocated putting a watch on the offices of the Myers House Cleaning Company, and thus ultimately getting the heads of the organization. But the chief was unwilling to delay. "Every day means more of their infernal propaganda," he said. "And if this girl's telling a straight story, the thing to do is to get the outfit now. Those clerks, for instance. We'll get some information out of them. That sort always squeals. They're a cheap lot." "Going to ball it up, of course," Mr. Hendricks said disgustedly on the way home. "Won't wait, because if Akers gets in, he's out, and he wants to make a big strike first. I'll drop in tomorrow evening and tell you what's happened." He came into the pharmacy the next evening with a bundle of red-bound pamphlets under his arm and a look of disgust on his face. "What did I tell you, Cameron?" he demanded, breathing heavily. "Yes, they got them all right. Got a safe full of stuff so inflammable that, since I've read some of it, I'm ready to blow up myself. It's worse than that first lot I showed you. They got the 2 clerks and a half-dozen foreigners, too. And that's all they got. They won't talk." "Talk? Sure they'll talk. They say they're employed by the Myers House Cleaning Company, that they never saw the inside of the vault, and they're squealing louder than 2 pigs under a gate about false arrest. They'll have to let them go, son. Here, you can do most everything. Can you read Croatian? No? Well, here's something in English to cut your wisdom teeth on. Overthrowing the government is where these fellows start." It was intelligent, that propaganda. Willie Cameron thought he saw behind it Jim Doyle and other men like Doyle, men who knew the discontents of the world and would fatten by them. Men who, secretly envious of the upper classes and unable to attain to them, would pull all men to their own level or lower. Men who cloaked their own jealousies with the garb of idealism. Intelligent it was, dangerous and imminent. The pamphlet spoke of the day. It was a Prussian phrase. The revolution was Prussian. And, like the Germans, they offered loot as a reward. They appealed to the ugliest passions in the world, to lust and greed and idleness. At a signal, the mass was to arise, overthrow its masters, and rule itself. Mr. Hendricks stood in the doorway of the pharmacy and stared out at the city he loved. "Just how far does that sort of stuff go, Cameron?" he asked. "Will our people take it up? Is the American nation going crazy?" "Not a bit of it," said Willie Cameron stoutly. "They're about as able to overthrow the government as you are to shove over the St. Elmo Hotel." "I could do that, with a bomb." "No, you couldn't. But you could make a fairly sizable hole in it. It's the hole we don't want." Mr. Hendricks went away, vaguely comforted. Chapter 23. To old Anthony, the early summer had been full of humiliations, which he carried with an increased arrogance of bearing that alienated even his own special group at his club. "Confound the man," said Judge Peterson, holding forth on the golf links one Sunday morning while Anthony Cardew, hectic with rage, searched for a lost ball and refused to drop another. "He'll hold us up all morning for that ball, just as he tries to hold up all progress." He lowered his voice. "What's happened to the granddaughter, anyhow?" Senator Lovell lighted a cigarette. "Turned Bolshevist," he said briefly. The judge gazed at him. "That's a pretty serious indictment, isn't it?" "Well, that's what I hear. She's living in Jim Doyle's house. I guess that's the answer. Hey, Cardew, do you want these young cubs behind us to play through, or are you going to show some sense and come on?" Howard, fighting his father tooth and nail, was compelled to a reluctant admiration of his courage. But there was no cordiality between them. They were in accord again, as to the strike, although from different angles. Both of them knew that they were fighting for very life. Both of them felt that the strikers' demands meant the end of industry, meant that the man who risked money in a business would eventually cease to control that business, although if losses came it would be he, and not the workmen, who bore them. Howard had gone as far as he could in concessions, and the result was only the demand for more. The Cardews, father and son, stood now together, their backs against a wall, and fought doggedly. But only anxiety held them together. His father was now backing Howard's campaign for the mayoralty, but he was rather late with his support, and in private he retained his cynical attitude. He had not come over at all until he learned that Louis Akers was an opposition candidate. At that his wrath knew no bounds, and the next day he presented a large check to the campaign committee. Mr. Hendricks, hearing of it, was moved to a dry chuckle. "Can't you hear him?" he demanded. "He'd stalk into headquarters as important as an office boy who's been sent to the bank for money, and he'd slam down his check and say just 2 words." "Which would be?" inquired Willie Cameron. "Buy 'em," quoted Mr. Hendricks. "The old boy doesn't know that things have changed since the 80s. This city has changed, my lad. It's voting now the way it thinks, right or wrong. That's why these foreign language papers can play the devil with us. The only knowledge the poor wretches have got of us is what they're given to read. And most of it stinks of sedition. Queer thing, this thinking. A fellow can think himself into murder." The strike was going along quietly enough. There had been rioting through the country, but not of any great significance. It was in reality a sort of trench warfare, with each side dug in and waiting for the other to show himself in the open. The representatives of the press, gathered in the various steel cities, with automobiles arranged to take them quickly to any disturbance that might develop, found themselves with little news for the telegraph, and time hung heavy on their hands. On an evening in July, Howard found Grace dressing for dinner, and realized with a shock that she was looking thin and much older. He kissed her, and then held her off and looked at her. "You've got to keep up your courage, dear," he said. "I don't think it will be long now." "Have you seen her?" "No, but something has happened. Don't look like that, Grace. It's not—" "She hasn't married that man?" "No, not that. It only touches her indirectly. But she can't stay there. Even Elinor—" He checked himself. "I'll tell you after dinner." Dinner was very silent, although Anthony delivered himself of one speech rather at length. "So far as I can make out, Howard," he said, "this man Hendricks is getting pretty strong. He has a young fellow talking for him who gets over pretty well. It's my judgment that Hendricks had better be bought off. He goes around shouting that he's a plain man, after the support of the plain people. Although I'm damned if I know what he means by that." Anthony Cardew was no longer comfortable in his own house. He placed the blame for it on Lily, and spent as many evenings away from home as possible. He considered that life was using him rather badly. Tied to the city in summer by a strike, his granddaughter openly gone over to his enemy, his own son, so long his tool and his creature, merely staying in his house to handle him, an income tax law that sent him to his lawyers with new protests almost daily. A man was no longer master even in his own home. His employees would not work for him. His family disobeyed him. His government held him up and shook him. In the good old days. "I'm going out," he said as he rose from the table. "Grace, that chef is worse than the last. You'd better send him off." "I can't get anyone else. I've tried for weeks. There are no servants anywhere." "Try New York." "I have tried. It is useless." No cooks either. No servants. Even Anthony recognized that, with the exception of Grayson, the servants in his house were vaguely hostile to the family. They gave grudging service, worked short hours, and the only class of labor to which the high cost of food was a negligible matter, demanded wages he considered immoral. "I don't know what the world's coming to," he snarled. "Well, I'm off. Thank God there are still clubs for a man to go to." "I want to have a talk with you, Father." "I don't want to talk." "You needn't. I want you to listen, and I want Grace to hear, too." In the end he went unwillingly into the library, and when Grayson had brought liqueurs and coffee and had gone, Howard drew the card from his pocket. "I met young Denslow today," he said. "He came in to see me. As a matter of fact, I signed a card he had brought along, and I brought one for you, sir. Shall I read it?" "You evidently intend to." Howard read the card slowly. Its very simplicity was impressive as it had been when Willie Cameron scrawled the words on the back of an old envelope. Anthony listened.
Just what does that mean?" "That the men behind this movement believe that there is going to be a general strike, with an endeavor to turn it into a revolution. Perhaps only local, but these things have a tendency to spread. Denslow had some literature which referred to an attempt to take over the city. They have other information, too, all pointing the same way." "Strikers?" "Foreign strikers, with the worst of the native born. Their plans are fairly comprehensive. They mean to dynamite the waterworks, shut down the gas and electric plants, and cut off all food supplies. Then, when they have starved and terrorized us into submission, we'll accept their terms." "What terms?" "Well, the rule of the mob, I suppose. They intend to take over the banks, for one thing." "I don't believe it. It's incredible." "They meant to do it in Seattle." "And didn't. Don't forget that." "They may have learned some things from Seattle," Howard said quietly. "We have the state troops." "What about a half-dozen similar movements in the state at the same time? Or rioting in other places, carefully planned to draw the troops and constabulary away?" In the end, old Anthony was impressed, if not entirely convinced. But he had no faith in the plain people, and said so. "They'll see property destroyed and never lift a hand," he said. "Didn't I stand by in Pittsburgh during the railroad riots, and watch them smile while the yards burned? Because the railroads meant capital to them, and they hate capital." "Precisely," said Howard. "But after 24 hours they were fighting like demons to restore law and order. It is," he fingered the card, "to save that 24 hours that this organization is being formed. It is secret. Did I tell you that? And the idea originated with the young man you spoke about as supporting Hendricks. You met him here once, a friend of Lily's. His name is Cameron. William Wallace Cameron." Old Anthony remained silent, but the small jagged vein on his forehead swelled with anger. After a time, "I suppose Doyle is behind this?" he asked. "It sounds like him." "That is the supposition. But they have nothing on him yet. He is too shrewd for that. And that leads to something else. Lily cannot continue to stay there." "I didn't send her there." "Actually, no. In effect. But we needn't go into that now. The situation is very serious. I can imagine that nothing could fit better into his plans than to have her there. She gives him a cachet of respectability. Do you want that?" "She is probably one of them now. God knows how much of his rotten doctrine she has absorbed." Howard flushed, but he kept his temper. "His theories, possibly. His practice, no. She certainly has no idea. It has come to this, father. She must have a home somewhere, and if it cannot be here, Grace and I must make one for her elsewhere." Probably Anthony Cardew had never respected Howard more than at that moment, or liked him less. "Both you and Grace are free to make a home where you please." "We prefer it here, but you must see yourself that things cannot go on as they are. We have waited for you to see that, all three of us. And now this new situation makes it imperative to take some action." "I won't have that fellow Akers coming here." "He would hardly come under the circumstances. Besides, her friendship with him is only a part of her revolt. If she comes home, it will be with the understanding that she does not see him again." "Revolt?" said old Anthony, raising his eyebrows. "That is what it actually was. She found her liberty interfered with, and she staged her own small rebellion. It was very human, I think." "It was very Cardew," said old Anthony, and smiled faintly. He had, to tell the truth, developed a grudging admiration for his granddaughter in the past 2 months. He saw in her many of his own qualities, good and bad. And more than he cared to own, he had missed her and the young life she had brought into the quiet house. Most important of all, she was the last of the Cardews. Although his capitulation when it came was curt, he was happier than he had been for weeks. "Bring her home," he said. "But tell her about Akers. If she says that is off, I'll forget the rest."
On her way to her room that night, Grace Cardew encountered Mademoiselle, a pale, unhappy Mademoiselle, who seemed to spend her time mostly in Lily's empty rooms or wandering about corridors. Whenever the three members of the family were together she would retire to her own quarters, and there, feverishly with her rosary, would pray for a softening of hearts. She did not comprehend these Americans, who were so kind to those beneath them, and so hard to each other. "I wanted to see you, Mademoiselle," Grace said, not very steadily. "I have good news for you." Mademoiselle began to tremble. "She is coming? Lily is coming?" "Yes. Will you have some fresh flowers put in her rooms in the morning?" Suddenly Mademoiselle forgot her years of repression, and flinging her arms around Grace's neck, she kissed her. Grace held her for a moment, patting her shoulder gently. "We must try to make her very happy, Mademoiselle. I think things will be different now." Mademoiselle stood back and wiped her eyes. "But she must be different, too," she said. "She is sweet and good, but she is strong of will, too. The will to do, to achieve, that is one thing, and very good. But the will to go one's own way, that is another. The young are always headstrong, Mademoiselle." But alone later on, her rosary on her knee, Mademoiselle wondered. If youth were the indictment against Lily, was she not still young? It took years, or suffering, or sometimes both, to break the will of youth and chasten its spirit. God grant Lily might not have suffering. It was Grace's plan to say nothing to Lily, but to go for her herself, and thus save her the humiliation of coming back alone. All morning housemaids were busy in Lily's rooms. Rugs were shaken, floors waxed and rubbed, the silver frames and vases in her sitting room polished to refulgence. And all morning Mademoiselle scolded and ran suspicious fingers into corners, and arranged and rearranged great boxes of flowers. Long before the time she had ordered the car, Grace was downstairs, dressed for the street, and clad in cool, shining silk, was pacing the shaded hall. There was a vague air of expectation about the old house. In a room off the pantry, the second man was polishing the buttons of his livery, using a pasteboard card with a hole in it to save the fabric beneath. Grayson pottered about in the drawing room, alert for the parlor maid's sins of omission. The telephone in the library rang, and Grayson answered it, while Grace stood in the doorway. "A message from Miss Lily," he said. "Mrs. Doyle has telephoned that Miss Lily is on her way here." Grace was vaguely disappointed. She had wanted to go to Lily with her good news, to bring her home bag and baggage, to lead her into the house and to say, in effect, that this was home, her home. She had felt that they, and not Lily, should take the first step. She went upstairs, and, taking off her hat, smoothed her soft dark hair. She did not want Lily to see how she had worried. She eyed herself carefully for lines. Then she went down, to more waiting, and for the first time, to a little doubt. Yet when Lily came, all was as it should have been. There was no doubt about her close embrace of her mother, her happiness at seeing her. She did not remove her gloves, however, and after she had put Grace in a chair and perched herself on the arm of it, there was a little pause. Each was preparing to tell something. Each hesitated. Because Grace's task was the easier, it was she who spoke first. "I was about to start over when you telephoned, dear," she said. We want you to come home to us again." There was a queer, strained silence. "Who wants me?" Lily asked unsteadily. "All of us. Your grandfather, too. He expects to find you here tonight. I can explain to your Aunt Elinor over the telephone, and we can send for your clothes." Suddenly Lily got up and walked the length of the room. When she came back her eyes were filled with tears, and her left hand was bare. "It nearly kills me to hurt you," she said, "but what about this?" She held out her hand. Grace seemed frozen in her chair. At the sight of her mother's face, Lily flung herself on her knees beside the chair. "Mother, mother," she said, "you must know how I love you. Love you both. Don't look like that. I can't bear it." Grace turned away her face. "You don't love us. You can't. Not if you are going to marry that man. Mother, Lily begged desperately. "Let me come home. Let me bring him here. I'll wait, if you'll only do that. He is different. I know all that you want to say about his past. He has never had a real chance in all his life. He won't belong at first, but he's a man, Mother. A strong man. And it's awfully important. He can do so much if he only will. And he says he will if I marry him." "I don't understand you," Grace said coldly. "What can a man like that do but wreck all our lives?" Resentment was rising fast in Lily, but she kept it down. "I'll tell you about that later," she said, and slowly got to her feet. "Is that all, Mother?" "You won't see him? I can't bring him here? Isn't there any compromise? Won't you meet me halfway?" "When you say halfway, you mean all the way, Lily." "I wanted you so," Lily said drearily. "I need you so just now. I am going to be married, and I have no one to go to. Aunt Eleanor doesn't understand either. Every way I look I suppose I can't come back at all, then." "Your grandfather's condition was that you never see this Louis Akers again." Lily's resentment left her. Anger was a thing for small matters, trivial affairs. This that was happening, an irrevocable break with her family, was as far beyond anger as it was beyond tears. She wondered dully if any man were worth all this. Perhaps she knew, subconsciously, that Louis Akers was not. All her exaltation was gone, and in its stead was a sort of dogged determination to see the thing through now at any cost. To remake Louis into the man he could be, to build her own house of life, and having built it, to live in it as best she could. "That is a condition I cannot fulfill, Mother. I am engaged to him." "Then you love him more than you do any of us, or all of us." "I don't know. It is different," she said vaguely. She kissed her mother very tenderly when she went away, but there was a feeling of finality in them both. Mademoiselle, waiting at the top of the stairs, heard the door close and could not believe her ears. Grace went upstairs, her face a blank before the servants, and shut herself in her room. And in Lily's boudoir the roses spread a heavy funereal sweetness over the empty room. End of chapters 22 and 23.